Ladies and gentlemen, if you could just put your hands together for both the Highland Band and the Burnie Brass Band. Ladies, gentlemen and children, welcome to West Park for the Coolridge Burnie New Year's Eve Carnival. I'd like to thank Coolridge for their sponsorship of this event, along with Asahi, United Forklift Access Solutions, William Adams Cat, Elphinston, Direct Edge, Sirs, Stubbs Constructions and Gatorade. Now I'd like to call on the Acting President of the Burnie Athletic Club, Mr. Steve Arnold.
On behalf of the Burnie Athletic Club, I'd like to welcome everyone to the 136th Burnie New Year's Sports Carnival. I'm Steve Arnold, the club's Vice President. I'm speaking today in the place of our President Gary Munro, who's unwell and on leave. The Burnie Athletic Club is very fortunate in that we have more than 40 corporate partners who have engaged with us in preparation for this year's event. And these partners include local and state government agencies, and local, state and national commercial entities, along with families and individuals. All of these parties are interested in and have invested in the northwest region of Tasmania, and as a club we are so grateful for their support and their backing. However, a successful carnival needs some other groups of people as well, and I'm talking about our volunteers and competitors, their support groups, and you, the patrons, the spectators. So I'd like to thank our team of volunteers for all their effort to put on this event. I also thank the Burnie City Council. They've supported our events for decades, and we acknowledge Josh Whitehouse and Michael Freeman, who have prepared the surface of the arena. Once again, it's an outstanding effort. This year, we again welcome hundreds of athletes, cyclists, woodcutters and their support crews, and we have more than 30 international competitors representing 12 different nations. I'd like to take a moment also to mention Ray Quarrell, who has come to this event every year for more than 50 years. From 1971, Ray competed for several years as an athlete. Later, he came as a supporter of athletes, as a trainer or coach. Welcome, Ray. And now to you, our patrons, the people who come to enjoy watching our event. You support the up-and-coming competitors, including the new gen runners and the junior cyclists. And you cheer for the athletes and the cyclists and the woodcutters who are nearing or are already at their peak, some of whom are Olympians or world class in their sports of choice. And you also appreciate those who've passed their peak, but who still come and perform for their own enjoyment and for yours. You, our spectators, are integral to our carnival, and so I welcome you and I thank you. I love having all of you come to enjoy the spectacle that is the Burnie New Year's Sport. To hand over to the Honourable Roger Jantz, MP, to officially open our carnival.
Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon, everybody. This land was once home to the Pluraka Hillaplu people, and it's appropriate that we acknowledge all Aboriginal people who are with us today and pay our respects to their ancestors and their elders. I'd like to extend a welcome to all of you, particularly those who are coming to the New Year's Eve Carnival and to Burnie for the very first time. You are joining in a very proud tradition of this part of the world. You are joining in the tradition of one of the world's longest continuously running sports carnivals. 136 years we celebrate today, and you're part of it. And that history is on display at the Club Rooms Museum, just below the grandstand over there. And I thank the Burnie Athletics Club for keeping this tradition alive and for sharing it with everybody here and anybody who visits this part of the world, because keeping an event like this running for 136 years is a huge effort from the local club members and for everyone who continues to support it, both as patrons and as competitors. And so congratulations to Burnie Athletics Club, thank you for keeping this tradition alive. Thank you to all the competitors, their sponsors and teams and supporters who've filled out the program again this year, whether it's return visitors or people coming for the first time. Thank you to all the sponsors in particular and the volunteers who've made today's event possible. And I'm very proud to officially declare this year's 136th Burnie New Year's Eve Carnival officially open. Thank you.
A bit taller than me. Thank you, Mr. Yench. Now, with the assistance of the City of Burnie Brass Band, I'd like to call on Caitlin Bernard to perform the Australian National Anthem.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are young and free, with golden soil and wealth foretold. Our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Well done to Caitlin, an amazing effort. Thanks to the City of Burnie Brass Band. Let's continue with the action here at the Burnie Carnival. There's plenty of action coming up. We hope you do enjoy yourself. With thanks to Cool Ridge, enjoy the rest of the day. Gentlemen, the outdoor can bar is open for your patronage if you want to head across just near the big scoreboard there, and the point bar is also open if you want a refreshment. So frequent those two places, you're a little thirsty.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to line up now for the Sill Sweepers UCI Men's A-Grade Scratch Race. This is the UCI event, and we've got one of the world's leading UCI commissaires down in Tasmania this year. He loves coming to Tasmania, whether it's for a bike race or to see his son down here. And I'll get Peter to explain about UCI events and points and what it means to the riders to ride a UCI event. Peter?
Well, obviously it's a very traditional race, having the scratch race at the Carnival. Near enough to the 10 mile, but this day and age with World Championships and the depth of cycling, basically to get to the World Championships or the Olympics, you have to qualify to a World Cup or qualify in a World Cup, but now to get to the World Cup, you have to ride in the qualifying events and build up some points. So a lot of more races around the world now are getting committed to UCI points. So in the case of the Carnival series here, they're C2 events. Actually, the points, the winner of this race will get 100 UCI points, and it goes down, so everybody who will finish will get some points.
Well done, Peter. So I hope you explained. So last year we had UCI events here in Tasmania, and Greg Griffiths came across here last year as our UCI commissaire. But Peter travels all over the world with the UCI events. Where are you off to next, Peter?
Next event I'm going to is Tour of Taiwan in March. Hopefully that's still a safe place to be.
We'll let you have a good look at these. Peter Tomlinson, all the way down from New South Wales here in Tasmania. He loves coming down here to the Upper Lyell like I do. I've been coming here since 2005 myself with Caribou Publications with the Tour of Tasmania. Yes, Peter's been to 11. This is his 11th Tasmanian Carnival because his son, Justin, has had a couple of place getters in wheel races here at the various venues.
Yeah, he was good at qualifying for wheel race finals, and he's had some good places over the years.
Of course, one of your other sons lives in Tasmania now.
Yeah, Alex has had a little bit of success. He didn't race quite as much as Justin, but he now lives in Launceston. Yeah.
And of course, if you're not here for cycling, you're over here as a tourist.
Well, I was here in November for the Tour of Tassie. It was a really good edition of the Tour of Tasmania in the hills behind us. I still think that's the best NRS race in the National Series.
You've got that right. Unfortunately, it had to be reduced in distance, some of the events this year, because of the conditions.
Yeah, there was a few washouts. I love the Guns Plain stage at the back, but they replaced it with a really good stage which finished into Sheffield. So we did miss Guns Plain, but we still have some great racing.
Well done, Peter Tomlinson. We're on our way. One of the big UCI events on the program here in Tasmania. We had it down at Hobart, we had it at Devonport, and now we have got it here at Burnie. What a field, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't it great to see so many cyclists on the track, on an outdoor track, on a blustery day here at Burnie? But the good thing is, like some other years, it's been washed out here at Burnie, but all good at this stage. So look, it's a bit of an attack on, and this is a guy that will be lining up, I'd say, in the 1,000 metres later on final. This is Sam Gallagher. I don't think there's any lap price. Oh yes, there is sprints up, but so Sam Gallagher might be looking for some more preems there, because there's $50 up for the first sprint, thanks to the Harris family, and $100 with 5 to go. So I thought he might be having a bit of a spell here, because he's got to be the red-hot favourite for the 1,000-metre handicap final. That's a long, long, long way off in the evening program. So maybe he's just sort of keeping the legs warm. This is Sam Gallagher, the 21-year-old from the Blackburn Cup over in Victoria, has represented Australia at Junior World Track Championships, won a silver medal in the team's pursuit some years ago in 2019, and that year, 2019, he was awarded the Cycling Australia Junior Track Cyclist of the Year. Won 2 Austral wheel races, won a Melbourne Cup on wheels, and he decides to just go up the track and try to find a place there somewhere, maybe in front of Ryan Schultz there in the orange colours, but no, he goes right to the back of the field as I'll come around to get 31 laps to go. 31 laps to go, and this to UCI Sill Sweepers scratch race, and on the front, rode very well yesterday, Max Mixbar from the Austrian. That's him in the orange-reddy colours, number 11 that goes high on the track past the scoreboard. Some of the New Zealanders here, the youngsters that have come across here with Zach Williams. Looking at the likes of Lewis Johnson, number 7 is 18 years of age, as is also number 8, Matt Davis. They're both 18-year-olds over here from New Zealand. On the front, easy to pick up. Love him with the colours he wears, Jacob Langham. Always a commentator's delight when you've got someone that stands out like Jacob. Not so bad this year. We haven't got all those AIS riders here all in their same kits and the same helmets and same bikes. Sometimes it's pretty hard as a commentator to pick them up, especially on an outdoor track. Not so bad on the indoor velodromes. Flick of the elbow as they go past the point. Indian file as they come into the front straight to get 29 laps to go. And going to the front now is the rider there of Dennis Rugovac. Dennis Rugovac, as we said, born in Pilsen over there in the Czech Republic, 29 years of age. Yes, and as Peter was saying, both Dennis and also the young lady from the Czech Republic have been great additions to the Carnival. On the front, he's a track race specialist, Stephen Hall. I remember one year at the Carnivals, he won every scratch race that was on offer. And that's him in the black colours. Great to see Murray, his father, over here. Once again, I had a fair bit to do with Ernie Hall, who lived down the road from me there in Dingley, over there in the mainland, old Ernie. Unfortunately, no longer with us, Ernie and Dot Hall. So they're coming down in these blustery conditions, but they've been very aggressive. But on the front here, young William Eves. Now, he's a local boy, ladies and gentlemen, and this year, the National Road Series had 2 under-19 events on, and he won both of them, the Tour of Gippsland and also the tour up there in the New South Wales, the GC. Tour of Tweed, I think it was, that he took out the under-19 general classifications. He's been very aggressive throughout the Carnival so far. There's another youngster, just thick of the elbow there from young Hayden van der Ploeg there in the white top with the reddish helmet. Just up from the under-17 category, Hayden van der Ploeg. Usually rode off around the scratch mark in under-17 handicaps here at the Carnivals, Hayden van der Ploeg. So no casualties at this stage. Bit of a gap there midfield, but they all look pretty comfortable in these blustery conditions. Few gaps starting to open up now, coming down with 25 to go. Swinging up the track there is the youngster in Campbell Palmer. He'll remember this track very well when he took out the wheel race a couple of years ago, young Campbell Palmer. 2 riders have gone off the front, and one of those easy taking up the lead now is Jacob Langham. He'll be leaving us shortly to head back to Devonport to hop on the ship to go over to the mainland. He'll be riding in the Bay Crits tomorrow in Geelong, Jacob Langham. So we probably won't see him later on this afternoon. So he's probably maybe Stephen Hall said, OK, let's up the tempo a little bit. He's there along with William Eves, but you can see Max Smigbuer from Austria. That's him there now in the red colours at 4th wheel. Been a good addition coming here to Tasmania. These Austrians, 3 Austrian riders, they all rode off the same mark of 90 metres in the Devonport wheel race. Speaking there, of course, of Stefan Kovar, Paul Buschek, and Paul finished 2nd in the wheel race behind Jack Lightfoot 2 days ago. Of course, some of these riders, they must be getting tired. They've had some Josh Duffy just keeping the powder dry, I think, there. Josh doesn't seem to be too interested in UCI points. Won the Madison last night, of course, with Graham Fraser. They put on a Madison masterclass down there at the Silverdome. But there again, he won the Devonport scratch race. Saving himself, I think, for the wheel race, maybe. But this guy doesn't mind doing a bit of work on the frack from Austria, Max Schubach. On his wheel there is the rider of Stephen Hall, easy to pick up there in the black colour, Stephen Hall. So a group of 6 trying to be closed down. So 4 little groups on the track here. So these conditions are testing out a few of the riders. And this is where the cream comes to the top. You can see that the riders with, as Sam Gallagher has called it a day here in the front straight, saving himself later on for the 1,000 metre final, where he'll be the hot favourite. Once again, Jacob Langham on the front. Roy Efting following him along there in those salmon colours, one would say, the winner of the Hobart wheel race. Not many riders from overseas ever win wheel races because they're not used to riding handicap events, but Roy from scratch. I wasn't down at Hobart, unfortunately, because of the cost of flying down to Hobart was unbelievable. So the TasCarnivals, young Ewan Williams, called all the action down there at Hobart. So coming down the front straight, 20 laps to go, and you know the style of the rider on the front. That's none other than Graham Frisley. Graham Frisley took out the National Elimination Championships yesterday at the Silver Dome, also won the Madison with Josh Duffy a couple of weeks ago. He's a very talented young boy born in Montana, so we might call him an ex-USA rider. Came to Australia as a very young age and settled in Victoria up there at Backish Marsh. Went to the Ballarat High School, and as an under-13 rider, I knew that this boy was going to be a good rider, and he's gone up through the ranks, and along with Josh Duffy, he was part of that bronze medal Teams Pursuit team over in Birmingham this year in May. And they'll be heading back to South Australia under the guidance now of Brett Aiken, with Tim Decker going across to be the coach in China. Brett Aiken, the 2000 Madison winner, with Scott McGrory, has taken up the reins as the endurance goes, as Roy Efting goes up the track. The winner of a very short turn to the winner of the Launceston Wheel Race, the Malaysian, the 20-year-old Azim Alez. That's him high on the track, looking for a position there at mid-wheel, just ahead of the rider in the blue colours of Rugovac. So more casualties. I can see Ryan Schultz, who rode the Madison yesterday with Roy Efting. That's him in the orange colours, trying to get back to the back of this group. So coming around, 17 to go in the UCI Silver Sweepers 8-grade scratch race. Hall on the front again, swings up the track, and once again, I tell you what, you'd have to give him something for being the most aggressive. This is Will Eves. Rugovac is going to go with him. So they're two very strong riders. And they say, no, 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 you're not going to get away because we know how strong you two are. But William Eves, just a youngster from the City of Burnie club. Of course, we've got the two brothers, William and Alex. Alex just up from the under-17s. And Graham Frisley. He's a pleasure to watch this young fella, the way he sits a bike. Won the National Madison Championship a few weeks ago there at the Austral Carnival with Cal O'Brien. Great to see Cal back on the track. Of course, part of that Australian Teams Pursuit team, along with Sam Welsford, Cal O'Brien, Alex Porter, that unfortunately had that mishap at the Olympics. But Graham Frisley, as I said, has had a magnificent 2022. As you see, you'll notice that Peter Tomlinson here is always pointing at the lead riders. So that's what a commissaire does in Madison and so forth. They're always pointing so the spectators know what's going on in the event. So you'll notice that Peter will be pointing. That means they're the lead riders. In the case of a breakaway, that is very important for, especially on an indoor track, to know exactly who is in the lead. Another gap is starting to appear in the field as they go past the point once again. It'll be rocking tonight over there at the end of Carnivals. Of course, all the athletes will be over there just unwinding. Paul Buchet. He's only 20 years of age, this young boy from Austria, and I tell you what, he shows a bit of ability. That's him there outside of Stephen Hall as they go down the back straight. Looks like they was doing a lot of work. Max Smigbuer in a bit of trouble at the back there. Haven't seen Philip Webber, the German rider, face the breeze at this stage, and Jacob Langer looks like he's going to get ready to hop on the boat to go. Dalton Stretton goes up the track last year. He was the P to win the wheel race here last year. He was the red-hot favourite. He was the one set up to win it. But Liam Walsh, the Queenslander, sort of had him boxed in, and it was left up to Hamish McKenzie, another boy from the TIS, to get up and win it. So Hamish McKenzie took it out from the Queenslander Liam Walsh, and Dalton Streeter had to be happy with third. But then he came across and won the Austral, though. Once again, who's on the front? William Eves.
Remember they can hear me though, Duff, from there?
Well, won't be long before so the whistle will be next time, and that's up a preem worth $50. Thanks to the Harris family, $50 preem coming up when the whistle sounds in the front straight. So the field is starting to dwindle down in numbers, and the whistle about the sound. So who wants $50? A couple of riders out in front are a bit interested. That is the rider of Will Eves and Lewis Johnson, the young 18-year-old New Zealander there at second wheel. Move around the outside. This will be the rider from Austria in Max Schmitzbar. Max Schmitzbar goes for home here. I tell you what, he deserves some money because he's been very, very aggressive without all the carnivals. He's going to be challenged though. William Eves says, no, you're not going to get it. Oh, and around the outside, he deserves some prize money for getting up. A very strong ride there by William Eves, the older of the Eves brothers. He did a lot of work. Max Schmitzbar early on, but he settled back in. These guys, they ride 6-day events, of course, and Madison's, and they're used to endurance events. He's only 21 years of age, these young boys that have come out from overseas, and they put on a classy display for us. Stefan Kovar is only 20. Max Schmitzbar is 21. Paul Buzet, 20. And Roy Efting has got to be the older statesman of the field. Just a young 33 years of age is Roy. Stephen's only 32, so Murray told us that. Murray said that, yeah, Roy's off scratch, so sure if you don't put Stephen off scratch as well, I tell you what, he's telling Greg O'Rourke. So that's so 32 and 33 in age. Roy Efting and Stephen Hall on the front. Look at the style here, looks under the arm. This is Graham Frisley, 21 years of age, and he's got the pedal down as they head the wind. Hayden van der Ploeg's in trouble, also Matt Davis. They're the two riders that have dropped out as they went out of the front straight. One of the Malaysian riders, I think now may have slipped off the front. We've got two, of course. We've got the winner of the Launceston wheel race in Azim Alaz. And also we've got from Singapore, Kelvin Sim. I think Kelvin was a starter. Lewis Johnson going to the front now. Roy Efting. He was the first rider eliminated at Devonport in the elimination race. He didn't want to be interested in that elimination race. He was the first rider eliminated in the UCI elimination race at Devonport. That's him on the front. Teamed up yesterday with Ryan Schultz, who's put the white flag up and is no longer riding this in the scratch race. Matt Davis just giving his a few words. How you going, Matt?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Good, thanks. All the way over the dish. Your first time to Tassie?
Yeah, first time. Pretty excited. Pretty happy with how I've gone.
You're only a youngster, of course, under the Zach Williams coaching you.
Yeah, it's been awesome. I'm really enjoying it, thanks.
All the best for the rest of the program. So money up for grabs here. Who's looking for the dollars? Coming around the front straight, and I think you're going to get it this time, and he deserves some prize money, ladies and gentlemen. Max Schmitzbar from Austria, and he's gone on with it. By gee, he's a workhorse, this guy. He only knows one way to race, and that is flat chat. The 21-year-old from Austria. Everyone else sits up here, and they've only got 4 laps to go, and I tell you what, he could be $400 to the winner. Are these two going to work together or not? Graham Frisley's on the front of the chasing group. They had a bit of a chat. Are they going to work together? Schmitzbar and also the local rider there in Dalton Stretton. Yes, they are starting to work together, these two. William Eves sees the problem. Stephen Hall in the black. Graham Frisley tracking him along, a couple of bike lengths behind. They'll hit that tailwind as they come into the back straight, past the point, as they're coming down towards the pointy. And this is where the cream rises to the top here. This is where class prevails. Schmitzbar, the Austral winner in... Oh, look at Roy Efting putting in the big ones from the Netherlands, the Dutchman. A flick of the elbow there by Roy Efting as he goes up the track. They're starting to close it down. Schmitzbar and also Dalton Stretton. All of a sudden they feel the wind behind them as everyone else sits up, and this is going to suit them as they'll come down to get 2 to go. 2 to go here in the UCI Sill Sweepers men's A-grade scratch race, and it's the youngster there in Dalton Stretton, flick of the elbow. Graham Frisley's doing a lot of heavy lifting on the front. William moves on his wheel. Then further back to Roy Efting. Seemed to struggle a bit there, Roy. He's lost the wheel there as Roy Efting. The Malaysian taking closer order. This will be the winner of the Launceston wheel race, the 20-year-old Azim Alez. They sit up the 2 leaders. Dalton Stretton said, no, I'm not going to sit up. And this Malaysian, 20 years of age, this young fellow from Malaysia, and they're going to get the bell. The bell sound. And he says, I'll go underneath. I'm going for home. And what absolute talented young boy in the John Beasley trained group. John now over in Malaysia. He started off with the group in Melbourne, but now back in Malaysia with his wife Vicky, and this young 20-year-old, he won the Launceston. But look at Roy Efting. Efting starting to fly home as he's Dalton Stretton into the front straight. The 20-year-old's gone, looks over the shoulder, and Efting around the outside. Roy Efting took it out from Dalton Stretton. Then further back to Alez, followed out there by the rider of Stephen Hall, and flashing home Paul Bouchette as well. But what a ride. I thought the young Malaysian, he went maybe a little bit too early, the 20-year-old, but no doubt about the winner, Roy Efting, the Dutchman, the winner of the Hobart wheel race, has taken out points, 100 points, I believe, Peter, for the UCI, so he can ride in World Cups, etc. So put your hands together, a visitor to Tasmania later. He comes into the front straight now. The 33-year-old Roy Efting has put on a display here. Well done, Roy. Great ride by Dalton Stretton for second. And the Malaysian has hung on for third, Azim Alez. Next up, we're going to give Xavier Williams, a Tasmanian commentator. Of course, he's been in the past calling all the smaller events like at Rosebery, St Helens, calling running and cycling events, but last year, starting to turn his attention to the cycling, and we need someone in Tasmania like Xavier to take over the work that Steve Daly had done for many years. Steve Daly, of course, was the voice of cycling until he became ill, and I was coming over with Caribou Publications when they revamped the carnivals with criteriums and also with track racing, and with Steve being unwell, I took over doing all the carnivals some 4 or 5 years ago. But now we've got Xavier that is going along nicely, and he'll call you the Sill Sweepers UCI Women's A-grade scratch race. Over to you, Xavier.
Thanks, Ian. About to get underway with the Sill Sweepers UCI Women's A-grade scratch race. Chief Starter just explaining to the ladies that there'll be a number of sprints, $100 up for grabs. Says good day to Mr. Madonna, Tom Madonna. Part of the Burnie Cycling Club committee of volunteers. As the men depart the track, Calvin Sim will be the last rider. Ladies are about to get underway. 23 laps. $850 up for grabs. Big thank you to Sill Sweepers for their support of the UCI Women's A-grade scratch race, over 10 kilometres. Some classy athletes involved in the Women's UCI A-grade scratch race. Might touch on the Malaysians initially. So we'll Chiwei Nio and Mohammed Zubir from Malaysia, 2 young riders. Come to Australia for the experience under John Beasley's tutelage over in Malaysia. They greet the judge with 22 to go. Thoroughly enjoyed the opportunity that TasCarnivals and the track, outdoor and indoor track cycling program has presented to them. First time to Tasmania. And loving every minute, I'm led to believe. Number 14, Selena Ho takes them through from St George's Cycling Club in New South Wales. And we go back to Lizanne Wilmot from Canada. She's the one on the pink frame. Rather extroverted is Lizanne. And if she gets the opportunity, she'll play up to the crowd. No doubt, she comes round. She's the one with the stars on the sleeves. Rolling through there with 20 to go. Here's Belinda Bailey from Victoria. Young up-and-coming rider from Victoria. She rolls to the top of the track as they go down past the can bar, outside bar, so that's available for refreshments. Rolling through now. And taking up the running and starting to pick up the pace somewhat. Lap 19 to go. Here's our rider from Queensland, Emma Stevens. Very fast 200 is Emma, real sprinter. And Mulhern from Victoria does a very short stint. You'll notice the riders as they go down the Cade Monday wing into the headwind, they'll all do a very short stint as they roll around in order to be able to preserve some energy. Flick of the elbow there by Zubia and ask for Ho to take up the running again. The wind comes over the shoulder from the point, down the mountain straight. 18 to go, 18 to go. $850 up for grabs, $100 for each of the Harris family sprints. And they're finding it hard work down the Cade Monday wing. Hemenovska from the Czech Republic, first time out to Tasmania. Thoroughly enjoying the experience that the Tasmanian Carnivals, and in particular the Northwest Coast, has provided. She goes to fifth wheel now. We'll ask Mulhern to come up. She'll drop into sixth. Lauren Perry, Commonwealth Games, an Australian representative. She had a tough year. Glandular fever and COVID for Lauren. At the back end of 2022, she's really starting to bounce back. Riders coming through now. Greet the judge. 16 to go. 16 to go. Rider on the front in the green is Georgia Simpson from New Zealand. In behind her was Morella Willis-Hell from South Australia. Very short stint. Hemenovska takes up the running and then lets Lauren Perry do the work. Down the Cade Monday wing into the headwind. As Ian mentioned before, UCI points up for grabs. It's where the international riders in particular are looking to establish themselves with regards to gaining more points. Pace has backed off somewhat. A bit of a leisurely stroll. Big thank you to a number of our sponsors throughout the course of today, in particular Cool Ridge, Gatorade, our local sponsors, Burnie McDonald's, Harvey Norman Sports Power, Simon's Design Centre, SERS, There's Wilmot, Lizanne Wilmot. Also goes by Fox. Rolls to the top of the track. And taking over is Chiwe Neo from Malaysia. Again, stints at the front of the field, pretty short and sharp. And I think there might be Emma Stevens now that might have decided to put the afterburners on. She's out to around about a 10-bike lead now. She goes down past the point. West Park Point, she'll get the breeze over the shoulder. Emma's renowned for her sprinting, representing Queensland Academy of Sport. She goes through with 13 to go. Lauren Perry leads the bunch through. Hermanovska right in behind her. Then we go back to the New Zealand rider, Georgia Simpson. Then Willis Hell from South Australia. Might be Anderson in behind her. Myra Anderson from New Zealand. And you can see those short stints allows the peloton to clutch back onto Emma at the front. She'll roll to the top, conserve her energy, greet the judge with 2 to go. Sprints will be at lap 8, with 8 to go and 4 to go. So 8 to go and 4 to go. So we're 3 laps away from the first of the sprints. And we can see Wilmot now. She's decided to, I think there might be Ho as well.
How's that? I'm just pressing the...
Maybe withdraw. No, she's jumping on the back of Selena Ho as they roll through with 11 to go. Rider number 30, Belinda Bailey from Victoria, takes up the running as they roll through. Zabir now takes up the running as they head down that back straight.
Yeah, no, that's great. I've just worked out how to do that now.
You'll notice they're a bit disorganised. So they go down the Cade Monday wing. Into the wind. They know that the sprint's coming up, so they want to start to reposition themselves. So they roll through. It's a bit of a nice leisurely ride out here at West Park this afternoon. Hermanovska brings them through with 10 to go. Wilmot on the back end. Ho looks like she may have lost the bunch. Same with Wilmot now. She sits up. Jess Schuler from New Zealand. Just making her way off the track, saving herself for maybe the wheel race a bit later on. Wouldn't be surprised if Wilmot and Ho have the whole lightning handicap. The Kieran maybe in their sights a bit later on this afternoon. But it's Stevens again, as I mentioned to you before. Her 200, she's a powerful rider. Young rider from Queensland Academy of Sport. And they're up for a sprint now. Interesting to see what they do as whether the turns are a bit shorter down this Cade Monday wing. Up out of the saddle now, going right around the outside is Mulhern.
Getting confused with picking up stuff in the middle of the oval on those long shots, and it was confusing itself.
I'd say Lauren Perry's after this. Lauren Perry, the Australian rider. So Zabir, the Malaysian rider. On the inside, though, taking it up to them is number 28. That's Sophie Ma. She's unable to take the chocolates. So the first sprint goes to Mohammed Zabir from Malaysia. Add that one to the kitty. Next sprint will be at 4 to go. 4 to go. No one's prepared to take up the running. Sitting nice and high on the track, and it's the New Zealand rider now that decides to do so. And that's Georgia Simpson in the green. Perry sits down on a wheel. So roll down underneath the point. Past the main grandstand now. Lauren Perry starts to pick up the pace. In second wheel is Sophie Ma. Then we go back to Belinda Bailey from Victoria. Willis Hell, third wheel now. Hermanovska, the Czech rider, in behind her. Then we go back to Zabir. Simpson, who started it all on the last lap from New Zealand. And then Neo, the other rider from Malaysia. Mulhern looks like she's falling off the back. I'd say Petra Anderson also looks like she has pulled herself out of the scratch race. Same with Emma Stevens from the Queensland Academy of Sport. Not to her liking. Perry takes the running up now. 6 to go. 6 to go. Ma second wheel. Willis held third. Mulhern trying to stay with the peloton. Sophie Ma is attached to her. And they join back on. Hermanovska now leads them through. Perry second wheel. The Czech rider, the Australian rider, the New Zealand rider. They've done the majority of the work as they come through to greet the judge for the whistle. Means we've got a sprint. Around the outside, it's starting to position herself. Coming from the rear is Zabia. Looking over her shoulder there, down the Cape Monday wing is Lauren Perry. On the inside is Georgia Simpson from New Zealand in the green. So Perry just holding fire.
Jackie, back on theme.
Waiting to see what the Malaysian will do. Malaysian gets up out of the pedals now and she puts power to pedals. She comes down around the point. Has Perry got enough to be able to take the money this time? I don't think she has. And Zabir goes and keeps going.
Just a quick one for us while this race is still going. We have a lost child over with the police near the scoreboard. His name is Alexander Watt. He's about 5 years old. So he's over with the police. So if you're Alexander Watt's parents, if you get across to the scoreboard, the police have him safe and sound. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. We turn our attention back to the cyclings. The ladies come through now to greet the judge with 3 to go. Mulhern leads them through. Jones second wheel. Ma at the rear. And Belinda Bailey joining her. They're the 4 Victorian riders. Then we go to Hermanovska. And starting to slow down. I reckon they find that headwind hard work. With only 2 laps to go, girls are starting to reposition themselves to work out what they want to do. Use the camber. So that's the angle of the bank in order to be able to fly home with that wind over their shoulder. So they've got 2 to go. Ma leads them through, up out of the saddle and around the outside is a Victorian counterpart and Lilith Jones. Out she goes. Ma's out after her, then asks Hermanovska to take it up. Unable to do so, but Neo, the Malaysian rider, goes right around the outside. Right on her tail is Lauren Perry. Then we go Zabir. Zabir sits right in behind Lauren Perry. Hermanovska in behind her. Then we go back to Sophie Ma. And the other Victorian rider there and Lilith Jones. As they come through to greet the judge with the bell, it's Lilith Jones that leads them. Mio in second wheel around the outside. Just giving herself a little bit of room is Lauren Perry. She gets up out of the pedals down the Cape Monday wing. She picks up the tempo again. She doesn't want to be beaten by Zabir this time around. Neo's trying to do the work for Zabir. Right on her hammer there is the rider from Australia, and that is Lauren Perry. And then the Czech rider around the outside, Hermanovska. Zabir goes, but Lauren Perry, ladies and gentlemen, that's class personified. She takes out the scratch race from Zabir, Mohammed Zabir, and I think Hermanovska from the Czech Republic in 3rd position in the light blue on the outside from Neo from Malaysia. So taking out the $400 from Sewell Sweepers, that'll be going to Lauren Perry from Launceston. Our podium potential track endurance rider. So this is right up her alley. So well done to Lauren.
It's a good ride there, the Lauren Perry. Of course, she didn't start off 2022 in great shape. She had glandular fever, she had COVID, and it was a rough start to the start of the year for Lauren, but she's bounced back at the end of the season and are really in good form again now. Lauren Perry, of course, she's a prolific wheel race winner here in Tasmania from Hobart. I think she's won actually 3 Hobart wheel races in a row by my records. But I might be wrong, but by my information, she's won 3 Hobart wheel races on end. So that is 20, 21 and 22. And of course she's over there now in South Australia with the endurance squad. Got a great ride.
Yeah, just signed a new contract too for a track road team over in Spain. We might even see if we can grab Lauren if she comes round now. We might have a bit of a chat to Lauren, because up next we'll have the tree felling in the middle of the arena. See if Lauren's happy to have a bit of a chat if she comes through. Got some support up on the hill there, Loz. You happy to have a quick chat there, Lauren? You're all right. Well done, Lauren. Welcome to Burnie.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
Track endurance, so this is right up your alley.
Yeah, it is. My endurance is running out, though, after these last 5 days.
Well, you still got a smile on your face. You've actually had a pretty good carnival series so far.
Yeah, I have. We've had our work cut out for us in the handicaps, but I've tried to make up for it in all of the other races. And not that the handicaps have gone really badly, but I think overall it's all gone quite well, which is really nice.
You've been putting on a spectacle, as far as I can see, throughout the course of the carnival series. I wanted to ask you, with regards to what Ian alluded to before, you had a pretty rough year in 2022. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I started the year with COVID, which turned into glandular fever and meant that I missed out on riding Tour Down Under with the national team, which was quite sad for me. Then I missed track nationals and Oceanas just because I was not well, and as a result missed out on Commonwealth Games, in which I thought I was quite confident that I could get a spot in that team. So it felt like one bad thing after the other and another dream crushed, but I rallied together the people that believed in me, and I kind of lent on them when I needed it most, and I think they're the reason that I'm here today and that I've flipped the year around, because they've seen a lot of tears this year, and they backed me this whole time, and yeah, I don't know how to give up, so this is also, yeah, I just worked really hard with those people, and yeah, I'm so grateful that it's turned around.
In a previous conversation I had with you, you mentioned one of them being Matthew Gilmore, so out of the Institute of Sport. What reassurance has he been able to give you?
Matt has always been in my corner, and he's fought for me many times when I've struggled and had challenges, and he's one of the people I call when things are going pear-shaped, and he was just really reassuring that if everyone else gave up on me, he was going to make sure that the dream stayed alive, and he's like, we'll find a way to make this happen. Don't worry. He kind of took the stress away, and I knew that if everyone else gave up on me, he was still going to be there. So it means a lot when things are really tough.
Oh, I could imagine so. What's ahead for you in 2023?
Hopefully lots of exciting things. I think I'm going to head over to National Crit on Friday. Just kind of decided this morning. And then I plan on spending a season in Europe and coming back with ambitions to go very well at Oceania Championships and hopefully make a late run into the Olympic team.
Well, we wish you all the best. Thank you very much for taking the time straight after the scratch race, and we look forward to seeing you in the wheel a bit later on. Lauren Perry, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Yes, so to continue on from that, she's had a bad run with health in her lifetime. Unfortunately, she had chronic fatigue syndrome some years ago. Of course, back in 2013, she represented Australia at the Junior World Track Championships and won a gold medal in the individual pursuit. She went back in 2014 at the Junior World Track Championships, won a gold medal in the teams pursuit. She's also won 2 bronze medals at Junior World Championships. She's won gold medals at World Cups. She's a 4-time elite national champion. We go back to 2012 when she won the Devonport wheel race. 2015 she finished second in the Launceston wheel race of 60 metres. She doesn't ride off 60 metres anymore, and third in the Devonport wheel race. I called her winning the 2017 Latrobe wheel race, and that was just after she'd come back from that chronic fatigue syndrome, and she was delighted when she took out the 2017 Latrobe wheel race. and finished second in the scratch race that year. 2018 here at Burnie, she won the Keren. 2019 she finished second here in the wheel race and first in the Keren. She's a previous Hobart wheel race winner and St Helens wheel race winner. In 2021 she won the Hobart wheel race and the scratch race, second in the wheel race at Devonport, won the Madison with Chloe Moran in Launceston. Then just recently over there in Melbourne, she finished second in the National Madison Championships with behind Georgie Baker and Alex Manley when she teamed up with Chloe Moran. And of course so far this year at the Tasmanian Carnivals, she won the Hobart wheel race, she won the elimination and the scratch race down at Hobart, she won the Omnium and scratch race at Launceston, and at Devonport she won the elimination and the scratch race. And you can see what she's done today. She's back in form. It's great to see. We wish her all the best for the future. 26 years of age. She's just starting to hit her prime, and I'm sure we're going to see more of Lauren Perry in the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final of the Henry Monday Tasmanian Championship. In the past we've had the handicap out here, but we've put the Tasmanian Championship on, and this is for a 325 mil, which is a fairly big block up on top. And we've got 6 of probably the best tree fellas that you'll see. Just waiting for, I can't see young Daniel Gurr out there just at the moment. We better wait for the current world champion. But ladies and gentlemen, while Daniel's coming out, I'm not quite sure where he is. He's not that far away, I don't think. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got 6 of the 6 finalists here. On position 6, we have Josh Bakes, who's actually just come into tree felling over the last couple of years, and is really starting to really find his mark in the tree felling. All the way from Queensland, ladies and gentlemen, he's a finalist in the World Championship in Sydney. Put your hands together for Campbell Newman. Also another finalist at Sydney show, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Victoria, Brad Meyer. Ladies and gentlemen, he's thrilled the crowd here for many, many years. He's 16 times World Tree Felling Champion. We all know him, fantastic tree fella. Ladies and gentlemen, Matthew Gurr. Also a finalist at Sydney show. He's won he comes second in the big standing block world title at Sydney. He's been a finalist at Sydney show as well. We've got Blake Meyer. We've got father and son in the combination here. Brad Meyer and Blake Meyer. And ladies and gentlemen, on position 1, we have the current world champion. He's followed his father's footsteps, Daniel Gurr. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. He's the current world champion. Be very, very hard to beat here. We're not that far away from a start. On 1, Daniel Gurr. 2, Blake Meyer. 3, Matthew Gurr. 4, Brad Meyer. 5, Campbell Newman. And 6, Josh Bakes. You're in the starters' hands, fellas. On the count of 3. Axeman ready, set, go. 1, 2, 3. And away they go here, another 325mm Tasmanian Championship, the Henry Monday Memorial. Already a bit of bad luck there for Brad Meyer. The board's popped out, so that's going to make it a bit harder for him. Looking down the line here now, it's a good little race here. Daniel Gurr just doing it beautifully at the moment. He's first up there. See how they spring up there. Beautiful long hit up on top there. Not very far away from his dad, Matthew. Then we've got Campbell Newman up there as well. Campbell from Queensland. Then we've got Blake Meyer. He's up there. It won't be long. We get Brad Meyer and Josh Bakes will be up there. But at the moment, Daniel Gurr doing it very, very nicely by the look here. Pretty firm wood up on top. His dad's doing a fantastic job as well, Matthew Gurr. I tell you what, it won't be long, and both these guys are coming down. It's a great race between father and son at the moment. Can Matthew topple his son, who is the world champion? This is going to be a great race between the two Gurrs. Young Dan will kick up a little bit now, I reckon. Looking down the line here now. It won't be long. We're looking for somebody to come down. Probably it's going to be Campbell Newman. Campbell Newman after third spot. It's going to be a great race between the two Gers at the moment, Matthew Ger and Daniel. Daniel's just picked up a little bit more now. A little bit more agile. Matthew just used to spring up on them. Father Time catches up. It won't be long. Daniel Ger up there, ladies and gentlemen. He's got a little bit of start, a big front in the log. Here comes Blake Meyer coming down, but it's going to be a Ger race here at the moment. Not unless something seriously happens, I can't see it, but it looks like Daniel Ger going beautifully at the moment. His father Matthew still up there. They're coming down there now, ladies and gentlemen. They won't be long, they'll be going up that second side. Pretty firm work. Daniel Ger ready to punch off very, very soon. Matthew's not that far away. This is going to be still very close, ladies and gentlemen. There's going to be nothing in this. Daniel Ger. Marvellous effort. But what about this is his dad, ladies and gentlemen. 16 times World Tree Felling Champion. He'd be pretty happy to get so close to his son here. Put your hands together for Matthew Ger. What a great effort. Great effort there from Matthew Ger. Campbell Newman from Queensland. He's come down for this. He's been in the final. He's been top 6 in the final of the world. Josh Bakes is up there. Looking for third spot. Father and son. Another great father and son combination here. Brad and Blake Meyer. So we're looking for third spot. It's going to be interesting for third. Josh Bakes is picking his pace up. Campbell Newman into the small wood in the back. Looks like Campbell could be punching. Looks like he's got him for third. Well done to Campbell Newman. Looking for fourth spot here. It's going to be very, very close. Well, Blake Meyer's come up there. Great cut there from Blake. For fourth. Looking for fifth spot. Looks like it could be Josh Bakes. Well done, Josh. And waiting for Brad Meyer now, ladies and gentlemen. As you've watched his start, he had a terrible start. His board popped out. Then he had trouble getting that board in. That's one real reason that I've never tree fell. There's been a couple of others as well, but that's one of them. Well done to Brad Meyer. We've got the all clear. And the time was 2 minutes and 14 seconds. So pretty firm wood up on top. We've got the all clear. So first went to, in the Henry Monday, first went to Daniel Ger. Second went to Matthew Ger. Third went to Campbell Newman. Fourth went to Blake Meyer. Fifth went to Josh Bakes. And sixth went to Brad Meyer. We've got Michael Monday. Michael Monday, would you come over to the broadcast here? We'll do the presentations. We'll get Daniel Ger over here to got the sash here. If I can have Michael Monday, Henry Monday's son, and Daniel Ger. When you get a chance, please, Dan. Daniel Ger. Got Michael Monday coming here, and we've got a great cut there from Daniel Ger. World champion tree, ladies and gentlemen, keeping the Tasmania has produced the best tree fellas in the world for a long, long time, and Daniel Ger is going to keep that tradition going for quite a few more years yet. But I think a special mention has got to go to his dad, because he was not that far behind it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll hand it over to Michael Monday to say something on behalf of the Monday family, and congratulations to young Dan.
Thanks, David. Well, what a magnificent effort we've just seen from Daniel, and his dad, Matthew. What a wonderful, wonderful cut that was, Daniel. That's why you're the world champion, and you will be for quite some time to come, I think. And And my dad would be very, very pleased to see you win his memorial again because you were his pink eye. Well done, mate.
First of all, I'd like to thank the Monday family for sponsoring this event. They've sponsored the tree here for a long time. It's been sort of pretty hard to put on the last few years, and it's a lot of work to put these tree poles up, get them here. So for everyone that was involved in putting the tree on, we really appreciate it. And to the guys that come from the mainland, thanks for coming over and making a good event of it. And well done to me dad. He's nearly 60 and he's still going strong, and yeah, I'm happy to be able to keep cutting with him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Let's.
2018. No, we're right here, Lizanne. Oh, she wants to put on a show for the crowd. Look at, ladies and gentlemen, she's been coming to Tassie now. It's 2020 was the first time she come to Tasmania. She's the party bus leader when they go from place to place. She loves putting on a show for the crowd, which she'll do later on. She hails from Brampton, Ontario in Canada. She was Lizanne Wilmot, and she should be known now as Lizanne Fox because she got married out here in Australia. She had an ankle reconstruction, an ACL right knee snapped, is that right?
Yep.
That's right. She started track racing after her speed skating coach told her she needed more race experience. Spot on. So she came to Tasmania in 2010. She rides with the St George Club up in Sydney, and she's brought her friend in Selena Ho with her this year. 2020, she finished third in the Hobart 1,000 metres. At Launceston, she finished second in the Keren. At Burnie in 2020, she finished third in the wheel race and third in the Keren. 2021, she came back, second in the 1,000 metres at Hobart, second in the Masters wheel race in Launceston, third in the Keren at Launceston, and third here in the 1,000 metre handicap. What keeps bringing you back to Tasmania, Lizanne?
Oh, absolutely love the crowd. Like, I'm in it to hear you guys cheer. I'm in it to put on a bit of a show. Like, it's an away trip. I bring friends, I bring the entertainment, and yeah, I'm here for a good time. Wins are a bit of a bonus, but as long as I get a cheer and jump into the beer garden afterwards, that's all I'm here for.
Now, is it deliberately that you ride a pink bike so the commentators can actually know and give you a bit of coverage?
I say my dad's blind, but he just doesn't wear his glasses. So in order for him to actually see me on the track, I got a bright pink bike so he can go, oh yeah, that's where you are. If I'm not at the front of the race, he can't see me.
Well, I tell you what, we appreciate it as commentators with people that have got something that stands out in an event. So what's the plans? Did you make the final of the 1,000 metres? I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm in the final for the 1,000. Depends on how the other racing goes. It's a little bit later in the evening, so we've got the UCI Cairns, which I'm here to target today, and the main event wheel race heat. So it's a lot of laps and some pretty tired legs.
I tell you what, you have been taking it up to Christina Clonan in those shorter events, haven't you?
Yeah, I plan to peak for this event and then next week in New Zealand for some Class 1, Class 2 racing. And my legs have decided to come to the party this year.
Well done. You got a chap with you last year that I've got to find you. What number were you? From the USA, ladies and gentlemen, he's always easy to distinguish with those magnificent locks. I used to have hair once, but nowadays, you know, when you get older, you lose your hair. Now, he got to Tasmania a bit easier this year, because last year, getting to Tasmania last year was a huge task. The borders were closed to the tourists, and 1 week before departure, everything was booked and hoping the country would reopen. Flew to Los Angeles, was on the flight to Sydney, was to depart. Told at the airport could not travel as nothing had gone through for special visa. The last day to get a flight to make it to Tassie in time, literally hours before the flight, got okay from Australian Government. Returned back home, won 4 national championship medals, including 2 national titles. What again, of course you were born in Minneapolis as well, so I do a bit of research on people. So what once again has brought you back to Australia?
It's just such incredible racing here. It's cold back home, and so coming here, and actually this has turned out to be a beautiful day, and it's just a great way to spend my winter. And this is my 3rd time coming back to Australia now and 2nd time coming back to the TasCarnivals, but just setting the tone, starting the new year kind of here with my season really sets me up for a great season back home. It's just, you can't beat the racing here.
Last year you brought another chap with you from the USA last year. What's happened? He didn't come this year?
Unfortunately, he couldn't make it this year due to school, but in this year he set the Jamaican National 200 record and won his first national championship as well.
So you like the shorter distances, the 1000s and the Keren, so you're in the final of the 1,000 metres, any chance?
I think so. I've actually had a pretty successful week so far. I've made almost every final, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Thanks you and young ladies and gentlemen all the way from the USA. Thanks for those two. Now over to you, Xavier, to interview a lovely young girl from New South Wales. She's won medals at national championship, Selena Ho.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. A bit of a hard luck story trying to get down here to Tasmania over the years. So, Selena, would you like to elaborate on what's happened since 2020?
So this is my 3rd time trying to get to the Tasmanian Carnivals. The first time, Sydney got caught in a lockdown, so we got banned from coming to Tasmania. And then last year, I had all of my flights and everything booked, and 2 hours before my flight departed, I got a positive rat test. So I spent an entire week watching the TasCarnivals from my bedroom.
And last year as well, with regards to training, what did you ended up having to use? This is rather resourceful, ladies and gentlemen.
I picked up lots of bags of rice.
So instead of weights, you used bags of rice, is that right?
I didn't have any weights at home, so I had bags of rice in a backpack, and I did lots of reps.
I bet you did. I bet you did. Now, you've been cycling for around about, or close on 10 years, 9 to 10 years, and since you were around about the under 17 age bracket, you've started to take it seriously. Obviously doing reasonably well because you're now a member of the Institute of Sport, based out of the St George's Club. What are some of your goals and ambitions, considering now that you've been able to use the gym, etc., heading into 2023?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see all the progress that I've made this year. I'm really targeting Nationals and Oceanias in March, April. And I'm looking forward to see how I go over there and maybe seeing if I can take it further than that as well.
Wish you all the best for that. And now, last but not least, I want to ask you about Tasmania. As you mentioned before, it's the first time to Tassie. Has it disappointed?
It's been very interesting. I feel like I've experienced all of the weather, and all of the different tracks have been really exciting to ride on because there's so many different varieties from the track surfaces, the angles and all of that. And riding in Launceston at the Silverdome was really exciting as well.
Fantastic. And what about the cuisine down here? You mentioned at Devonport there was plenty of, or a plethora of vans, etc., food vans, etc. So what about now down here in Burnie and then also down in Hobart? Have you had the opportunity to get out and about and check out the eateries?
Yeah, I've had a couple opportunities to pop in every now and then to somewhere else to eat. And it was very, very distracting at Devonport every time you come around where all the food vans are, because you can smell how good everything tastes, but you can't eat it because you're in the middle of a race. But I did get to try some of the food vans and it was really cool. I loved it.
And accommodation, all the athletes are together. You're out of Camp Clayton. How are you going with that?
Yeah, it's actually really cool to hang out with everyone at camp. You get to meet so many different people, and I've definitely made a couple of extra friends from around the world, so I'm really stoked about that.
Quick question, has Lizanne lead you astray?
Lizanne has definitely kept me up at night because someone was snoring at 2:30 in the morning.
Snorer? Okay.
Yeah. I also tripped over a bag or something in the middle of the night, which also didn't help.
Thank you for that, Selena.
Selena Ho, ladies and gentlemen, along with Lizanne Wilmot and Erin Young from the United States.
We'll be back again into the break in the running to have a talk to a few more of the cyclists. So thanks for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget the can bar that's over near where the big scoreboard is. So if you want some refreshment, you can go there. Also, the point bar is open and you can head across there. We really like to thank Gatorade for their sponsorship of this event. They're an international brand sold in 80 countries. And a little bit later on, for the second time, we'll see Stuart McSwain and Ollie Hoare in a match race. So absolutely brilliant. And 42% of the sponsorship for this Carnival series comes from within Tasmania, and of course the other percentage, 58%, comes from other resources. But absolutely brilliant that the revenue from Tasmania is still coming in. So the Burnie Athletic Club really thank all of the sponsors that are involved with this wonderful event. We just keep it going, the time-honoured Burnie New Year's Eve Carnival.
Thanks very much, both Ian and Xavier. A big block of work done by two of you, and of course that tree felling, it's a real highlight as well that we witnessed, and Big Davey Foster, he calls the wood chopping better than most, and it was a really exciting finish to what is always a highlight of the Burnie program every New Year's Eve now, and as it was for New Year's Day for many, many years. One of the feature events of every Burnie Carnival, of course, is the running of the gift. We have got the Stubbs Construction 2022 Women's Burnie Gift heats about to be contested. There's 4 of them in all, 4 heats, and to qualify for our semi-finals, must finish in the first 2 in the heat, plus the next 2 fastest thirds to make the semi-finals. There'll be 2 semi-finals of 7. And then the first 3 in those heats of those semi-finals will qualify for our Burnie Gift Final of 2022. One official scratching from heat number 1. You can put a line through the runner in yellow, so no Imogen Russell to run in heat number 1. Some handicap adjustments also. Runner Laura McShane in the white has been re-handicapped. A 6.75 metre handicap is now what is being asked of her to run from, so she'll run from 6.75. And runner Jessica Linden in the green has been lifted out by half a metre and will now run from the mark of 13 metres in heat number 1. Our field is going through their preparations at the moment. The nervous part of the day, just getting this first round. First 3, I've just been given that information. First 3 in each heat. Apologies to our athletes who may have heard that announcement. So the first 3 in the heats will qualify for our semi-finals. 2 semi-finals there'll be of 7 athletes in each of those 2 semi-finals. We see Robin Locke, West Park gift winner, in the pink, and she'll run from the mark of 15. Trained by John Maguire here at West Park, so knows this track very well, does Robin. We see the green of Jessica Linden, and her mark is now 13 metres, as we mentioned, a half a metre lift for the veteran athlete Jessica Linden, trained by Ray Quarrell, running the green. The blue will see probably one of the most exciting young runners on the TAL circuit, is placed in, I think, 11 major races now across the series, not yet to get a win. Perhaps highlighted by her very impressive second place only 2 nights ago in the 150 metre handicap at Devonport. And she'll run from 8 metres in the blue, and it's Trinity Anal Bajar. The white will see Laura McShane, who for a couple of years looked to be transitioning to 400, 800, having won the 800 here at Burnie last season and was also the 400-metre state champion. But since her move back to Wayne Mason in Hobart, has found her love for sprinting once again and recorded a personal best at the reunion day meeting in late December at the Domain Athletics track. And Laura McShane, after that personal best, has been pulled back a little bit by the handicapper, and she'll run off 6.75 in the white. And we welcome the Queenslander, Jade Johnson-Matreska. She will run from 5 metres. A low 12-second runner herself is Johnson-Matreska, and certainly from her run in Hobart, where she was quite impressive, we would expect her to feature here in this first heat in the red. So 5 athletes almost ready to go. They're behind their blocks, and very shortly our starter, Mr. Cranfield, will get them to walk their blocks in heat 1 of the Stubbs Construction Women's Burnie Gift. Good start from the field, and Robin Locke will lead them for some time here as she's out in front making the most of that handicap. Here comes the runner in Jessica Linden, who goes straight past Robin Locke. But look at Trinity and Al-Bajar, the blue. She's most impressive as she wins this heat comfortably from Laura McShane and the fast finishing Jade Johnson-Matreska. We've talked about an Al-Bajar. She's been knocking on the door for a long, long time in the TAL. And sees herself with an impressive first heat win in the Stubbs Construction Women's Burnie Gift. So the blue scoreboard across from our gift finish is telling us the results of heat number 1, and those traditional little balls that go up. It look like we should be floating around in the ocean, but they're up as well. It's the blue, white and red. And it says that Trinity Anal-Bajar is our winner. She ran from the mark of 8 metres. Second was the white, Laura McShane, and third, the back marker, Jade Johnson-Matreska. 13.76 is quite a good time for Trinity Anal-Bajar as she records the first time for us to take reference from. 13.76, the winning time. So our athletes in heat number 2 are down there at the start. And just the one scratching from your programs, you can put a line through the pink, Zoe Nicholson. We do see the green of Tess Horton, and she'll run from the mark of 13.5. The Hobart gift winner in 2021 will run from 11 metres, so up a quarter. And that's Lily James in the yellow. We welcome the Queenslander, Giselle Clark, a very strong 400-metre runner, the under-17 Queensland All-Schools champion over that distance, will run from 7 metres in the blue. The former Latrobe gift winner and Devonport gift winner, Abby Leinecke, will wear the white and run from the mark of 6 metres. And we welcome the Queenslander, the 17-year-old who runs 11.82 seconds for the 100 metres. She'll run from 4.25 metres. It's Grace Hewitt from Queensland. There's your 5 athletes to contest heat number 2, Stubbs Construction Women's Burnie Gift. A clean start from all of them as Tess Horton, it leads them out in the early stages. Coming through nicely now is the yellow of Lily James, who goes up to challenge for the lead. And look at the big Queenslander coming through now, Grace Hewitt from the back of the field. It's the blue and the red. The blue of Giselle Carter gets Grace Hewitt on the line. So those two are automatically through. And the two Queenslanders under the guidance of Gerard Keating, former national 100-metre record holder. He has another pretty good athlete that we'll see a little bit later in the heats, but these two certainly can move down the track as well. Giselle Carter gets the win there, 13.80. So Giselle Carter, the blue, was first. Second was Grace Hewitt, who has broken the 14-second mark as well, 13.92 for Grace Hewitt. And officially third there was Lily James, the yellow, in a time of 14.07. Some comparable results there, a 13.76 win to Trinity and Al-Bajar, and a 13.80 performance there from Giselle Carter. So showing that a time under the 14-second mark will be required to be competitive here in the Stubbs Constructions Women's Burnie Gift. Two or half of the heats have been contested, two more to come. A full field here to contest the third heat of the Women's Gift of 2022. The runner in pink will be the youngster Rachel Williams, and she'll run from 15 metres. On the same mark is the OVA gift winner of last season, and it's the Hobart runner in Maddie Casey, and she'll run in the green from that 15-metre handicap. Former Hobart gift winner and Burnie gift finalist Emma Penny will run from the mark of 10.75 in the yellow. We see the Queenslander, former Tasmanian of course, and 11 TAL victories to her name, including a Latrobe gift. She'll run from 8.75, so lifted half a metre, and that's Brooke Jones in the blue. In the white, we'll see the former Australian under-16 national champion. She's been re-handicapped to 6 metres, so given a quarter-metre lift. She won the Rosebery gift in late December. And it's Chelsea Scollier who will be a real hometown favourite here, no doubt. And in the red, we see a runner of high quality. She is a 2017 World Championship representative for the long jump, a relay representative of the 2022 Commonwealth Games, a blistering 11.29 personal best. She'll run from the mark of scratch. It's the Queenslander, Nar Anang, in the red. So we're always blessed here at Burnie to see runners of the quality of Anang, and she'll run from the scratch mark. And look up and see runners as far as 15 metres ahead of her. What can she do, the powerful Queenslander, as they're about to walk their blocks? Yes, unfortunately, looking at the body language of the athlete in white, and unfortunately for our fans of Chelsea Scollier, who's having a discussion at the moment with our check starter, and that being Grenville Bellchambers, who had the main role here for well over 35 years. There's a penalty now being applied to Chelsea Scollier as her blocks have been removed and moved back to the 5-metre handicap. So that's the penalty for a break in Tasmanian Athletic League over the distance of 120 metres. So Chelsea Scollier now has made that job to qualify for the semi-finals a little bit harder. Now the rules also do say if Chelsea is successful in getting through this heat, she will get that handicap of 6 metres back for the semi-finals. But let's see what this youngster can do. She knows how to handle the big occasions, having won a national title for her age group, so I'm sure she'll recheck herself and be ready for the second opportunity for all the ladies here. They're about to walk their blocks the second time of asking. Away well was the yellow of Emma Penny as she'll go up to the front markers in Maddie Casey, the green, who's now hit the front, and it's Casey who's leading. Brooke Jones is ripping through the field, the blue. Jones now hits the front. Here comes Chelsea Scollier, and Nara Nang's got them and switches it off. Wow, what a run from scratch from Nara Nang, as she needs all of the bike track to slow down. And how about a big round of applause? The runner from scratch getting up, ladies and gentlemen. Heat number 3, the Queenslander, a long way to come, but well worth the trip as she qualifies for the semi-finals. Official results going up there, a 13.83 as well, so she's right in the mix, is Nara Nang. 13.83, that personal best of 11.29 was recorded this year, so we know that she's in form. A long jumper, and also a very handy sprinter, having won a national title. Chelsea Scollier, wow, despite breaking, has got herself into second there at 13.91, and Brooke Jones did a lot of really good work in that middle part of that heat and has been rewarded with a qualifying spot for the semis. A few alterations going up there on the board, but I'm pretty certain with a lot of confidence that shouldn't say first Brooke Jones. But that's okay, the scoreboard operators will fix all that up, I'm sure, as we see Nara Nang now in first. Oh, lots of changes going on here. The blue now being put into second place. Brooke Jones. No, Chelsea Scollier. I don't know, I should just wait for it to be finished and completed. It's all good now. Nara Nang, Chelsea Scollier, Brooke Jones. Your 3 athletes, red, white and blue, as the little balls go up so you can see them and scribe that away in your program. 13.84 was the winning time, so just a slight change there to that 100th of a second. 13.83 was what we originally saw, but it's a 13.84 when a closer look at the photo finish is done. Our next heat to be contested will be Heat 4 of the Stubbs Construction Women's Burnie Gift of 2022. A full field with one addition to the field. It's the youngster Piri Barnes, the pink, who's been added to this field to make it a full heat of 6 runners, and she'll run from the handicap of 10.5. We see Maria Cahill, the green, run from 15 metres, and the recently engaged Amy Petter, to, of course, a very good javelin thrower that we have in Hamish Peacock. So congratulations to Amy. 12.5 metres is her handicap. The handicap is given her a quarter metre, just because I'm sure he's being nice about the news. 12.5, Amy Petter, the yellow. We see Rayleigh Phillips, the blue, run from the mark of 9.5. So that was originally 9 in your programs. We see former Burnie gift winner and Richmond gift winner Kiani Allen run from 5.25. So she knows how to get the job done here at West Park, having won this gift before, and she'll run in the white. And ladies and gentlemen, we get an opportunity to see one of the most talented young runners we've ever seen in Australia in sprinting. She runs 11.33 seconds for the 100 metres. She's the current national under 20 100 and 200 metre champion, and she's recently won the 150 metre handicap from the mark of scratch to go with her Devonport 70 win the previous year. We welcome the Queenslander back to Burnie from the scratch mark. It's Tori Lewis. Tori, just like Nara Nang before, looks up and sees them all ahead of her in Heat 4 of the Stubbs Constructions Women's Burnie Gift.
While we're waiting, we've got the winner of the 1,000 metres down there at Hobart, the New Zealander 1,000 metre win down there at Hobart. What's your chance today in the Keren?
I'll be honest, not great. I've had a couple of crashes over on the
Hold
Burnie
up,
track.
please, athletes. Hold up.
Yeah.
Stand up. Sorry, Ian, that's really...
So enjoying it in Tassie? First time to Tassie?
Ian,
yeah,
sorry,
absolutely. Welcome, mate. Been incredible racing, so yeah.
Well done, KO Arts.
Not your greatest timing there, Ian. They were just about to get into the set position. So we'll let the athletes to get back and resolve themselves. And well, I'm sure these ladies know about complications when it comes to athletics events as we ask them now to walk their blocks one more time. Heat number 4. So the green of Maria Cahill leads this field as the addition to the field. Piri Barnes tries to get to her. Amy Petter's now come into the race and hit the front. Kiani Allen, the former winner, coming through. But look at Tori Lewis, rips through the field and just like a nang, switches off the afterburners and takes out the final heat of the Stubbs Constructions Women's Burnie gift in style. What a talent we have in Australia in Tori Lewis. Was selected to run at the World Under-20 Championships and succumbed to a fairly bad hamstring injury, and she was so relieved at Devonport to have her first successful race post that injury and taking out that scratch race off scratch, the 150, and a 13.84 sees her win the final heat. 13.84, Kiani Allen goes through, and the youngster Piri Barnes looks to be the third place runner across the line. So exciting stuff in the women's Burnie gift. Ian.
Yeah, thanks, Grant. This is the first heat of the Burnie Athletic Club UCI Men's Karen. And on the front, we've got the boy from Castlemaine in Jade Madden. Sam Gallagher's got to be very, very hard to beat here in the Invitational Karen, the speedster from the Blackburn Club there on the mainland. Jade Madden, lead them down the front straight to get 2 to go under the watchful eye here of the UCI commissaire Peter Tomlinson. Second wheel there is the rider of Jared Mann, hails from New Zealand. On his wheel, the USA rider there, Aaron Young, who we had to talk to earlier on. And he didn't want to be there, Jared Mann, so he's allowed Aaron Young to slip up there to second wheel. The New Zealander in KO Lart. Then further back to the youngster, Adam Lees. Look at Sam Gallagher at second last wheel, just biding his time. Taking a forward move now as they'll come around. The bikers come off. And it's Jade Madden that leads out from Aaron Young. Then wider out Keo Lart. Josh Rayner goes around the outside. But down the back straight into the wind, and it's Jade Madden that leads out from the visitor from the USA. Look at Gallagher now. He puts it into third gear. He hasn't gone to top gear yet. Jade Madden kicks back. Aaron Young is locked up momentarily. A move coming from the back though, and I tell you what, this might be Adam Lees, the youngster from Victoria. And then it's straight, and look at Gallagher. He just puts it into first gear now, and Gallagher will come down and take it out narrowly there from Adam Lees. So Victoria 1-2. In that, and Keo Lartz, the winner of the 1,000 metres down at Hobart, was third. Tell you what, he mounted the challenge, this youngster, Adam Lees, only up from the under-17 age category a couple of years ago, has represented Victoria at Nationals. Second heat coming up. If you've got a program, there is an additional starter in this. Number 49, David Hutton from Cairns. Number 49, David Hutton, with the scratching of number 20, the Singapore rider in Yusof. Ruben Webster. I was having a talk to Ruben over there before, and he's had that many placings, seconds and thirds. He's looking for a win. Ruben Webster. Very, very smart sprinter, Karen rider. So keep an eye on number 45, Ruben Webster. Also from New Zealand, we've got number 46, Ewan Cousins. We've got a gold medalist at Junior Worlds in the team sprint from the Port Adelaide club. He wears number 18, that's Max Libanek. There you go, Max. On his outside, Ned Pollard,
Jerry.
Then Ricky Goss. Ruben Webster. Top of the track in the green colours is Brandon Hutton. Ewan Cousins beside him. Then Ruben Webster. Got to be a big show in his Ruben. They're sent on their way by Michael Bailey. And that's the order they must stay in. So people that are new to track racing in a Karen, the position they draw for positions from 1 to 6. In some cases 1 to 8. There's 7 riders in this one. And for the first lap, they must stay in that same position for the first lap. I think that's the same on an outdoor track, is it, Peter? Or
well, it's sort of a similar distance, so at least to the first half lap on this bigger track. So on an indoor track like Disc or Dunk Grey or whatever, it's actually 6 laps. Here it's only 3, so yeah, we just sort of lessen it down a little bit.
So Tim O'Shannessy turned 50 this year, Tim. He didn't want to hear that number, but on the front here, this young fellow had some success earlier on in his heat. He hails from the Port Adelaide Club over there in South Australia, a gold medalist at Junior Worlds in the team sprint. That's Max Libanek. You can see they're giving him a little bit of room, just laying off him so he doesn't get boxed in there as the rider there of Ned Pollard. Ruben Webster just biding his time. You can see him just laying off back there at third last wheel, just laying off, because you can see Hutton coming now, and he'll probably try to tack onto the back of Hutton. A very good 1,000-metre rider, Brandon Hutton, and Hutton's gone for home. He hails from Cairns, but look at Webster. He cruises up to the back wheel there of Brandon Hutton, down the back straight. They face the breeze. They're in aero position there, as low as they can get on the bike to... Where's the challengers coming from? Now Webster. He's had many seconds and thirds in events, and this is the UCI Karen. Looks under the arm. Is there any challengers? Yes, there may be. Ruben Webster on the inside. He's got to dig deep, but Ruben Webster comes down and takes it out there for Max Libanek, the boy from South Australia. Then further back to the Victorian Ned Pollard at the conclusion of the Burnie Athletics Club UCI Men's Invitation Karen in Heat 2. We'll be turning our attention shortly over to Zobia Williams to call the first heat of the Women's UCI Karen. So the first 3 go through to the major final, and the other riders go through to a minor final. He might just slip in here, Ruben Webster. Ruben Webster. I was having a talk to Ruben before the start of this event, and I said, I tell you what, young fella, I said, you've had a lot of seconds and a lot of thirds. He hails from New Zealand, and he was a road rider, but now he's turned his attention to the track. And first time in Tasmania, Ruben?
No, second, yeah.
Second year?
In 2019 I came.
And last year because of COVID?
Yeah, I couldn't come.
Okay, so what's your goals in the future?
Just have fun, ride a bike. Olympics would be nice, but we'll see.
But you have won Oceanias?
Yeah, Oceania junior champ back in the day.
So what's now the plan? You're ready for the heat of the wheel race next?
Yeah, I know Sam Gallagher's got some speed, so hopefully I can keep up with him, eh?
Well done. It's great. These on their way, Ewan. Your turn, mate.
Thanks, Ian. A couple of withdrawals, late withdrawals. So Chiwei Neo from Malaysia and Hannah Hermanovska out of heat number 1 of the Burnie Athletic Club UCI Women's Invitation Kieran. 3 1/4 laps. In behind Tim O'Shannessy, Burnie's own. On the moped, Emma Stevens has drawn pole. So she's first wheel. I think Courtney McGowan's in second wheel. We'll go back to Lauren Perry, and you can see Lauren there is just giving herself some space and some room. In behind her there, I think it might be Emma, not Emma, Sophie Marr. Jess Schuler, my apologies. Jess Schuler is in behind Lauren. Then we go back to Lizanne Wilmot and Sophie Marr at the rear of the field. I'll go down the Cape Monday wing, and you'll see Tim now come off. And they're just holding their fire at this juncture. Emma leads them, looking over her shoulder. McGowan second wheel. Again, as I mentioned before, you'll see that Perry's given herself a bit of space. Wilmot, though, is throwing the cat amongst the pigeons. She's gone 3 wide and up and about, starts to pick up the pace. We'll see some power very shortly, ladies and gents. They come through to get the bell. Perry watching Wilmot. Over her right shoulder, then Mara is at the rear as they get up out of the saddle, and Emma Stevens now leads them down the Cape Monday wing. Nose to the wind, away she goes. Perry around the outside of her, McGowan on the inside. Not been able to get 3 wide is Lizanne Wilmot. She's got a bit of work to do. Maybe the wind down past the point might help her cause as she comes through now. Wilmot around the outside, Mars in behind her. On the insides is Stevens, but I think taking this one out will be Lauren Perry. Lauren Perry will take it out. Not sure for second. I'll say Stevens on the inside, Wilmot for third. Rounding out the field there is McGowan and Schuler. So Perry 202.62, 202.62. Emma Stevens on the inside was second position. And Lizanne Wilmot for third. Not much between Stevens and Wilmot. So those 3 ladies will make it through to the A final for the Kieran. UCI Women's Invitation brought to us by the Burnie Athletic Club.
F starts 7.3. DB 00. That's just automatic. No, it's your
A couple of late scratchings for heat number 2 of the Burnie Athletic Club UCI Women's Invitation. Kieran. So Georgia Simpson from New Zealand, saddlecloth number 5 is out, along with Mohammed Zabir, saddlecloth number 9 from Malaysia. So Mohammed Zabir is out. So leading them through now in first wheel. Might be Maya Anderson, I think, from New Zealand. Sitting in behind Timo Shaughnessy.
But that should be all right now, though.
They come round and enjoy the wind over the shoulder this afternoon. Splendid day here at West Park. We see Tyler Stratton take a couple of photos, leading them through. Yes, it is Maya Anderson. Then we go back to Belinda Bailey. Third wheel is the new version of Anna Mears. That's Christina Clonan in third wheel. Selena Ho, we had a chat with her a little bit earlier from St George's Cycling Club from Sydney. Enjoying her time down here in Sydney. She's at the rear of the field. Amalia Langham, our scratch winner from earlier on. City of Burnie Cycling Club, second last wheel. Selena now ducks in underneath her. Relegates her to last place. See Clonan now just giving herself some space. Langham around the outside now. Willis Hell tries to go up with her, but she's boxed in there by Christina Clonan. So Clonan's watching carefully the riders from the behind. 4 wide now goes Amalia Langham from the City of Burnie Cycling Club. Getting down to the drop zone, standing up on the pedals is Selena Ho. She goes 4 wide now, right around the outside. She's up on Christina Clonan's shoulder. Down on the inside is the rider from Victoria, that's Belinda Bailey. But look at Christina Clonan, ladies and gentlemen, doing it in a canter. She even sits up as she comes up over the line. Ho in second position, close for third. I think it might have been Maya Anderson that might have got over the line there in third position. So those 3 riders will make it through. Clonan, Ho, and Anderson will make it through to the women's UCI Kieran final a bit later on in today's program. Broadsworth by the Burnie Athletic Club. Time 2:02.62. 2:02.62. Watch some fireworks later on, ladies and gentlemen, in the final between our two Australian riders. So our track endurance and our track sprint, Clonan and Perry, a bit later on this afternoon.
Bit of a lull in the program now before we have the gifts, and I'm here in the grandstand, and I've got a young Victorian rider that I've seen come through the junior ranks right up now to, she'll be under 23s this year up at the Nationals, but last year at the National Championships up there at Ballarat, she won the gold medal in the National Road Race Championships for under 19s, a silver medal in the criterium behind Lucinda Stewart, also a Victorian, and finished with a silver medal in the time trial behind the Queenslander Isabel Cairns. Of course, at the Nationals in 2022, up there at the Anamias Velodrome, she won a gold medal in the team's pursuit with Alana Rebar, Lucinda Stewart and Sophie Sutton. She won a gold in the marathon with Lucinda Stewart, a gold in the scratch race, a gold in individual pursuit and a gold in the Omnium. She's 18 years of age. She's from the Blackburn Club in Melbourne. First time in Tasmania ever, not just for cycling, never been even to visit it. Sophie Marr, ladies and gentlemen. Sophie, welcome to Tasmania.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here, apart from the cloudy weather, but it's wonderful.
Now, I looked at your handicap mark when they first came out from Greg O'Rourke, and I've gone, by gee, he must be taking your form, and he's giving you 30 metres. It's been a pretty tough mark, 30 metres for you.
Yeah, I took a look at it and I was like, oh, that's pretty rough first time out here. I thought Coach Megan down-talked me, got a good mark, you know, maybe a bit of a sneaky one, but back at 30 metres, one of them towards the back.
But it's good because you're now riding with two of the world's best. Of course, Christina Clonan, gold medalist at the Birmingham Games in the 500, and also nearly beat Anamia's 500-metre time trial at Milton in Canada, also at the Nations Cups. So it's good experience riding with those two.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's good to get on the wheel. They're so quick. Just holding on for dear life at the end sometimes.
Of course, at national level, we go back from under 15s. You won a gold medal individual pursuit in 2008. 2019, a gold medal in the teams pursuit with your Victorian teammates, Elise Pilates. We know what she's gone on to be. Hayley Jenkins and Lucinda Stewart. And then in 2019, once again, an under-19 rider, teams pursuit. But this year, as I said, what you've done, you hold two Australian records. As an under-19 teams pursuit Australian record, you set in Brisbane in 2021, and an under-17 Australian record, which you set in 2019. So you're going to the Nationals up there in Ballarat. You'll be under 23s this year. Are you riding the three disciplines again?
Yeah, I'm riding all three. It's a bit of a step up, especially with the under 23s mixed in with the elite. A bit terrifying, to be honest, riding with all the pro riders and everyone, but just hoping for the best and hoping I can hang on.
What do you give yourself the best chance in, road, criterium or time trial?
A bit of a hard one. I've had a pretty big track season this year, so hopefully I can hold on in the criterium, but I'd love to do well in the road race too.
Well done. You'll be doing a lot of the heavy lifting for those two back markers. So once again today, you'll have that job, I think, to help card out Lauren Perry and Christina Clonan. So all the best, Sophie.
Thank you very much.
Sophie Marr, the youngster from the Blackburn Club on the mainland, 18 years of age.
Might jump in there, Ian. I've got the City of Burnie Cycling Club's own Dalton Stretton with me. Dalton, I believe you're headed off to the Nationals very shortly.
Yeah, fly out to Bakeritz in the morning over in Geelong, so it'll be a bit of an early get-up, but yeah, going to be a good couple of days racing there, and then off to Nationals, so it'll be a good few weeks.
Now, former Austral Wheel winner is Dalton Stretton, so local boy. I believe you guys are looking after one of the Singaporean riders.
Yeah, we have Calvin Sim staying with us from Singapore. He decided to come over and race the Carnivals this year and needed somewhere to stay, so he's staying with me and my family. So it's been a good couple of weeks, and he's staying for a couple more, so yeah, it'll be good.
Fantastic. I suppose you've been able to show him around the northwest and the north as well as the south throughout the course. We'll have a chat with Calvin in a minute. With regards to the racing down in Launceston over the last couple of days, I know I was over there and I was watching the Madison. You're involved with Stefan Kovar. How did you find the experience?
Yeah, it was really good. We're both not the eldest guys in the race, so to finish how we did, we were both really happy. Yeah, it was a good race. It was really quick, but yeah, it was really cool.
Takes some courage in order to be able to go around. What speeds are you guys clocking when you're heading around the velodrome?
The velodrome, mid-50s. Yeah, about that. The scratch race out here today was 49 k's an hour, so that was pretty quick as well. But yeah, it was the Madison last night was really quick, so it was a really good race.
Fantastic. What are your goals for 2023? You're part of the TIS squad. And you're on the emerging riding list for Australian cycling. Haven't really got too many goals just yet. Sort of waiting into the new year, see how the form is. But got a few races early in the season on the road as well, so mixed up a bit from the track. But yeah, be a good year. We wish you all the best with that. Last but not least, got to ask you about your younger siblings, so Mitchell and Rory, in relation to their riding. Any advice?
Not too much advice. They know what they're doing, I think. But yeah, no, it's good to see all the juniors out here racing, and it's good competition for them all. It's really cool to see all the young guys coming through, and hopefully some more can come through soon.
Fantastic. Dalton Stretton, ladies and gentlemen. I'll have a quick chat here with Calvin. So Calvin, how are you enjoying the hospitality of the Strettons?
Yeah, good. They treat me really nice, like a family. Yeah.
Fantastic. And what about Tasmania? Your expectations, have they been upheld?
Yeah, of course, Tasmania is beautiful.
And Calvin, you've got a new coach who's come from Malaysia, is that right, for the Singaporean team?
Yeah, he's been coaching for about 3 years now.
2 years?
3 years. 3 years. Yeah.
3 years. Okay, fantastic. And what are your goals throughout the course of 2023, mate? What are you aiming to do, and where do you see yourself?
Yeah, our big goal is actually kind of like the equivalent of Oceanias for Australia. Yeah, it's called the Southeast Asian Games, so we hope to go well over there.
We wish you all the best, and thank you for making the effort to come down to Tasmania and be part of Tasmanian Carnivals. Ian?
Xavier, we need to go to the running.
Thanks, gentlemen. Good to hear some insights from some of our featured cyclists over the series, and great to hear what their experiences are like in Tasmania. The 4 heats of the Stubbs Construction Women's Gift were held some time ago, and 2 fastest time qualifiers were gained from those 4 heats, and the 2 athletes successfully making it through to the semi-finals are athlete Amy Petter and Tess Horton. Amy Petter and Tess Horton were our fastest time qualifiers, and they will be part of the 2 semi-finals of 7 athletes. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, the Coolridge 2022 Burnie Gift Heats, 9 heats in all to be contested. Not the greatest of sights, I have to admit, to look down and see that a number of scratchings have come out. I certainly was aware of Mackenzie Connell coming out after his injury at Hobart, but you can also put, so a line through the pink, you put a line through the green, also the yellow is out. Former winner Daniel Reeves there, not able to contest. Jack Colgrave, the blue, is out, and I believe the Victorian also in Tom Perry, who last year, of course, won that Devonport gift, is out. An adjustment to the handicap of our athlete at the back of the field, Jesse McKenna, will run from 3.75 metres, not 4.25. So the two athletes that remain, and both will be going through the semi-finals, so they'll be happy to hear that. Brendan Smart knows this track very well, having won the West Park gift, which is held just 50 metres over to my right on the track here for the 100-metre distance. 6 times he's been the winner here at West Park. He'll run from 15 metres to the black. And we see the man that was, lost this race by the width of a credit card this time last year. So he was second across the line, Jesse McKenna. And the name McKenna may be familiar to his father, Guy McKenna, played for the powerful West Coast Eagles, and he'll be watching, I'm sure, his son from Victoria. And he'll run from 3.75. Jesse, of course, was successful in winning the Hobart gift on the 27th of December in quite impressive fashion too, holding off some very, very high credential backmarkers in Jack Hale, Jacob Despard and Josh as a party at the time. So watch for McKenna. He may only be with 2 people in this heat, but he'll be one to keep an eye on and see how he features throughout the rounds. Heat number 1, Coolridge, men's Burnie gift. Brendan Smart gets away quite sprightly, and he's going to lead for some time in this heat. But look at Jesse McKenna, the powerful Victorian, start to really reel in Smart. Smart's probably, getting past now. McKenna, have a look at him. He's impressive, isn't he? And Brendan Smart goes through as well. Big day for Smarty, having made the 70-final earlier, and we'll see him again in the semi-finals. But he certainly acknowledged the performance there of Jesse McKenna, who has, put up a time too, 12.21. Well, we don't normally see that in the heats of the Burnie gift. No wonder Smarty felt a little bit shell-shocked there. 12.21 for Jesse McKenna. Have we seen the favourite right there in the first heat? 12.95 for Smarty. Second place, will get him through, 12.21. That is some time from the heats from the Victorian. We have spoken about that wind pushing at the backs, and it's certainly helped McKenna as he's gone down the track in a very fast and slick time of 12.21.
I'm all right. Yep.
Yeah, so the athletics specialists in the stands will be no doubt scribing down that time and probably not seeing it getting eclipsed for some time as well. A 12.21 has certainly stated his intent from Jesse McKenna there. Looking down the track, we had one official scratching, that being the runner Lachlan Creel, the blue. So put a line through Creel. And I think with some certainty we can say that Aaron Lefrink, the red, is also out. Lefrink, a successful campaign so far, of course, having won the Devonport gift 2 nights ago over the 400-metre distance. Our back marker here will become AJ Creek, and he'll run from the mark of 8. So he's been lifted out 8 to half a metre to 8. And he was a Devonport gift finalist, and also on the same night a finalist in the 150. So he had a big campaign at Devonport, and he's a former state champion over the 400 metres, a sub-48 second 400-metre runner at his absolute best. Taj Singleton, the yellow, was third in the Devonport gift 2 nights ago and won the Burnie 400 this time last year. So he's turning his attention now to the gift track. He'll run from 9.5. in the yellow. Colby McVean, the green, will run from the mark of 10. And the man that finished second in the maiden earlier today over the 70-metre distance, it's Fergus Fletcher. And the Hobart runner will run from 12 metres in the pink.
Just 4 days of fatty shit for everybody.
Fletcher, the pinks, leads them out in the early stages. Coming through now is the green of McVean, and also Singleton, the yellow, starting to shape up here and feature. That white of Creek coming through. Here comes Singleton. He looks very impressive to Singleton as he drifted just past Fletcher quite easily in the end and left Creek just a little bit, few metres behind. So let's see what the Burnie runner in Taj Singleton off 9.5 metres can put up in comparison to that 12.21 from heat number 1. The wind is at their backs here at Burnie, so 12.36 for Taj Singleton. So he puts himself right into calculations, a 12.36, a very competitive time, and looked within himself as well, did Singleton. 12.42 for Fletcher. We'll see him go through and be quite competitive also. Creek there, 12.75 in third. So we see a win to the yellow Taj Singleton from 9.5 metres. Second was the pink of Fergus Fletcher from 12. And third, the white going up there. And that was Alex Creek from the mark of 8 metres. 12.36, the winning time.
Just got to be recharging everyone.
So with those results are still being shown on the scoreboard, the attention now will turn to the runners to contest heat number 3. Put a line through the runner in blue. I'll attempt his name just for fun. Tunde Emmanuel Fashoin. Unfortunately, the New South Welshman is not able to make it. He won't run from that 9-metre handicap. Mitchell Walker, the pink, has been re-handicapped back to 10 metres. A impressive performance at Hobart saw the handicapper reassess what he thought of perhaps Walker, and he'll run from the 10-metre handicap. We see the former 2019-20 TAL Sprinter of the Year and a recent second in the Hobart Gift, Jared Gilroy, will run from 11 metres, the green. The yellow will be Avery Thomas, and he'll run from the mark of 10. We go back to the white, and it's the Victorian, the 400-metre back markers winner at Stawell. It's Matt Dynan, and he'll run from 7.75. And we did see him earlier today, but this is the distance that he does extremely well at. This is the Stawell Gift winner from 2022. He'll run from 4 metres. He broke the clock at Stawell, running 11.8 in winning on that occasion. It's the Victorian Harrison Kerr from 4 metres, the red. Stawell Gift is obviously the pinnacle of professional running. By Sheffield and Burnie are the other two. What can Kerr do to get himself into calculations and maybe add to his impressive collection of that Stawell Gift? Away okay was Gilroy's. He goes past Mitchell Walker, so he's in front now. It will be hard to run down. Is Jared Gilroy's. He powers down the track. Here comes Harrison Kerr, the stall gift winner. Gilroy's got him covered though. Gilroy wins comfortably from Kerr in yellow in Avery Thomas. So Jared Gilroy coming to Burnie in form, a recent placing at the Hobart Gift, and has managed to hold off a runner of quite some credentials in Harrison Kerr, the Victorian. But both of them will go through. The others a little bit back. Let's check that time there, 12:33. So Gilroy puts himself right into the mix. We are seeing some very fast times here at Burnie from the heats. We've spoken about the wind conditions. They are favourable to our sprinters. A 12:52 from Harrison Kerr from the mark of 4 metres is a competitive performance. And we see a third to Avery Thomas, 12:89. Not sure that will be enough to see the runner in yellow progress. 12:33 from Jared Gilroy. He is right in the mix of things as they get past the first task of the day, the heats of the Burnie Gift. Officially fourth there was the white Matt Dynan, the Victorian. I'm sure we'll be seeing Matt going around the 400-metre track later this evening. He was a finalist in this event last year. We now go down to the start line and see the runners preparing themselves for heat number 4. Just the one scratching has succumbed to injury at the Hobart meeting. Aaron Rigby, the blue, he's out. So no blue in heat number 4. We do see the pink of Ryan Lane to run from the mark of 13.5, so he's gone out a metre from the 12.5 in the program. Our 2016 Burnie Gift winner, so he loves the Burnie Gift track, does John Howe. A number of other crucial victories through his career, La Trobe Gifts and Helens as well. He'll run from 11.5, John Howe in the green. The man who finished second in the Burnie Gift a couple of years ago, Jordan Maynard, will run from the 10.5 metre handicap there in the yellow. Now this young man from Hobart improved his personal best right down to 10.77 and has seen his handicap go back half a metre, but he'll run from 5.75. It's Oliver Elric in the white. And we welcome to Burnie a man that also knows all about stall, having won the event in 2009. A 10.2 second runner at his absolute prime, but Stubbs is back in shape again. The Queenslander, he'll run from 3.5 in the red. It's Aaron Stubbs. Good start from Lane, the pink, as he leads this field. Howe now starts to get onto level turns with him, along with the yellow of Maynard. Maynard now probably takes the lead. Here comes the back markers, Oliver Elric and Stubbs. Maynard managed to hold them out from Elric and Stubbs. So Jordan Maynard loves the Burnie track, having run second in this race some years ago. Sees himself through to the semi-finals. Had some credentialed runners behind him. One man in very good shape in Oliver Elric at 10.77 recently. And of course we know the credentials of Aaron Stubbs, 12.30. So we are seeing some fast times from the heats here at the Burnie Gift. 12.30 is right amongst the faster times we've seen today. Oliver Elric at 12.39 is officially second and not far back too. And then we go back to the third place runner, that being Aaron Stubbs, and he's recorded a time of 12.51 from just 3.5 metres. So the sprinters are really enjoying the wind at their backs, and particularly the front markers, I think, as they're putting up some pretty good performances, although we have seen Jesse McKenna with still the fastest time of the day at a 12.21 from heat number 1. Big thank you to Coolridge for their sponsorship of the Burnie Gift in 2022. And without their support, these races, and in particular some of the big prize money purses that these runners all train very hard to try and achieve. It wouldn't be possible. So a big thank you to Coolridge, and hopefully throughout the day you've been getting plenty of Coolridge water into your systems. It's starting to get a little warm, and keeping yourself covered from the sun. We go to the second half almost of our heats here. Heat number 5. All runners have presented themselves, which is a good sight to see. The 6 runners down there off their marks. Our front marker here will be the Devonport 150 winner 2 nights ago, and also the Burnie gift finalist of last year. It's Adam French, and he'll run from 12 metres. Of course, he won the 70 Open event earlier today, so he's already showing that he's in form here at West Park. He'll run from 12. The green will see the 300-metre winner from Hobart, Jackson Wood, and he'll run from a mark of 10.5, so he's gone out half a metre. The yellow is Attila Barrian. He was in the 70-metre final, the Victorian, and he'll run from 9.5. The blue, it's Samuel Lewis Johnson, who did extremely well in the 70 earlier today. He'll run from 8.75. The white's Dylan McGain. He'll run from 7 metres. And we welcome to Burnie, an Australian record holder in the under-20s for the 200 metres at 20.41, a 10.35 personal best to his name. The current national 200-metre champion and world championship representative, it's Aidan Murphy from South Australia. He'll run from 2 metres in the red. Those familiar with their athletics will know Tanya Van Heer, that name very well. Having been a Commonwealth Games champion, well, Aidan is her son. So let's see how the son of a great champion goes here in heat number 5. French it is that leads this field out. He'll take some running down. The 150 winner at Devonport. Coming at him now is the yellow of Biriani. The back marker Murphy starting to get right into it now as he's feeling the breeze at his back. It's French, but Murphy gets them. What a run. The beautiful mover he is from the back mark of 2 metres, Aidan Murphy. And the South Australian has saluted in heat number 5. Once he gets moving, Aidan Murphy, it's quite a sight to see. The big, tall, striding South Australian athlete, 12.23. 12.23 from 2 metres, ladies and gentlemen. That's some run. And he comes up as the second fastest time of the day. So a 12.23 from Aidan Murphy sees him qualify, and impressively at that. 12.33 for the runner in Adam French, so very competitive from French. And Berryan, the Victorian, 12.37. is also quite competitive, and I think he'll be a contender for those time qualifiers. But 12.23, we have got ourselves some interesting semi-finals coming up. 12.21 from McKenna, and Murphy, after his run in Devonport, where he was held up a little bit with his transport, a few delayed flights, so perhaps didn't perform to his absolute best there, has managed to get himself settled here in Tasmania and has really produced something special in the heat. So 12.23 from 2 metre handicap suggests that the times are going to have to be super fast to be successful in the Burnie gift in 2022. Looking down the track, we have just the one official scratching. That's the pink of Gene Moore. He'll be out of this one. A couple of handicap adjustments. Logan James, our front marker, the former Tasmanian. Sorry, no, Logan James, not a former Tasmanian. He is a Tasmanian, the Rosebery gift winner. I was thinking of Callum James. He'll run from 10.5, so he got that half-metre penalty for that performance. He'll run in the green. We see the yellow of Toby Campus, and he'll run from the mark of 9.5. The blue, we see Tom Plumbridge. He's been lifted out to 10.5 from that 9.5 that you see in your programs. Sebastian Hadaway, the Victorian, will run from the mark of 7. And we welcome him back to a place where he's very successful. In 2013, he went on to represent Australia at the World Junior Championships in 2014. won a Devonport gift, then won the pinnacle of pro running, the Stall gift in 2018. He represented Australia at the Commonwealth Games in 2022 in the relay. It's the Tasmanian from 1 metre, Jacob Despard in the red.
That's all right. That's all right. Duff, are you there? Do you need me for 30 seconds? I just need a wee. Right. I've locked off. Are you there, Duff? Hello?
James, it is the Rosebery gift winner that leads this field out. Coming at him quickly now is Toby Campus, the boy from Launceston. They're starting to tear through the field. Here comes Jacob Despard, the former winner. They're not going to get the Toby Campus, though. So Campus gets there, looks back. I think he may have clipped the finishing barriers there, but still managed to get through in first place. Or was it perhaps Logan James? I think you'll find Despard's qualified as well. As Logan just checks his battle wounds there. We had... the same thing happened, I think, in the final last year with Ryan Tarrant, our winner, and Jesse McKenna. One of them crashed into the barriers. Oh, 12.29. So the youngster from Launceston, a good time, and he's put himself right into calculations. 12.29 is the time recorded by Toby Campus, and a 12.39 from 1 metre from Jacob Despard. We don't have the luxury of the wind gauge here at Burnie, which in some of the meetings in Victoria and other states, we're able to see the wind reading. It would certainly be helping the athletes today, finding out the metres of wind per second that have been pushing at their backs, but that is certainly making our times considerably faster than in previous years. The normal conditions we see at Burnie would be a fairly strong headwind into the faces of the athletes, but we're seeing the yellow go up there, and that's the runner, Toby Campus. He was the winner from the red of Jacob Despard, and officially third there was the green of Logan James, who clipped that finishing gate as he went past. It looks to still be nice and sturdy, as see my good friend Phil Clayton just checking that everything's on full tension there, and we don't want to see these impressive apparatus, which is the finishing gates of these pro races, come to an ill finish. It is hard when the runners are giving it absolutely everything as they hit the line, but it all looks in order here at the finish. Down at the start, though, we've got the pink, and that's the Hobart maiden winner, Josh Walker. Now, he's come back 2 metres. He'll run from 12 metres in the pink. The green, we see Jamie Dean, who won our 70 metres earlier today. He'll run from 11.25. The yellow, it's Michael Romero, the Victorian. He'll run from 9.5. The blue is in addition to the field, so put a line through Frank Jow and put the name Henry Madsen in his place, and he'll run from the 9 metre handicap. The white, it's Ryan Cooper, a former Richmond gift winner and Burnie gift finalist. He'll run from 5.75 metres. And in the red, we see the man who finished second in the National 100 metre championship, a Commonwealth Games representative in the relay. He'll run from 1 metre. It's the impressive Queenslander, Joshua Azzopardi, in the red. So another runner of high quality here to run from the mark of 1, standing up the field up to 12 metres, which is the youngster Josh Walker. The pink of Walker away okay. The yellow of Romero got up to them nice and quickly. He goes up to try and challenge the green of Jamie Dean. The back markers are starting to come through now. Jamie Dean, the youngster, still leading. Cooper looks good, so does Dean as they hit the line together. Perhaps Dean from Cooper and Azzopardi flew home late, but looks like he may have just clashed a little bit there with Cooper as they went through the line, but all looks okay. as we await the result there. Jamie Dean, a real find. A 70-metre winner earlier today. A bit of a shock to some watching from the stands at 12:34 for Jamie Dean. So he's really turned up to Burnie in form and produces a time that's right into the calculations. A 12:34, 12:39 for Ryan Cooper. Sees him through comfortably to the semis, but as a party, 12:45. We'll see how that stacks up at the end of our heats. Jamie Dean, the 70-metre winner, so he's got one Burnie sash. Does he put himself into the mix to contend for the real big sash today, the Burnie gift, the Coolridge Burnie gift? Shane McClellan, trainer, is getting a lot of kudos in the last 12 months. He's producing good athletes left, right and centre. Trinity Anal Bajar from the women's heats looks like a likely contender, and we've got another youngster there in Jamie Dean, who we've seen for the first time in the Tasmanian Athletic League, showing that he belongs in this field of highly credentialed sprinters.
Do you want me to come around, Jack? It's not a problem we're coming around. Not a problem. Where are you, mate?
Heat number 8 is ready to be contested. We have the one scratching being the white of Isaac Dunmore. The pink will see Dan Lamoto from 15 metres. In the green, it's the former Victorian. I mentioned him earlier, but he is running in this heat. It's Callum James, who'll run from 11.5. The yellow, it's Jaden Crawford, and he'll run from the mark of 10.25, not 10, as it's in the program. Alec Wojcik, the blue, will run from 9.25, and we welcome him to Burnie to see what he can do against all the big sprinters we've seen so far. It's the fastest man in Tasmania all time at a 10.12. He's represented Australia at the Commonwealth Games on 2 occasions. It's the Hailstorm from 0.75 of a mark. Jack Hale will run in the red. He's made this final before and got second to John Howe when he was only a youngster. What can he do as an established senior athlete from the 0.75 metre handicap? Good start from the Dragon. Lamoto is in. The pink leads them out. Callum James, the Victorian, trying to get a level terms. Moving through the field nicely is the yellow of Jaden Crawford. Crawford hits the front. Here comes Hale. Hale's got to him and switches it off as he goes through the line. He's an impressive athlete, isn't he, ladies and gentlemen? And he loves the Burnie track here. Made himself through to the final at Hobart in the 100 and down the 120 metre track here at Burnie. Has produced a very impressive performance. Running down Jaden Crawford, 12.29 for Jack Hale. So 12.29 puts the Hailstorm right into the mix. So we have got ourselves some impressive heat winners so far. 12 twos and 12 threes, the times we're not used to seeing here at Burnie. Kenner's time from Heat 1 still stands up only barely though, with the Hailstorm winning there in the red from 0.75. The yellow of Jaden Crawford was officially second from 10.25, and the green of Callum James is through to the semi-finals as he was officially third place. So Sorry, apologies there. So the first two, some of my information before I misread, so it's first and second only through to the semi-finals. So those really close-up third place getters are unfortunately not going to be seen again in the semi-finals. 3 semi-finals of 6 athletes per semi. So that's 9 heats with first and second, so 18 people to progress from the heats. We have just 1 heat remaining here of the Coolridge Burnie gift. And to show you the tightness or how close it is at the top end, 0.15 of a second separates the fastest to the slowest heat winning time so far. So 12.21 is the quickest so far. It came out of heat number 1, but literally nothing between our heat winners here so far. We're going to see the final heat to be contested. 1 official scratching, Leo Bailey, the yellow is out. A handicap adjustment to athlete Theo Collins, the pink, who'll run from 14 metres, not 13 as is listed in the program. So he'll be our front marker. He won a Hobart Maiden last season, so he sees himself in this gift field off the marker 14. Oren Ball won the Maiden here at Burnie last year, and he'll run from 11.75 the green. We see former Latrobe gift winner and Devonport gift finalist recently, Ross Lovell, will run from 9.25 the blue. We have no white there, so that's also a scratching. Put a line through the white, Connor Laughlin. And we welcome a runner from 1/2 metre, ladies and gentlemen. He was a World Championship semi-finalist, a World Under-20 bronze medalist in the 200 metres. Please welcome him to West Park, the Queenslander, Caleb Law in the red. So our backmarkers have been right amongst it here. What can Caleb Law do, the impressive Queenslander? A bronze medalist at the under-20 level at the World Championships as they're about to walk up in heat number 9. Collins it is that leads them out from Oren Ball, who tries to get onto level terms. Starting to make his way through the field now is Ross Lovell. Law's a long way back, but look at him start to go, ladies and gentlemen. The back marker looks at them, switching off. Wowee, what a performance from Caleb Law. And ladies and gentlemen, keep that applause going. It's his birthday today, so happy birthday, Caleb Law. A nice win in the heats. 19 years of age. And an interesting stat, Caleb will celebrate his birthday today. His twin brother celebrates it tomorrow. So they're twins, and he's got, well, next year, 2023. But Caleb Law, 12.45, but we need to factor in that he was going in second gear for that last 20, 30 metres. So all of our heat winners, ladies and gentlemen, Caleb Law wins from Ross Lovell. The blue and the green of Oren Ball was third. 12.45, a really strong performance, and comfortably through was the Queenslander Caleb Law. We have got ourselves some really exciting semi-finals coming up later this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, but that was some really, really hot action down the sprint track here at West Park.
just they're taking a little bit longer to get the B grade tree event ready. So we're going to go straight through now, a little bit earlier, but if the women could start making their way out to the marshalling area for the heats of the wheel race, that would be great. So we're down to start at 4:48, but if we can, they would like us to run the wheel race heats prior to the tree felling event for the B graders. They're still putting their top log up there, I can see, so I've just been told if we could bring forward the wheel race heats. So looking for the women in the that's for the women's SERS sheet metal and roofing women's wheel race heats. So if all you ladies would like to make your way out to the marshalling area, that would be great. Xavier Williams will be calling the two heats of the women's. Total prize money 9,000, 6,000 to the winner, 1,500 second, 900 third, 300 fourth, 150 fifth, 100 sixth, first unplaced Masters rider $50 and a sash donated by the Burnie Athletic Club. First 10 in each heat into the final. First 10 in each heat into the final. If anyone has got a program and is marking their program like back in the olden days, I think a lot more people used to get a program and would like to change the marks and keep all the times, etc. But times have changed, but if anyone still does that, in Heat 1 you take out number 3 and number 4, Christina Clonan and Sophie Edwards are non-starters, and add number 16, Caitlin Turner. In the second heat, take out last year's Devonport Wheel Race winner Meg Marker, the South Australian, didn't make it to Tassie this year. Add into the field and also take out Caitlin Turner, who has gone to the Heat 1. The additions are number 3, Christina Clonan, and also number 32, Megan Reid, the Victorian. So they're the changes to the program. Of course, last year's winner was Susan Straits, who took it out from the mark of 250 metres. She won the wheel race last year from. Felicity Wilson-Hafferton, the youngster from Hobart Wheelers, was second off 190. And also from the Hobart Wheelers, Jessie Sawyer last year was third in the final, also off the 190 metre mark. So, ladies, if you'd like to make your way out to the marshalling area, we will, once the officials have got all those riders there for the first heat, we're able to start that event. So, holders, your attention as well, if you could make yourself available maybe a little bit earlier than the 4:48 listed in the program. There has been a change of every rider in their marks since day one down at Hobart, so it's no good reading out all the new marks. All the riders would have looked at on the board. All the officials know what mark you've got to be on, and it's the blue marks for the 2,000 metres, so it's the blue marks. On the fence you've got silver, blue and green. Green is for the 3,000, blue is for the 2,000 and silver is for the 1,000. So you go to your blue marks, ladies, for the women's wheel race heats. So this is more or less a front markers heat, with the back markers being off 140 metres. So those riders making their way out now to the assembly area, and first 10 in each heat will go through to the final. So I can see the handlers coming out nicely attired in their bright orange tops, and we've got to thank all the volunteers at Carnivals, because without you, I know we had troubles at Devonport looking for people to hold the riders. But thanks to the people that jumped the fence and assisted down at Devonport. But the Burnie Athletic Club have got all their holders nicely attired and very professionally run here at Burnie. So looking for all the women, if you haven't come out yet, please come out there to the marshalling area and get your instructions from the officials over the 2,000 metre journey. Big prize money. Once again, it's been a great job done by Michael and Anna Rawlings for all the sponsorship that's been for this year. $60,000 in prize money here for the Carnival at Burnie this year, 60,000. But Michael and Anna are in attendance this year.
Jerry, can we have a chat? Yep, so
Just a final reminder to all the female cyclists, if you're not in the centre now, please come to the marshalling area.
Yep, I just want to check us I haven't put a big one in there, I don't think.
Thanks, Ian. While we've just got a little break there, we'd like to thank our sponsors. As we said, $60,000+ in sponsorship here at the Burnie Carnival. We'd like to thank Cool Ridge.
Right, riders in the Heat 1, you can go to your marks. Riders in Heat 1 to your marks, thank you. And I'll hand over to Xavier Williams to call the heats of the women's wheel race. So it'll be over to you, Xavier, as the riders come to their marks.
Just going through the list of those sponsors again: Cool Ridge, Asahi, United Forklift and Access Solutions, William Adams Cat, Elphinston, Direct Edge Manufacturing, Surge Sheet Metal and Roofing, Stubbs Constructions Proprietary Limited and Gatorade. So thanks very much to all those sponsors. Don't forget you can get some light refreshments and heavy refreshments at the point and also at the can bar over near the big scoreboard. So you can be refreshed. Wonderful day here at Burnie. We're seeing the girls getting ready for their next race. Just a little hold up with the wood chopping, but we'll get there with the guys. But we'll just keep things rolling. So thanks very much for the girls to come in early. That was tremendous work. We might get a couple of races out of the way and then we'll go to the wood chopping. But Xavier Williams about to get things underway, and away you go, Xav.
Thanks, Michael. Our front marker for the SERS Metal and Roofing Women's Wheel Race Heat number 1 will be Gabrielle Tomaz, along with Erin Rao, Caitlin Turner, off 230. Our back marker will be Emma Stevens, Hannah Hermanovska from the Czech Republic, off 140. Riders, attention. And we're off and racing in the 4.5 lap 2,000 metre SERS Metal and Roofing Women's Wheel Race Heat number 1. Tomaz leads them out down the back straight. Then we go to Erin Rowell and Caitlin Turner from Victoria and Launceston. Courtney McGowan getting onto the back of them very quickly. Then goes back to Petra Anderson from Queensland, and Eugenio O'Rourke sits in right behind them in the green top. Then we go all the way back there as they go round past the Dowling McCarthy tyres sign. It's our back markers, including the Czech rider Hermanovska, along with Emma Stevens, Maya Anderson, Jess Schuler from New Zealand, Selena Ho from New South Wales, and Emily Walker, our Mersey wheel winner. In saddlecloth number 22, they greet the judge with 3 to go. But it's our front markers that are doing all the work at the moment. Eugenio O'Rourke takes up the front running, down Cade Monday wing, down past the bar, nose to the grind. And then she swings up and allows Gabrielle Tomaz, our Lightning Handicap winner down in Hobart, all the way from Cairns in New Zealand. I'll tell you what, as soon as they get to that Pertex sign, their cadence starts to lift very quickly. And Tomaz leads them through now. McGowan's in second wheel. They'll greet the judge with 2 to go. 2 to go. And taking up the running now is Courtney McGowan from Queensland. Number 16 falling off the pace. And I think that might be the rider from Launceston and Caitlin Turner. So Caitlin Turner's out of it, and here comes our Czech rider out on her own, Hermanovska. So Hannah Hermanovska wants a part of being in the wheel race. First 10 will make it through, so our front markers are going quite well. Hermanovska is starting to wind them and reel them in very quickly now. She comes down the main straight past the point. You'll grab the bell with 1 to go. 1 to go. Those 6 they're secured. It's the next 4. Can Turner hold off the back five that are coming through from Emily Walker and now Petra Anderson and Selena Ho. Then we go back to saddlecloth number 29, that's Lilith Jones at the rear of the field. But Thomas leads them down the back straight. In second position is Eugenie O'Rourke. Then we go back to McGowan, Hermanovska, who's ridden a very smart race from the back mark of 140 metres. All the way back now, it's been rounded up is Caitlin Turner from Launceston off 230, so she's not going to make it through. Selena Ho now starts to make her way home, but our front markers are going to get through. Good ride by our front markers, Gabrielle Thomas and co. It's the back lot that we're going worried about. Anderson will make it through. Walker, our Mersey Wheel winner, will not. Walker, our Mersey Wheel winner, will not. Neither will Caitlin Turner from Launceston. We'll get official times and placings very shortly over the SERS Metal and Roofing Women's Wheel Race Heat number 1. In our second heat of the SERS Sheet Metal and Roofing Women's Wheel Race over 2,000 metres, we'll see our two big back markers come in. So Christina Clonan and Lauren Perry, they'll be riding off 10 and 30 metres respectively. Joining them from Victoria is the speedster Sophie Ma. So she will be off 30 metres with Lauren Perry. I'm sure those three will work together in order to be able to catch up to Zabir from Malaysia off 90, Neo from Malaysia off 90 and Belinda Bailey off 90. Then we'll go to 140, the New Zealand rider and Georgia Simpson in the green, and Morella Willis-Hill from South Australia off 140. Mulhern from Victoria off 150, Wilmot from Canada off 160, and she will be joined by the Hobart rider, Suzanne Stratus, Amalia Langham from Burnie, Tan Valencia from Singapore, and Megan Reid from Victoria. $9,000 up for grabs, brought to you by SERS Sheet Metal and Roofing. Women's Wheel Race, heat number 2, about to get underway. And riders have been let go. Hold there. Friendly reminder to our holders, not to push, please. We are just to hold. So our front markers are coming back. So that's Valencia and Langham. Megan Reid doesn't look like she's here. That's saddlecloth number 32. Top 10 will make it through. Riders, attention. We're off and racing. Our front markers, Valencia and Langham. Langham took out the scratch race earlier on today in the B grade, along with the sprints. Here comes Wilmot and Stratus now, and then Mulhern on the back of them. Then we go back to Georgia Simpson. She's being followed by Willis Hill. And then we get the first of our middle markers, or towards the rear, of our Malaysian riders. So that's Neo and Zabir with Belinda Bailey from Victoria, who jumps onto the back of them. And then Sophie Ma leads round Lauren Perry and our back marker and Christina Clonan. Away we go now down the main straight for the first time, and we're going to see Wilmot lead them through. The rider from Canada. We had a bit of a chat with her a bit earlier on today. She's bubbly and vivacious. Let's see if she can bring that effervescence to making the final in heat number 2 of the SERS Women's Sheet Metal and Roofing Wheel Race. Taking up the running now, down the back straight. It involves Malia Langham, Tan Valencia, Lizanne Wilmot and Susan Stratus, and we can see our back markers just tacking on. Clona now has gone right around the outside of Mulhern, and also Simpson from New Zealand, and Perry sits in behind her. Riding at the rear is Sophie Marr from Victoria, so she's just holding fire, and Langham's just drawn to the top of the track in order to be able to jump on and see if she can get a bit of a spring load as they come round with 2 to go. 2 to go, and leading now is our Hobart Wheeler mum of 5, that's Susan Stratus. So there's some incentive for your mum sitting on the sideline. She's a mother of 5, and she's leading the Burnie wheel race in heat number 2 as they start to come to a bit of a standstill down the Cade Monday wing into the wind. As soon as they hit that Pertex sign, you'll see that there'll be some fireworks. And it looks like Perry's going to take up the running around the outside of Stratus. They hit the point now. No one's prepared to go. They're all having a look over each other's shoulder. Simpson on the outside. Marr. Here goes Perry now in first wheel with the bell to go. Wilmot's at the back. They have a nice, tight, neat little bunch as they go into the Cade Monday wing, straight into the breeze. No one's prepared to go yet. Getting up out of the saddle is Lauren Perry. Still no one's prepared to move. Clonan's a bit boxed in. Has she got enough to get around the outside? She's a powerful rider. Here comes Amalia Langham. She wants a piece of this, and she wants to be on the stage at a home track. Amalia Langham around the outside, Perry down the inside. This is a strong heat, ladies and gentlemen. Clonan's going to make it through. Missing out, though, I think, is going to be Simpson and Mulhern. Simpson and Mulhern, I think, might miss out. Maybe Tan Valencia also may have missed there. But a strong ride by the City of Burnie's Amalia Langham. Throughout the series, she's ridden herself into form. And that particular heat there was no exception. A great ride by the local girl. 237.6. 237.6. Perry in second position. And Willis Helen third. So top 10 will make it through. Top 10 will make it through. Heats of 14 riders. So only 4 will miss out. It was interesting to see what the back markers would do there, and they caught the bunch pretty early in. We'll see whether that happens in the men's wheel race.
Results are up on the board there, Xavier.
Neo there in 6th position. Young rider from Malaysia. Pretty sure Zabir made it through along with Wilmot. So Langham, Perry, Willis Hell, Marr, Clonan, Neo, Zabir. 3 more riders.
Yeah, I think there's more cycling here.
Just waiting on confirmation.
Yeah, no, there's cycling here. They're drifting down the track. I've got them like that. Yeah, I don't know whether they're just cooling down or warming up.
Making it through there is Stratus, Valencia and Wilmot. So Stratus, Valencia and Wilmot. So missing out is Mulhern, Simpson and Bailey.
Thanks, Xavier. Yes, we turn our attention now to the Alfreson Group men's wheel race for 2022 here at Burnie over the 3,000 metre journey. Last year's winner Hamish McKenzie is not with us this year. Liam Walsh, the Queenslander, was runner-up in the final last year, and a Tasmanian City of Burnie rider in Dalton Stretton was. 105, I think their mark should be. That's in the blue marks of 105.
And that camera bump, Jerry's just me in the wind, man. It's going crazy. Flags are up. Set.
Blue marks, riders, blue marks. So the Austral race winner and Ned Pollard, we're on a mark here of 2:20. They should be starting off 1:05, so they've been sent around to the 1:05 metre mark. 4 scratch riders. Number 1, Josh Duffy. Number 2, Stephen Hall. Number 3 from the Dutchman in Roy Efting. And the 21-year-old from Brunswick Club on the mainland, Graham Frisley. So those riders going around to their 105 metre mark. Oh, the green, sorry, green on the fence, green on the fence. Yep, so we're going to run this heat and then go to the chop, okay? So riders in the next heat can just bide their time. We're going to have this heat and then go to the wood chop, B-grade tree felling. Riders, attention! On their way, first heat, and we'll look at the 4 back markers. They'll get away over the 3,000 metre journey. They started there in the back straight into a headwind. Looking out the front here, and they've got to keep going from the gun. Look at young Hayden van der Ploeg. He's got 3 or 4, 5, 6. That's a good group forming up there. Number 27 goes up the track over the line. That's the the Launceston Wheel Race winner, Azim Alez. Now the back markers. Graham Frisley on the move. He's doing a big turn there. On his wheel, Stephen Hall, Josh Duffy, and also Roy Efting. 4 riders from scratch. Coming around this time, the front straight. They'll get 5 laps to go in the first heat. And into a time trial position there. Going along nicely, a flick of the elbow there by the rider. That was Ricky Groth. Where's the back markers? Here they come now, Josh Duffy. Twice winner of the Launceston Wheel Race, and at 16 years of age won the Devonport Wheel Race, did Josh Duffy. But out in front, he's making every poster winner, this young fellow. He's gone solo from the start. 4 laps to go. Looks over the shoulder. No one coming. Here comes the charge now. The youngster, Taryn Cook, in the VIS colours. The 18-year-old goes up the track. A big group there. And look at Graham Frisley. A flick of the elbow by Frisley. That allows the rider in the black of Stephen Hall to do a turn. On his wheel there is Josh Duffy. Then further back to Roy Efting, the Hobart Wheel Race winner. And Frisley hops onto the back of them. So there's really 1 rider out alone, then a big group in the middle. 7 riders to go through. Hayden van der Ploeg doing the chasing here on the front. He does his turn on the front. Roy Efting now. He's got the mouth open, he's sucking in the big ones. Flick of the elbow there by Roy. Can the back markers get up? They'll come around next time they get 2 to go. If they get up with 2 to go, they're going to be a big chance to make the final. 7 riders to go through. Ned Pollard's called it a day, but a big group out in front here. They've kept the pace on out in front, the Malaysians. They only know one way to race these Malaysians, that's flat out. They come down the front straight once again. The back markers have got up now. Swinging up the track there is Maximum Fong from the Isle of Borneo. Down the back straight, he's done his turn, he's looking for a position to be. He doesn't want to go too far back because there's only 7 to go through to the final. It's going to be a charge home. The pace is still high as they go up the back straight there, up past the point. Malaysia leading it out nicely. 1-2 the Malaysians. They want to make the final. 6 made the final down at Hobart. They're gone for home now. That's all the rider on the front. He won the Launceston Wheel Race. This young fellow is Azim Alaz. He wants to wake another wheel race final to make John Beasley proud over there. Look at the back markers. Stephen Hall going around the outside there with Josh Duffy. Roy Efting, can he find something, Roy, to make the final? He's going around the outside as well. But the Malaysian, that's Azim Alez from Malaysia. He'll lead into the straight. It's always good, the winner heat of the wheel race. Stephen Hall's going to qualify. Josh Duffy's going to qualify. Roy Efting's going to qualify. No, well, Graham Frisley was up there as well. We'll have to wait for the photo there, though. Would have been tight there for Graham. But no doubt about the winner. The youngster from Malaysia in Azim Alez. Very talented young rider. Stephen Hall was second. So Azimalays was first in a 3:25.52. Stephen Hall second. Campbell Palmer has won the wheel race here a couple of years ago. Campbell Palmer, the youngster from city of Burnie. So riders, take your time. There's going to be a wood chop now. There's going to be a tree felling. So heat 2, just buys you time. We'll just get those placings. Will Eves, the city of Burnie, was 4th. We'll cross over to Dave Foster for the calling of the B-grade tree felling before we give you the results. Over to you, Dave.
Yeah, it's good.
Testing, thanks very much. Yeah, the B-grade tree, ladies and gentlemen, on position 1 was Matt Coffey, all the way from Victoria off 55. In the middle was Riley Sheehan from Strawn off 74, and Brad Turner on 28. You're in the starters' hands, fellas. Axeman ready, set, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74. And away goes Riley Sheehan, ladies and gentlemen. And I think I had about four more left in me because the Campbelltown University really helped. But off they go here now. Looks like that young Matt Coffey's cutting quite nicely from Victoria. He's the captain of the under-21 Australian team, young Matt, over here with his dad and mum and his other 2 brothers. Looking down the line, him and Brad Turner are going to be pretty well up there together. And Riley Sheen's cutting fantastic. He's won the A grade, he won the chop here, the tree felling here before, young Riley. He sprung up there. See, beautiful how he sprung up there. I used to do that many years ago. I thought I could.
Yes,
anyway, looking down the line, and there's a nice piece of wood up top. Riley Sheen's picked up a lot of ground. We've got Brad Turner here on the closest to this end here with the Australian shirt on. He's the double-handed soaring world champion in the soaring. And it won't be long, we'll be looking for somebody to come down. I reckon maybe young Matt Coffey could be coming down first. He is. I tell you what, the back mark has done a pretty good job. And here comes Brad Turner. He's coming down, and here comes Riley Sheehan. Riley Sheen's picked up a lot of ground, ladies and gentlemen. Climbing really, really well. Just a fraction, I'd say, that Matt Coffey is just a little bit in front at the moment. The young Victorian, a lot of potential wearing the Australian singlet. He's represented his country in the under-21s. He's the captain of the under-21 team, just in front of Riley Sheehan. Brad Turner going quite well. Hasn't got a very good board there, sagging a little bit, makes it a little bit hard putting the boards in. Young Matt Coffey still in front, hanging on to that lead he's got. Riley Sheehan, when he gets up there, very strong cutter up top. It's going to be a great race between young Matt Coffey and Riley Sheehan. I can see a great race between these 2. Matt Coffey springs up on that top board, has a bit of a look at him. He said, yes, he said he's mine when he gets that axe out. Swings back there and off he goes. And here comes Riley Sheehan after him. And Brad Turner's picked up a bit of ground as well after that bad board. So Riley Sheehan's after Matt Coffey. Matt Coffey's moving beautiful up there. He's after some Tasmanian money, by God he is. He's moving beautiful up on top. I don't think Riley Sheehan can catch him. Matt Coffey's got him moving. What a great cut from that young fella. I think he's only ever cut a couple of trees. He's going to be a great tree fella. I want to thank the Burnie Athletic Club for putting this tree on. It's a lot of work in putting these trees up. Looks like Riley Sheehan is second. Thanks very much for clapping. I'll tell you what, Brad Turner won't be that far away. He had a bad board. Even the board that he's got now is not that good, sagging a bit. He probably thinks that David Foster's standing on it. It'd probably break if I was standing on it. Sue said that. Well done, Brad. We got the all clear. So, ladies and gentlemen, thanks very much for getting us out here. We hope you have a fantastic 2023. And first went to Matt Coffey was first, Riley Sheehan was second, and Brad Turner was third. Back over to the wood shop.
Thanks, Dave. Dave Foster calling the action there. Second heat riders, now you can please make your way to your start. Thank you for the second heat of the 2022 Alphington Group men's wheel race over 3,000 metres. That is the green marks. So not only is it the green, it's got number 3 under the distance of your mark. So I couldn't find the green, but it's number 3. So the back marker's here. Of 30 metres. You'll have the final of the 1,000 metres coming up later on tonight. That's Sam Gallagher. Number 6 is Dana Rayovac. Number 7 and number 8. The 2 New Zealanders off 60 metres, Lewis Johnson and Matt Davis. The Dutchman, Ryan Schultz off 60. Stefan Kovar from Austria off 90, along with Max Midbuck off 90. Jack Lightfoot, the winner of the day before's Devonport wheel race, the Western Australian, off 120. Riders, attention. They're on their way. I had trouble seeing the red flag there for a while, but they're on their way. This is heat number 2. And getting away nicely there is Jack Dollar, the young Western Australian. The USA rider there in Aaron Young goes up the track. Looking back there further, we see the rider from the Netherlands in Cohen Polder waiting for company. On the front, driving it there is Stefan Kovar. A flick of the elbow by Kovar goes up the let Max Smickbar take up the running, and a Smickbar on the front. Got the big train at the back going. One rider out in front again. Plus a nice group of 6 riders, then 2 riders in no man's land, and then the big group at the back led along by the boy in orange there in Ryan Schultz. He goes up the track, there's Jack Dollar, and that leaves Tim on the front. That's Timmy Taylor. Big turn here as they get in the back straight with 5 to go. I think there's going to come up all together, probably coming around to get 4 to go, because the back group is going along nicely, so the front group will have to keep the pedal down, because only 7 to go through to the final. So about 40, 50 metres to this back group and front group. As they come past the point and come down, Jack Dollar goes up the track with 4 laps to go. Short turn there from Ewan Young, the USA rider. Ruben Webster, he did a short turn as well. He wants to sprint home, Ruben Webster. He's good over that sprint distance, as is Aaron Young. So these riders that are better known as a sprinter are looking for some cover now for the last 3.5 laps and hope they can sprint home to get a place in the final for 2022 here at Burnie. But the Austrian, they're always very aggressive, the Austrian riders, 3 of them. Going to the front now is the young Victorian here. Looking over the shoulder, Sam Gallagher goes up the track. Ryan Schultz takes up the running now. On his wheel there is Lewis Johnson, one of the young boys, the 18-year-old from New Zealand. So everyone now looking for position, not location. They're looking for position here, which wheel they want to follow for the final 2 laps when they come into the front straight. Ryan Schultz, he won't want to go right back to the back of the field. He'll look for a gap there somewhere. There's a gap now opened up. Will he slip into that gap there, Ryan Schultz? Yes, he does in the orange colours. Gallagher goes up the track. The Malaysian, he takes up the running. Only a short turn there by the Malaysian in Jaffrey, the 17-year-old from Malaysia. They're getting great experience over here in Tasmania, the Malaysians, when sent across to Tasmania by John Beasley. Done a great job with the Malaysians. Now based over in Malaysia. Spent many, many years with the Malaysian team in Melbourne. As Ryan Schultz, the Dutchman, the 23-year-old, he takes up the running now. Gallagher just biding himself. You can see him just giving a little bit of room, just backing off. They get the bell. Around the outside now goes Jaffrey, the youngster from Malaysia. 7 to go through to the final. Where's the riders from the Austria? Can they make a final? Smigberger there, Smigberger, that's in 4th wheel. Looks like he's going along okay, along with Stephen Kovar. Where's Jack Lightfoot, the winner of the Devonport wheel race? But Ryan Schultz, I tell you what, he's performed his best performance on the Carnival so far. Ryan Schultz goes there to take it out from Sam Gallagher. Getting up for 3rd would have been number 11 there, the Austrian in Max Smigberger. As they go across the line, the conclusion of the 2nd heat of the Elfingen Group men's wheel race for 2022. I think they're still having troubles determining in the top 7 for heat 1 at this stage. So just waiting on those placings to be semaphore up on the scoreboard. But that's the best ride for the Carnivals by Ryan Schultz. Back in 2021, Ryan finished 4th in the Melbourne to Warrnambool, one of the big road races in Australia, and also 4th in the Grafton to Inverell on the road. So riders coming on the track for Heat 3. At this stage we haven't got any results there for Heat 2. Paul Bouchette, the Austrian, the back marker on 90 metres, a sole back marker on 90. Last year's 3rd place getter, Dalton Stretton, off 105, along with Jade Matten and the Port Adelaide rider in Max Liberneck. Then further out to the 2 New Zealand riders on 110, Jared Mann and K.O. Lart. Dylan Rogers from Hobart Wheelers on 210, along with the Cairns rider, Miguel Groth. David Hutton on 270, along with the youngster from Victoria, Adam Lees on 270. Jordan Matthews loves this track here. He's also on 270. The winner of the Masters wheel race down at Launceston, Brett Schisling of 300, along with Josh Rayner. Sebastian Pilkington off 300. Jonathan Taylor off 420. The South Australian, Matthew Siskar off 420, along with Jack O'Rourke, Brendan Simpson-Kitt, Greg Hutton and Ross Jenkins. Don't know if they've got trouble with the scoreboard or not, but it's still there on heat number 1 with the 5 place getters. Still not sure who was 6th and 7th, whether Graham Frisley from scratch got up into the 1st heat. He did. So I've been told that Hayden van der Ploeg and Graham Frisley. Not official yet. Non-official. Unofficially, they're still checking the photo. 300 metre markers here in front of the grandstand.
Yeah, and you can follow me around the first lap, Jack. Like, not the lap, just follow past.
Riders, attention. On their way in heat 3, and I can see what's in front of me here, the 300 metre markers are on their way. I didn't have him in the program, but that's definitely Aaron Jones there in front of that group. Look at the rider there getting along smartly as Dylan Rogers, trying to be joined there by a few other riders. On the front here doing a big pert is Jade Madden, the youngster from South Australia in Lebanek is on his wheel. But down the front straight, here comes the leaders. The leaders in the front straight now. Flick of the elbow there by Matthew Siskar. Taking up the running now is the rider there of Jack O'Rourke, the youngster from Mersey Valley, Devonport. So they go down the back straight. Next group now being led along by Aaron Jones. On his wheel, the youngster in the blue colours is Aaron Lees in no man's land there. But look at Jade Madden, he's doing a huge turn here for this group of 4 at the back. So 3 groups on the track because a few riders have put the white flag up, they're not going on with it, but these 4 out in front are using their marks very smartly here. Matthew Smitska, the South Australian, leads out. Jack O'Rourke's there, along also with the rider of, that is Tim. Then further back to Brett Schingeling. He's got for company there. Well, a few riders are in a bit of trouble there as going around the outside of them was Max Liberneck. Jade Madden said, I've done enough, I can't do any more. So 7 to go through to make a field of 21 for the Elphington Group Men's Wheel Race Final for 2022. So now we're down to 2 out in front. And they come down this time to get 3 to go. Matthew Smitska along there with Jonathan Taylor, the winner of the Roseby Wheel Race. Adam Lee's doing a big job there. Max Liberneck on the front of the chasing group. A few riders falling off the back there now. So quite a few riders now are feeling the pinch on these blustery conditions, although not as gusty as it was early on in the day. And these 2 out in front are still doing it very, very nicely. The Roseby Wheel Race winner in Jonathan Taylor there at second wheel. Goes up to do a turn there. He looks over his shoulder. Matthew Skiska, they're having a chat to each other. The chasing rider there. A lot of chat going on in the group. With 7 to go through. They'll come around next time they get 2 to go. So they're doing it hard out in front. They've rode their heart out in front. But I think they're going to be collared with coming around with 1.5 laps to go. I think this is where Matthew Siska says that after all the hard work, they get collared with a lap to go. Brett Schisling, he won the Rich Masters down there at Launceston. That's him around the outside, Brett Schisling. They get the bell. Tim Taylor kicks up. 7 to go through. Oh, he's a big move around the outside. Did the sprinter save himself? Oh, fresh as a daisy goes whip around the outside. And the rest of standing still. This has been a great ride here. Hasn't spent a penny in the run. Counting heads, 2, 4, 6, 7. They're starting to sort themselves out as they go past the point. But the winner coming into the straight now, a very impressive win here. And that's going to be the rider going across the line there in Paul Bouchette. And looks like AJ has made the final. And not sure there between Jonathan Taylor as they went across the line. So no doubt about the Austrian, the 20-year-old from Austria in Paul Bouchette will take that out. The West Australian, Cohen Harper, who rode very well at Devonport in the wheel race and led for a long, long time. On the board as second. Dalton Stretton finished 3rd last year in the wheel race here, was 4th. The New Zealander, K.O. Lart, was 4th. The West Australian, Brett Schisling, was 5th. Probably the best I've seen Brett ride this year at the Carnivals. He's come over in good form. 6th place went to the Hobart Wheelers rider in Dylan Rogers, and Aaron Jones did make the final. And unfortunately, Matthew Siskar, who's been riding his heart out from those limit marks, has once again missed out on a final of a wheel race. Jonathan Taylor was 9th. But there's your 7 place getters. As we'll hand over now to Zobia Williams to call the under-13 wheel race.
Thank you there, Ian. Brought to us today by Boland's Pharmacy, over 2 1/4 laps, $165 up for grabs. And a sash by the Burnie Athletic Club. 1st, 2nd and 3rd will take home some prize money, and the winner will also take home a sash. So our front marker will be young Levi Jones off 250. Making his way around to the mark. Rory Stretton will be off 120, saddlecloth number 44. Levi Digney. will be off the same mark in saddle cloth number 48. 10 metres behind them will be Charlotte Halfacre. So Charlotte will be riding in saddle cloth number 50 off 110, and she'll be joined there by a Devonport wheel winner in Ivy Natira. Ivy will be wearing saddle cloth number 46. Ella Hubbard off 80, and Ella will be joined by Oscar Digny. Oscar on the inside, Ella on the outs. So 47 and 43, their saddle cloth numbers. Riders, attention. We're off and racing now. Back marker will be young Launceston-based Noah Blaisley. Saddle cloth number 41 in the pink off 50. They greet the judge with 2 to go, and away they go. And it's little Levi Jones, ladies and gentlemen, off 250. He had a victory earlier on today. He wants to emulate what his father may not have done down here in Burnie, and that's a wheel race. So Levi Jones is out and about as he comes down the main straight. Give him a round of applause. Oh, Levi. Pumping those little pistons of his. Saddle cloth number 33 gets the bell with 1 to go. Rory Stratton is the next one up. She's pumping those little pistons, head bobbing up and down. You can see how hard she's working. Ivy Natira in behind her, along with Levi Digny. Here come our back markers now. Our back markers in Charlotte Halfacre, Oscar Digny and Noah Blaisley. He's got some hard work to do as Noah down the back straight, but it's Levi Jones that leads him. He's got to get up out of the saddle if he wants to make sure of that he does, around the Dowling McCarthy tyre sign. Levi Jones, he's almost come to a standstill, and here come the back markers. Levi gets up out of the saddle, he comes round the point, he gets the wind over the shoulder. Levi Jones, he's going to do what his father hasn't done, and that's take out an under 13 wheel race. Levi Jones, stand and applaud, ladies and gentlemen. Rory Stratton in second position, storming over is our back marker, and Noah Blaisley, I think, from Stratton on the inside. Noah Blaisley, a back marker off to 50 metres from the Launceston Cycling Club. I think might have stored home for second. And in third position was the City of Burnie Cycling Club's Rory Stratton. Well done to little Rory. Getting a rousing reception of our under 13 riders. What a wheel race. Well done to Greg O'Rourke, our handicapper. Congratulations to Levi. He's lapping this up, literally. He will get the chocolates along with the sash from the Burnie Athletic Club. And a big thank you to Boland's Pharmacy for their support of our junior riders here today. Ladies and gentlemen, our under 13 wheel race riders, please put your hands together for them as they come through.
Riders going to their marks now for the Advocate newspaper under 15 wheel race for 2022 over the 4 1/4 lap journey. Caleb McKenzie off scratch. Mitchell Stratton off 30 metres. Philip Nesler, the West Australian, off 60. Lucas Smitskas from South Australia off 110. George Mulhern from the mainland, from the Brunswick Club, off 170. Sid Natera from Hobart Wheelers off 170. 290, Ruben Shelvington. And 360 metres, Cameron Burgess. Last year, Mitchell Stratton took out the under 15 wheel race from Charlie Hannigan and Albie Clark. Both Charlie and Albie not here this year.
Yeah, I find that really hard to see.
Carla McKenzie, the younger brother of Hamish McKenzie, who won the big wheel race last year. Looks to be in the good genes there.
Yeah, no, I mean the other one.
He's only been riding this year, young Caleb.
Dust, you got me on 3.
Just waiting for riders to settle, and the red flag goes up. Then they'll be sent on their way by Michael Bailey. Just riders over in the back straight, still going to their mark. Riders, attention. On their way in the Advocate newspaper wheel race for the under-15s, and getting away nicely here in the front straight is the rider of George Mulhern, and also there with him, look at Lucas Spitka in the black. He's about to be joined there by the rider of Philip Nessler, then further back then to, Caleb McKenzie. He's got a lot of work to do to make up that 30-metre gap, this young fellow. Only new to the sport, but he's got a name McKenzie, and that means he's going to be turned into a very good rider. Out the front here, going along nicely at this stage is Cameron Burgess. Then further back then to the rider of Ruby McKeon. They're being followed there by the rider of Sonny McKeon. Then further back going along nicely is Ruben Shelvington. Looking back now to see where the next group is. Into the front straight they come. On the front there with George Mulhern would have been the rider there of Sid Natira from the Hobart Wheelers. Then further back leading the main group along is the rider there of Philip Nessler, the West Australian. Swings up, Rory Stretton does a turn. On his wheel now is the youngster there in Caleb McKenzie in those red and white colours, and Lucas Miska, the South Australian, in the black colours. But into the front straight, they'll come around to get 2 laps to go in the Advocate newspaper under-15s, and out the front with the head bobbing here is the rider there of number 28, that is Cameron Burgess. Then further back to Ruby McLean, Sonny McKeon. Then further back to Ruben Shelvington coming into it in the blue colours. They've got a good gap at this stage. Now George Mulhern. Look at young Lucas Mitsko in the black's done a turn. Mitchell Stretton won the wheel race here last year. He's got the nice orange helmet on, always good to, easy to pick up. So they go down the back straight into a slight headwind now, not as breezy as it was earlier on today. They'll come around next time to get the bell. The bell about to sound. They come into the front straight. Always good to win a wheel race here, and going along nicely is one of the McKeon twins as they come down the front straight to get the bell. Down the front straight, and it's Ruby McLean that leads out. Then further back then, where's the moves coming? Ruben Jolvard, look at around the outside. Oh, he's come from scratch, ladies and gentlemen, and following him is Mitchell Stretton off the 30-metre mark. Down the back straight, he's done a ton of work as Caleb McKenzie. Look at Stretton. He's just biding his time. He's had a bit of a luxury ride there off the mark of the 30 metres. But young Caleb McKenzie, the younger brother of Hamish McKenzie, who won the wheel race here last year, now Mitchell Stretton, has been sitting on the back there of Caleb McKenzie, and he's going to go back-to-back here at Burnie. A local rider on his home track here, and Mitchell Stretton from the mark of 30 will come down and take it out from a very good ride there from Caleb McKenzie. Getting up for third there, that's a good ride from the West Australian in Philip Nessler. That's the under-15s. Brought to you by the Advocate newspaper.
Thanks, Ian. We've got a little bit of a presentation here, so here we go. Young Levi Jones. What a ride by Levi, and his dad's going to give him the sash. Here we go. Dad's going to put the sash over him after he won that race a few moments ago. Here he is. There's little Levi. That sash is just swamping all over him, isn't it? The under-13, 1,000 metres wheel race. Well done. Look at Mum. Mum's ready with the photo. Here we go. Just about ready. Hey, Levi, what was it like to win? Good?
Yeah, good.
And what about to have Dad here, eh? It was cool, and your mum?
Yeah.
Well done. There he goes. A speech maker in the making. There he is. Well done, little Levi Jones. Well done.
Big thank you to Boland's Pharmacy for their support of the under-13 wheel race, and to the Burnie Athletic Club for their sash. So we're about to get underway in the Anita Dow Member of Parliament's 2,000 metre under-17 wheel race. $195 up for grabs and a sash, donated by the Burnie Athletic Club. 4.5 laps, 2,000 metres. Our back marker is Sam Washington from WA. Broxham off 70 from Burnie. Shelverton from Hobart off the same mark. Off 160 is Thomas Blaisley from Launceston. Nick Ablett off 220 from Devonport. Gus Chalice joining him off 230 is Ava Schmidka From South Australia, Queensland's Ella Liang. South Australia, Scarlett Sybil. Devonport, Sybil O'Rourke is off 350, and 360 is Kira Rayner from Queensland. A big thank you to our local Labor MP. Riders, attention. Anita Dow for her sponsorship of the Under-17 Will Race. We've had 2 ripping rides so far. Let's see if the Under-17s can finish the junior cycling events with a bang. And our rider out in front that is leading at the moment as we see our back marker come through with 4 to go is Sam Washington. But here she is out on her own, and it's Sybil O'Rourke from Devonport. So away she goes at the moment. Number 11. She greets the judge with 3 to go. She's way out on her own as Sybil. Then we go back to Scarlett Sybil, Ella Liang, Ava Schmidtke, Nicholas Ablett, Gus Chalice. They go through now. Then we come into the back of them is Thomas Blaisley from Launceston off 160 in our back markers. Working hard is Jonas Shelverton from Hobart, Nicholas Broxham from Burnie in the purple. And then we go back to Sam Washington. Our back marker is having to do a power of work down that Cade Monday wing. Well, we get the butchers out now. We go back down past the main straight, and it's Sybil O'Rourke greet the judge with 2 to go. She's got a commanding lead on Nicholas Ablett from the Mersey Valley Devonport and District Cycling Club, who's leading them round with 2 to go. Tacking on now is Shelverton and Broxham, and they go right around the outside. Here comes our back marker and Samuel Washington. Washington now from Western Australia. Won the Devonport Wheel, part of the X-Speed cycling group from Western Australia. He has the sash in his sights to Sam Washington as he tacks onto the back. He's had to do a power of work so far. He's going to ease into the final lap though, and it's still Sybil O'Rourke. But here come the group now. There's about 50 metres between them. Rolling into the front now is Nicholas Broxham. Shelverton second wheel. Sybil O'Rourke still leads. This is going to be close. Thomas Blaisley's third wheel. Our back marker is right on the back of this group. That's Sam Washington. He's going to have to do the hard work right around the outside, down the Cade Monday wing into the breeze. Sybil O'Rourke has come to a standstill. She's going to be eaten by the bunch. Broxham gates them around the outside. Here comes our back marker. He's going to make it 2 wheels in a row if he can from Western Australia. It's Samuel Washington, our back marker, Shelverton from Hobart. He takes the lead on the inside, Washington around the outside. Shelverton's holding on and he's going to take it out. Jonas Shelverton, sorry. Jonas has taken that one out from Sam Washington, close for third. I think it might have been the rider from Launceston, that's Thomas Blaisley in the green, but we'll get official confirmation of that very shortly. But congratulations to Jonas Shelverton. He's had a big year from the Hobart Wheelers Cycling Club in the light blue. Great sportsmanship there being shown there by Sam Washington off the scratch mark in second position to Jonas as they went over the line. And Thomas Blaisley is confirmed for third in a time of 2:25.81. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Under-17 wheel race winner, brought to us today by Anita Dow. From the Hobart Wheelers, Jonas Shelverton. Jonas, if you could make your way into the infield, please, for the presentation. After the presentation, we'll head back to the running.
Right, we've got a presentation here for the winner of the Advocate newspaper Under-15 Wool Race over 2,000 metres, a handicap, and it's been won by Mitchell Stretton. Congratulations, Mitchell.
I've got ladies lined up ready to go.
Hey Mitchell, a nice fast finish by you. How do you reckon you've been riding in this Carnival series?
Not too bad. Felt hard over here, but just paid off in the end. So.
Always a bit of breeze around Burnie, but that didn't seem to bother you?
Nah, you get used to it after a while.
All right, there he is, the winner of the Advocate newspaper Under-15 Wool Race, Mitchell Stretton. Put your hands together for Mitchell.
I hope someone can catch him coming round because we're about to start. Is 3 on? I'm here. Yep, there you go. Yeah, they're starting at me. Duff?
So, ladies and gentlemen, the next event on the track is the Masters 300, and that will require a lot of our cyclists and various athletes and officials, please, to make sure you have the running circular grass track clear, please. And if you are on the infield or have responsibilities to stay on the infield, please be down. So crouching down, please, in where you are positioned. And if you are a bike race competitor, or a cyclist, I should say, can you please either make your way off the track very quickly or just bob down where you are so we can get this 300-metre Masters underway.
You just pop in, Grant, just for a second, for our winner of the Anita Dow MP Under-17 wheel race in Jonas Shelverton. Well done, Jonas. Happy about that win?
Yeah, very happy.
How did the race go? Did it go to plan for you?
Yeah, went to plan. Saw the handicap this morning and instantly had a chat with my fellow marker, Nick Broxham, and we were like, it's on.
And on it was. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I just want to get a thumbs up from Lynn and Marks and John down there. Are the two athletes on the red and the white, are they clear of the circle track? Could we get a confirmation down there at the start line? Marks and John, could you give me a thumbs up that those two athletes are not in the way of the 300? That's all good, yep, okay. So CFM and 7BU Masters 300 metres. So turn your attention over to the back straight, ladies and gentlemen. The front markers here, it looks to be the red and white, and that should be the runner Susan Moody. It is, who won the 800 earlier today. She'll run from 78. The purple's Robin Locke from 70. The orange will be Maria Cahill, run from 70 metres. The grey is Sheree Maksimovic from 60. The Victorian, the black, will be Danielle McDowell from 60 metres. Jessica Linden will run from the mark of 39 and wear the pink. The green will be Michael Johnson. He'll run from 35 metres. The yellow will see Brendan Smart again. He'll run from 28 metres. Now, a man that's won the last two Masters 300s is Adrian Bender, and subsequently he's been pulled back to the mark of 17 metres. The next runner back will be the white of Dan Lamoto. He'll run from the mark of 14. And in the red, it's former Burnie gift winner, and he'll run from the mark of 5 metres, and it's John Howe. Masters 300 metres, proudly sponsored by CFM and 7BU. So they're away and running, and it's Susan Moody, the 800-metre winner, looking to go one more here with this 300. How will that run go into her legs? It looks like she might be out a little bit slowly and gingerly as she sees Robin Locke sweep past her and Maria Cahill going with her. The other two runners, the runner in black there is Danielle McDowell, the Victorian. Here comes Brendan Smart in the yellow from the back of the field as he's making contact with our front markers. The rest are going to have to do something pretty special to get up from here. Robin Locke and Maria Cahill. Here comes Smarty on the bike track, and Adrian Bender, the blue, joins in as well. Robin Locke fights back on the inside. Bender on the outside. Susan Moody gets up, Susan Moody found another gap, found another second lease of life on the inside, and she's won herself 2 races at Burnie. She's won the 800, and now she's turned her attention to the sprint of the 300, and she's managed to keep them at bay and won the Masters 300. Fantastic performance from Susan Moody. From the 78-metre handicap, the red and white, she was passed by a couple, and I think the going started getting pretty tough in the last 20 to 30 metres, and Susan said, well, I've still got a little bit left here, and she found something again to get up and win her second event of the day. So Susan, when you're a little bit recovered, make your way over to the infield. Over this way, Susan. And you're going to put another one of these in your collection. It'll be a sash from the Masters.
Hey Susan, success here at Burnie on the double. That's a pretty handy day for you.
It is. It's not what I expected at all. And I thought the Masters would be pretty tough. The last 3 I've done, they've been pretty good.
So what was your expectation? Did you just come here and compete and just see how it drops?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And then kind of saw a bit of a gap there and thought, oh, go for it and see what happens.
And how was the race for you? Did it work to plan, or was it so you just got into a position and they said, right, I'm going for it?
Yeah, just go for it.
Congratulations, well done. Well done. So Susan Moody, winning the Masters 300 metre handicap with our sponsors CFM and 7BU.
Yes, well done to Susan, and congratulations to all the Masters competitors there. It's a great spirit of competition amongst them as they compete amongst the series in the open races, and they get the occasional opportunity to do the Masters, and that was some race and a half, wasn't it? We turn our attention to the sprint track now. The gift track will see the new gen girls handicap over 120 metres, so the sprint track at Burnie here being utilised by our new gen athletes. A real great experience for them, knowing that they're going to be running on the same track as Tori Lewis, Nara Nang, Caleb Law, Jacob Despard. And we look down and see a field of 6 runners there to contest this first heat. Our front marker will be Asher Eastley. She'll run from the mark of 38 metres, 10 years of age is Asher. Bethany's also 10, and she'll run from 24 metres, the green. Anika Barnes will wear the yellow and run from 19 metres. Asha Ta'ario will wear the 17 metres, will run from 17 metres and wear blue. Talina Williams, the white, from 10 metres. And then we've got Cami Thomas, who will wear the red and run from the mark of 9. Now, to make it through to the final, first in each of the heats, so there's 4 heats in all, and then 3 fastest second places will make it through. So young Asher Eastley will lead this field for some time as she uses that front mark of 38 metres in the pink nicely. Moving through now is Anika Barnes in the yellow. The back markers are coming. Look at Talina Williams, the white. A beautiful striding athlete as she takes it out. She wins heat number 1. Talina Williams, the white, from the yellow Anika Barnes. And Talina makes the trip from Surfers Paradise down to Tasmania at this time of the year, and we've seen her for the last couple of years. And she's certainly impressive runner to watch as she takes out heat number 1 and finds herself a spot in the final. We'll wait on the times of the other athletes in that heat and, of course, the heats to follow them. That big blue scoreboard will indicate the time that's been recorded by Talina, which is a 14:46. I tell you what, she'd hold her own in the open races with that sort of time. They were running about 13:07, and Talina is only 15 years of age, and she's just run 14:46. Obviously the mark of 10 metres, but still shows that Talina's got some serious ability down the 120 metre sprint track. Heat number 2 is not too far away. We can put a line through the blue, which was due to be Sophie Bailey. She's out of this event. So that leaves us with 5 athletes to contest heat number 2. Just a reminder again, the first in each of the heats will go through, and then 3 fastest second places. Our front marker here will be the very exciting Quinn Aitken. She'll get the handicap of 36, but she's only 11 years of age, Quinn. She's a little pocket rocket, and she'll run from the front mark here in the pink. Savannah McKenzie, a 13-year-old from Punchbowl. She'll run from 22 metres and wear the green. We go back about 4 metres to the 18-metre handicap of Rachel Williams, and she's from Ulverstone, Rachel, and she'll run in the yellow. Sienna Atkins from Sprayton, so not far away, over near the Devonport there, of course, Sprayton. She's 12 years of age, and she'll run from 10 metres in the white. And Kaiser Taylor from Acacia Hills, part of the Northwest Athletics Club. She'll run from the 9-metre handicap, and she's our back marker in the second heat. 14:46 was that time that Talina Williams put down in heat number 1. Let's see what the girls can produce here in heat number 2. about to walk up here. Heat number 2. Good start from the field. Little Quinn Aikens out into her running straight away. Look at her pumping the arms, and those knees are driving down the track. She's holding onto them at the moment. What can they do to catch up to Little Quinn Aiken? Here comes the back markers. Kaiser Taylor gets to it. Kaiser Taylor from the back mark with Sienna Atkins in the white, trying to go with her. But I think Kaiser Taylor's going to qualify. And I tell you what, I enjoyed that run of Quinn Aiken there. She never gives up trying. She was pushing herself the whole way down the track, but we'll see Kaiser Taylor go through. She was the winner there, just narrowly from her co-back marker in Sienna Atkins. Just a metre between them in the handicaps. 14:46 was that time recorded in the first, so that's standing up as pretty fast. We see a 15.15 recorded by our back marker there, Kaiser Taylor. Part of the Northwest Athletic Club, but competes in regular competitions at the Penguin Athletics track. We see Sienna Atkins there, just 0.04. She'll be waiting on those times to see if that's quick enough. And Rachel Williams in the yellow was officially third, 15:82. Just the one official scratching to come out of heat number 3, and that's the front marker, Sophie Bartlett. Bartlett, I think it is, and she was from Launceston but not able to make the trip here to West Park. Alicia Holloway's had a busy day. We've seen her in the mile earlier today, and I think also the 400, so it's a pretty tough day of competition for some of these new gen competitors. And we'll see her in the green from the 20-metre handicap. Elizabeth Straits from Newtown, just 10 years of age. She'll run from 17 metres, the yellow. Peyton Smith, funnily enough, from Crayfish Creek, an interesting place there. Crayfish Creek is Peyton's hometown, and she'll wear the blue and run from 14. Turners Beach's Abby Parsons in the white. She'll run from 12 metres. And then Courtney Brown from Ocean Vista here in Burnie. She'll be our back marker here, and she'll get that mark of 9 metres as our runner in red. Gee, that wind is really strong and blowing at the backs of these competitors, so giving them a nice little push along as they go down the track, as we saw in the men's and women's gift heats earlier today. They have made the times quite fast here at West Park. We've never seen the 12-second barrier broken many times at all. I can recall Dean Capobianco back in the early 90s may have sneaked under the 12 seconds. And from what we saw in those heats, and we will soon be seeing the semi-finals, we could see that time be threatened tonight. And at the moment, these new gen athletes are experiencing what it's like to have a howling breeze at their backs. So our starter, Scott Cranfield's asking the field now to stand behind their blocks, and he'll soon get them to walk up and start our third heat. Away pretty well is Alicia Holloway, the green as she leads. The yellow trying to put up a challenge to her in straights. Now their back markers start to get moving. The red of the back marker of Courtney Brown's trying to get on the level terms. The green of Alicia Holloway is going to hold on here, I think, and she will get through from Courtney Brown, the red. So Alicia Holloway qualifies for the final, winning the third heat. And it's one of those automatic qualifiers. The others behind Alicia there will have to wait on those times to see what sort of time they record in their second place. See if that's quick enough. 15:04 for for athlete Alicia Holloway. We see a 15:35 recorded by our back marker there, Courtney Brown. Not sure if that will be fast enough, but we will wait officially on those times when they come to us. And Abby Parsons, strong performance there to get third in that third heat. Certainly thank Sports Power and for their support of the new gen races here at Burnie. We've already seen some exciting mile races earlier, some 400-metre finals to kick off the day, and we're seeing some heats here of the 120-metre gift distance here at Burnie, with an opportunity to run a little bit later and much closer to when the action really heats up here at West Park on New Year's Eve. We think about some of the names that have won this race before and a real insight into what could happen into the future. Well, Chelsea Scollier won this event a couple of years ago now, and we're seeing her now contesting the semi-finals of the Stubbs Construction Women's Gift later on this evening. So we know Chelsea's performed extremely well at the national level as well, having won a national title, but she also competed here at the New Gen and used to love the sprint distance down the track. Will we see the next little superstar present themselves or show what they can do here from heat number 4? No red here in this one, so put a line through the back mark of the red. We see Jada Tario in the white from 8. Indy Braslin will run from 10 metres, the blue. Then it's Ashlyn Moles, the yellow, from 17. Georgia Sharvey, the green, from 19. And then Paige Aiken is our front marker here in the pink from 25 metres. Pretty good start from Paige Aiken as she'll lead this field of 5 athletes as they try to get on the level terms with her. She's still got a lead. She's trying everything she can to hold on, but green of Georgia Sharvey hits the front of the determination. Will it see her hang on? It will see her get there. Well done to Georgia Sharvey. Gets there from the yellow of Ashlyn Moles. The other's not too far back, but Georgia Sharvey, she ran down at the Hobart meeting and was quite impressive there over the 300-metre distance. And a lot of determination on the face there of young Georgia Sharvey has seen her get the job done in the 4th heat. 15:30, 15:30. Is the time fast enough for Georgia Sharvey to take line honours? Ashlyn Moles, the yellow, was given the 2nd place there with you see Indy Braslin, a 15:66, up into 3rd place for Indy. I'll leave it up to our very competent photo finish officials to determine the 3 fastest times to go through, along with our 4 heat winners. Of course, Talina Williams in heat 1. Kaiser Taylor, a 15:15 in heat 2, so saw her win and get through. And then we had Alicia Holloway take out the 3rd heat, and then Georgia Sharvey. So they're the 4 automatic qualifiers. The 3 other times or people to join them will be determined very shortly. We get an opportunity now to see the boys strut their stuff on the gift track here at Burnie. And we've got 2 heats of the 120-metre handicap for the boys. A couple of scratchings to take note of from heat number 1. We'll have no green and no black. So that'll leave us with the pink of Jordan Bodner. He'll be our front marker, the 10-year-old Jordan from Burnie. He'll run from 35 metres. Nash Hammond, the yellow, who's already taken a victory in the 400 here at Burnie throughout the day's program. He's with the Salty Striders crew from Somerset. He'll wear the yellow and run from 20 metres. Luke McKenzie, again, very well performed in one of those races earlier today. He'll run from 14 metres from the 20-metre handicap in blue. Isaac Dixon from North Hobart will run from 14 metres the white. And Mitchell Crawford is our back marker here, a Burnie runner. He's also with the Salty Striders, but part of the Northwest Athletic Club. He'll run from 8 metres in the red, Mitchell Crawford.
Yeah, good stuff.
Boys are about to walk up to their blocks. It's the first 3 across the line here, and then we'll take 1 time. The fastest 4th place getter from the 2 heats will also qualify for a final of 7 athletes.
Oh, and the bikes are coming out now.
Away they go, and it's Jordan Bodner, the pink, that's going to lead them for some time here. We see Penny, we see the green coming through there. That's a runner that was initially out, but we've got Nash Hammond coming through now. Isaac Dixon's going to get the job done. He goes through with Nash Hammond, and also Mackenzie, the blue, and the fast finishing back marker, Mitchell Crawford. Didn't have a green down there, but I think that's young Jack Penny. It looks like he's been a replacement perhaps in that field. On my list here, it was a scratching the green, but we do see a runner in green there. But give the results as soon as they come to hand, but no doubt about our winner there, Isaac Dixon. Pretty versatile athlete is Isaac, a good multi-eventer as well in the Athletics Tasmania competitions, and he can sprint and run distance and also do a few of the field events as well. So here we are seeing the times up on the scoreboard, and Isaac Dixon was the winner. A 13.92 was recorded by Isaac, and he's obviously got no doubt in qualifying with that performance. Nash Hammond was second, and then it was Luke McKenzie. Now we'll keep note of the time of Mitchell Crawford, 14.61 for 4th, as we do know that the fastest 4th place competitor will join our 1st, 2nd and 3rd from the 2 heats to go through. 13.92 for Isaac Dixon, and 14.61 for Mitchell Crawford is that time we're going to watch closely, because we have one more heat to come. I'm sure these junior athletes are really enjoying the opportunity to compete here at the New Year's Eve Sports. lots of other things they, I guess, could be doing at this time of the year, but great to see them doing some athletics competitions and hopefully enjoying their school holiday break into the new year. We are at the last day of 2022. Can one of these young boys, once they get through these heats, finish it off in style by taking home a big win at the Burnie Carnival? We have a field here of 6 athletes to contest heat number 2. Our back marker here will be Cyrus Redshaw. He's in the white. We have no red in this one. Cyrus looks like he couldn't find himself a white singlet top, or unless he's got a T-shirt underneath there, but it looks to be the white T-shirt, but it's nice and easy to recognise. From Latrobe is Cyrus, and he'll run from the 9-metre handicap. Daniel Wojcik, the blue, will run from 16 metres. Hamilton Jackson, the yellow, will run from 19 metres. We see Cameron Bodner for another time here. He's had a few races already today from Burnie. He'll run from 24 metres. A lot of interest on the infield for this next athlete. Former Burnie gift winner John Howe's watching his young fella here, River Howe, go down the track in the pink, and he'll run from 26. Just a little bit of pressure there on River. And Mitchell Elphingston, well, we've seen him perform very well in some longer distance events. What can he do over the sprint? And he'll run from 32 metres in the black. And they're off and running, and a good start there from River Howe as he goes up to challenge Mitchell Elphingston, who's our leader. Pretty coming into it now, nicely now, is the green of Cameron Bodner. River Howe and Cameron Bodner. Now the back markers get right into it. Oh, they finish across the track together almost. Bodner and the blue of Daniel Wojcik, the fast finishing white there of Cyrus Redshaw. Really close one. And the boys showing good sportsmanship there, getting around and congratulating each other on a well-run heat of the Sports Power New Gen 120-metre handicap. That scoreboard's been working beautifully for us, and it shows that Hamilton Jackson, I've got him as yellow here. I know we've got a few. We'll just wait a bit of time for the official result. It was a pretty close one. The first 3 will go through, so I think the first 3 were pretty obvious. We see, no, I don't think that's correct also, but we'll just wait on that time to go up. But the first 3 will be the key placings, of course, and then we'll go with the time of, what do we look at? 14:61 from Mitchell Crawford. We'll see if that's going to hold up as one of those times that might see him get another chance in the final.
About to get underway in the Print Domain UCI Women's Kieran Invitation. This is the B final, of which it's brought to us by Print Domain. $450 up for grabs. 3 have withdrawn. That's Sophie Ma, Morella Willis-Hell and Amalia Langham. So our 3 riders, according to the program, will get their placings and be able to take home some well-deserved kanga. So head down the Cade Monday wing, into the head breeze, sitting in behind our rider on the moped, that's Mr. Tim O'Shannessy, former representative of Australia in the Olympic Games, Commonwealth Games. There's Tim. I'll greet the judge with 2 to go. I'll hold their positions behind the moped. Second wheel is Jess Schuler. Belinda Bailey's at the back and Courtney McGowan is at the front. University of Queensland rider is Courtney. You'll notice that Jess Schuler just backing off a little bit, and smart there by McGowan. She's gone to the top of the track, just allowing the rider underneath to do the work if need be, and she would jump back on. So Schuler now leads as they go down past the Pertex sign, about to get the wind over their shoulder at the point. They'll greet the judge for the bell. Print Domain UCI Women's Invitation Kieran B final. So Shula it is from New Zealand, trained by Zach Williams. Second wheel is McGowan. And then we go back to Belinda Bailey from Bendigo, the 17-year-old. Won a goal at the 2022 Oceania Road Race. She's at the rear. This is her first year in the seniors. And away she goes now. Up she gets out of the saddle and dances on the pedals around the outside of McGowan as they go down past the Pertex sign into the point now. McGowan on the inside. I'd say Shula's out of this, but Belinda Bailey's going to take out the Invitation Kieran B final. Brought to us by Print Domain. Second wheel will be Courtney McGowan, and Jess Shula will round out the top three of the Print Domain UCI Women's Invitation Kieran B final. Up next, we shall see the Invitation A final, $450 up for grabs from Print Domain, UCI event. Our riders will be as follows. Maya Anderson from New Zealand, saddle no cloth number 6. 14 will be Selena Ho from New South Wales. There's Selena, just looking for a holder, please. And Will's making his way onto the track. Thanks, Will. Christina Clonan from Queensland will be in saddle cloth number 3. She will take up the running behind the moped. Lizanne Wilmot from Canada on the pink bike. You cannot miss Lizanne. With a smile like that also. Her personality shines through. Emma Stevens from Queensland. She's going to be second wheel. And rounding out the field will be Lauren Perry. Lauren from Launceston. Maya Anderson will be on the outside. Our scratch race title holder from New Zealand in the under-20s. Girls get up onto the pedals, hit in behind Tim. For 1.5 laps now, they'll hold their positions. Not allowed in front of the moped. They head down the Cape Monday wing. Good to see some patronage down in the outside bar. Need a refreshment, ladies and gents. Jump over there. Right next door is the medical centre, so if you get into trouble, just knock on the door. I'll get up to around about 50 kilometres an hour behind Tim around the track. Greet the judge with 2 to go. About halfway around this lap, Tim will let them go. Straight into a headwind. Smack bang. On Christina's wheel is Emma Stevens, then Lizanne Wilmot, Selena Ho, Lauren Perry, and right at the back is Maya Anderson from New Zealand. And away goes Perry now, up and around the outside. Clonan now gets up out of the saddle and dances on the pedals, hops right in behind Perry. Perry's looking over her right shoulder. Maya Anderson on the outside. There's a bit of pushing and shoving, but I think Lauren Perry will take this one out. Oh, sorry, Lauren Perry will continue to go as Christina Clonan now is looking over her shoulder, giving herself some space. Going into the headwind now is Lauren Perry. She's going to have to do a fair bit of work. She wants to be able to compete with Christina. Christina now right up on her shoulder. She comes around the outside. Right on the inside is Emma Stevens. She's got a flying 200 metres. It's going to be between the two Australians. So Perry on the inside. Look at her go. That wind at her back. Christina Clonan is going to have to do the work around the outside. Clonan, Perry, Clonan. Clonan, I think, has got it on the outside. Close for third. I'd go with Emma Stevens. The rider from Queensland, from Lizanne Wilmot on the outside. On the pink frame, Selena Ho and Maya Anderson from New Zealand are under 20 New Zealand scratch race title holder. Rounding out the field. Clonan, though, has taken it out. Our Commonwealth Games record holder, and gold medalist, 2020 Elite Women's Sprints, Kieran, and Time Trial National Champion. She's taken out the print domain UCI Women's Invitation Kieran A final. Put your hands together for Christina and all the girls in the print domain UCI Women's Kieran Invitation.
Yeah, thanks, Xavier. Now turn our attention to the men. This is for, once again, the minor final. Brought to you by Print Domain. Number 41, the USA rider, Ewan Young from Minneapolis, second year here in Tasmania. Number 16 is Jade Madden from the Castlemaine Club on the mainland. 2022 up at the Nationals at the Animators Velodrome. He picked up a bronze medal in the team sprint with Sam Gallagher and Ned Pollard. Number 31, he hails from New Zealand, Jared Mann. He's the treasurer of the Hamilton Cycling Club over there in Tasmania. Number 46, the 19-year-old from New Zealand, Ewan Cousins. Number 35, he hails from Cairns. 2018, he won the Burnie 1000 here on this track. Third in the wheel race and second in the handicap over 2000 at Devonport that year. And in 2019, he won the 1,000 metres in Launceston. And the final rider, number 49, David Hutton. They call him Megawatts up there in Cairns. We'll see what sort of watts he's got today. On the motorbike, we've got Tim O'Shannessy, turned 50 this year. And of course, Tim O'Shannessy, a bronze medalist in the team pursuit at the Atlanta Olympic Games. And in 1994 at the Commonwealth Games in Canada, a gold medal in the team's pursuit and the bronze in the time trials. That's Tim O'Shannessy on the bike. But they're on their way. This is the minor final. Cousins. The visitor from the USA there in Erin Young. Jade Madden at the third wheel. See Brandon Hutton is in the green colours at the second last wheel, Brandon Hutton. Move up by the inside, a very cheeky move there by Ewan Cousins.
You with me, mate? Sorry.
Jared Mann on the outside there of Ewan Cousins. Jade Madden biding his time there in the dark colours at third wheel. The tall rider there from the USA is going to be very hard to beat. That's Ewan Erin Young. So coming around to get the whistle, and at the back, a very fast man at the end will be Brandon Hutton in the green. So they come and get the bell. Jade Madden looking over his shoulder. On the outside of him there is the rider of Jared Mann. Moves now, locked away with nowhere to go, the rider from the USA there in Young, although he's found room now to get out. Madden's gone for the boy from Castlemaine on the mainland. Young's the one out after him. He hasn't come yet, Brandon Hutton. I don't think he's going to come from last because the main boy from the mainland now is going to be challenged in the back straight past the point, and this is Erin Young coming home hard, but the Victorian in Jade Madden will take it out from Erin Young. Getting up for third there would have been David Hutton. That's the consolation final, but you'll find a very, very fast man on wheels from the mainland, from the Castlemaine Club in Victoria. Jade Madden would have taken that out from Erin Young. Third place would have went to Megawatts. So I think number 49. Just checking on the placings. They're up on the board now. 1:58.94 the time, 1:58.94, and David Hutton was third. Brandon Hutton was fourth. Next up we've got the field. This is the UCI Kieran final. Number 5 is Sam Gallagher. 2019 he ventured to Germany with the Australian under-19 team and came back with a silver medal in the team sprint when he teamed up with John Trovos and also Carlos Carismo. He's won 2 Austral wheel races and a Melbourne Cup on wheels. In 2019 He was awarded the Australian Junior Track Cyclist of the Year. Number 50, a youngster from the Blackburn Club in Melbourne. This is Aaron Lees. He's trying to see if he can get to the Junior Worlds in 2023. 34th, New Zealander Keo Lart. Number 45 has got to be nearly the favourite, maybe, Ruben Webster. Although Sam Gallagher going to be very hard to beat, as Ruben said. Number 18 is Max Lipanek. He's also a gold medalist at the Junior World Championships in the team sprint. So we've got riders here who have medalled at World Championships, up against the best in the world. And Ned Pollard, number 17, will give it a big shake as well in the VIS colours. But Adam Lees is the one that leads out there from the rider from the Port Adelaide Club at second wheel, with the blonde locks flowing out of the back of the helmet. That is the rider there of Max Lipanek. Ruben Webster, happy to be at the back of the field, Ruben Webster. Just in front of him there is the rider of Ned Pollard there at third wheel, and Sam Gallagher. The other rider in the field there is the rider of Keo Lart. He won the 1,000 metres down there at Hobart on the opening day. But on the front is the youngster from Blackburn, is Adam Lees. Lipanek, then further back to Gallagher at third wheel. Keo Lart in the red. Looking over the shoulder there is the rider of Ned Pollard, and Ruben Webster at the tail. They get in the back straight. Tim O'Shannessy takes the bike off the track. That allows the youngster in Adam Lees to take up the running from Max Lipanek. Gallagher looking over the shoulder. He's got Keo Lart in the red colours, and further back to Ned Pollard and Ruben Webster at the rear. They'll come and get the bell. The pace has been solid behind the bike. And it's Adam Lees looking over the shoulder, Lipanek looking over the shoulder, Gallagher out of the saddle. Then further back to Keo Lart. Ned Pollard and Ruben Webster got a lot of work to do from the rear, but down the back straight, he hasn't gone for home yet. He's Sam Gallagher. Webster's starting to wind it up on the outside, so is Pollard. Gallagher's had a kick. Up at second wheel is Gallagher. Now he puts the afterburners on. Webster's the one coming out after him, but this is a talented young boy trained by Shane Kelly over there on the mainland, and Gallagher will take it out from Webster. Getting up to third there was Adam Lees. Then further back to Ned Pollard, Max Lipanek, and at the rear would have been the rider there of Keo Lart. So that was the final, brought to you by Print Domain, the UCI Men's Karen final. A good win there to Sam Gallagher. As I said, he's a classy rider. And he'll also be riding in the wheel race final a bit later on. They're up on the board now. Number 5, Sam Gallagher first. Number 45, Ruben Webster will be second. Number 50, Adam Lees third. With the conclusion of the UCI Men's Karen.
What camera's on, mate?
Lots of food still available for the in the food vendors areas. So if you go down to the bottom end of the ground, you'll be able to see all the hot food vendors down there. Still plenty of food about. Also plenty of drinks at the bar, the can bar over near the big scoreboard and also over on the point. We'd like to take this opportunity to thank Coolridge, Asahi, United Forklift and Access Solutions, William Adams Cat, Elphinston, Direct Edge Manufacturing, Sirs Sheet Metal and Roofing, Stubbs Constructions Proprietary Limited and Gatorade, who have kindly sponsored this wonderful event. And this event's been going, I think it's the 136th version of the Burnie Carnival, and you only got to look around at the ground. It looks magnificent and the racing has been terrific as well. We also thank the athletes that have come from interstate and also their international athletes, and we do put a big thank you into all the local athletes who continue to turn up at these events and make them so good. So we thank our local athletes both on the bike and in the spikes. Also our wood choppers too. Fantastic to see David Foster still involved, and David, I guess, could have just decided that he was going to just manoeuvre his way out of wood chopping, but good to see David giving something back. He was a young kid when his dad started and he's seen it all through, a little bit like the Gers. So thanks very much for David's support of the Carnival series. So a nice little crowd in today. We've got some big events coming up and we hope that you can stick around for those. So as I said, plenty of food and drinks available at all the vendors areas, the can bar over near the big scoreboard on the Bass Highway side and the point, so you can get all your refreshments there. But a big day here at Burnie and some wonderful finals coming up. We hope you enjoy the last section of this Burnie Carnival.
Magnetic tomorrow. Yes, I am.
Next up on the program is event number 80, SCRS Sheet Metal and Roofing Women's 1,000 metre handicap final. Our riders will be as follows. Off 140 will be Emma Stevens from Queensland. She will be in saddlecloth number 8. Off 115 will be 2 riders, one from Victoria and one from Queensland. Erin Rowell from Geelong, saddlecloth number 25, and Gabrielle Thomas from Cairns in Queensland in saddlecloth number 26. Petra Anderson will be off 100 from Queensland, and she will be joined by Eugenia O'Rourke from the Mersey Valley District's Devonport Cycling Club. Saddlecloth numbers 23 for Eugenie and 21 for Petra. Off 95 will be Tan Valencia from Singapore in saddlecloth number 18. Off 80 we have 2 riders, one from Canada. In saddlecloth 15, Lizanne Wilmots, and one from Hobart, Suzanne Stratus, in saddlecloth number 19. Off 75, we've got 6 riders. Lilith Jones, in saddlecloth number 29, from Victoria, from Georgetown. Emily Walker, a Devonport wheel winner, in saddlecloth 22, from the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Selena Ho. Saddlecloth number 14, Amelia Mulhern from Victoria. Saddlecloth number 20, and Maya Anderson from New Zealand in saddlecloth number 6. Off 70 we have 2 riders, Georgia Simpson from New Zealand, saddlecloth number 5, Hannah Hermanovska. She will be in saddlecloth 13, representing the Czech Republic, in the light blue. Off 45 are the 2 Malaysian riders, Chiwei Neo and Mohammed Zubir, saddlecloth 10 and 9 respectively, and Belinda Bailey will be joining them from Victoria, our 17-year-old from Bendigo, in saddlecloth number 30. Still looking for some holders. $450 up for grabs. Prize money to the first 3. Big thank you to SCRS Sheet Metal and Roofing for their sponsorship of the women's 1,000 metre handicap final. So our front markers, as I mentioned before, Emma Stevens off 140. We go back to Erin Rowell and Gabrielle Thomas, both off 115. Riders are almost settled, just waiting on our chief official, Dale Atkinson. Beautiful to see the sun out. The clouds have somewhat parted. If you're a bit parched, jump over to the bar on the Cade Monday wing side of the ground. Grab a bevy or 2. Riders, attention. And we're off and racing in the SCRS Metal and Roofing Women's 1,000 metre Lightning Handicap. And it's Lightning nonetheless. Gabrielle Thomas looks like she's leading them out. And away she goes. Then we've also got Erin Rowell and Petra Anderson not far behind her. Jeannie O'Rourke, Lizanne Wilmot's come up and sitting on the wheel of a Jeannie right now. So she's fifth wheel. Tom Haas is out by about 5 or 6 bike lengths. Then we go back to the rider from Queensland and Petra Anderson and Tan Valencia from Singapore. As they come through now, Tom Haas, who's already taken one of these out already this year, will get the bell. She leads. Stratus in second wheel, Wilmot in third. Those riders are doing exceptionally well. Our back markers have got a fair bit of work to do if they're going to go and take some ground into their head wing down the Cade Monday wing. Tom Haas is coming to a standstill around the outside now after Stratos has done the work as Lizanne Wilmot from Canada. She's put on about 3, 4, 5 bike lengths already. Away she goes now. She goes past the Pertex sign and she's about to take out the Lightning handicap here for the women. Brought to us by SCRS. It's going to be close for second, but Wilmot's got this, ladies and gentlemen. I think Valencia might take out second wheel. And in third position was our Devonport wheel winner in Emily Walker. Emily Walker. So Valencia second, Wilmot first, Emily Walker in third position. That's a strong ride there by the Canadian. Lizanne Fox Wilmot. There she is. High-fiving the crowd as she goes down the Cade Monday wing. Congratulations to Lizanne in taking out the SCRS Sheet Metal and Roofing 1,000 metre women's handicap. And it's the first time, Ian, that she's actually placed in front here at Burnie. She's had multiple placings, but today she saluted the judge and she takes out the SCRS 1,000 metre handicap.
Watch out on the bus going back to the accommodation tonight. She's the leader of the party bus and she's taken out the 1,000 metres, Lizanne Wilmot. Turn our attention now to the Downing McCarthy Tyres men's 1,000 metre handicap. We'll go from the front off 100 metres. The 21-year-old from the city of Burnie, Oscar Varney, off 100 metres. He was second at Burnie in 2021. Off 90 metres, the youngster from the Blackburn Club, we've seen him ride in the Keren, Adam Lees. Off 80 metres, the New Zealander wearing number 46 is off 80 metres. He was third at Devonport in the 1,000. Number 48, the 18-year-old from Malaysia. That's Azik Wahab. Number 45, we've seen him run second to Sam Gallagher just a moment ago in the Keren. That's Ruben Webster, hails from New Zealand. Third in the 1,000 metres at Hobart, second in the 1,000 metres at Devonport. Can he be first in the 1,000 metres at Burnie? We'll soon know. Next up, number 41, the visitor from the USA, from Minneapolis in the USA, Ewan Young, second in the 1,000 metre at Hobart. Number 35, Brandon Hutton, had a ride just earlier on too in the minor. Keren hails from Cairns. 2018 at Burnie and 2019 in Launceston, he won the 1,000 metres. Number 33 from the Mersey Valley Devonport Club is Tim Taylor. His riders are getting ready. Mightn't be long before they go. The back marker is Sam Gallagher. In front of him in the blue colours from Czech Republic is Denis Ragovac. Nearly in readiness, 1,000 metre handicap. Riders, attention. On their way, leading him out is the youngster, Adam Lees. Then further back, then getting into their stride is Ewan Young, I can see, with the headlocks flying. Look at Sam Gallagher. He's waiting for no one. Denis Radovac, probably better known as a road rider. He finished second in the KOM at a road race over in China some years ago. But down the back straight, and I tell you what, if Sam Gallagher can win this, he would be absolutely on fire. They come around next time to get the bell. Down the back straight by the point. And I tell you what, they're no slacking off here as they come down the front straight to get the bell. The bell about to sound. Look at Brandon Hutton in the green. He's going around the outside now. Brandon Hutton in the green. Oh, taking a shortcut through on the inside. What a ride there. A very small. I don't know if the officials will have anything to say about that or not. I don't know if they went down low, but that is Sam Gallagher. I know he goes through places where ages feel to tread, but I don't know if he's done that legally or not, Sam Gallagher. but he came from the back mark. Look at the USA rider in Young coming home hard. Gallagher, Young, and getting up for third would be Ruben Webster. Then just ahead there of Wahab. We'll wait on the decision there, but I think maybe in the back straight he took it. So we just got to wait to see that. They all went up the track and he went underneath. They did open the door, Xavier. I don't think he was... We'll soon wait and see. But across the line it was Sam Gallagher. Ewan Young was second, Ruben Webster. He's been a prolific place getter as Ewan. Ruben Webster has been a prolific place getter. Everything is fine with Sam. Everyone went up the track. He kept his line underneath. And it will be Sam Gallagher that's taken out the 1,000 metre. He'll be over here for presentations. Sam Gallagher, thank you for presentations. And Liz Ann Wilmot is here for her presentations, the winner of the women's 1,000 metres.
Can do a presentation now. We're going to do a presentation now for the SERS sheet metal women's 1,000 metre handicap to Liz Ann Wilmot. Liz Ann, just swing around there. Congratulations, well done. That's about time you got something on the board.
Oh, I remembered my number this time. So anyone who was here 2 years ago, my numbers are on my back, so yay.
How did the race go for you? You feel comfortable all the way through, or was it just hard yakka?
Oh, it's day 5. Like, the legs were stinging the entire time, so it was good to get a win.
It's good. And where do you go from this particular venue now? Where do you head off next?
Oh, straight to New Zealand, Cambridge Classic, and then Adelaide for the track league.
No rest for the wicked. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to the crowd. I'll see you in the bar later.
The party girl, as they said just a little earlier. Well done, Liz Ann. Nicely done. Give her a warm bit of applause there. Nice win. And we're just waiting on Sam Gallagher. Sam, you come forward. The Dowling McCarthy men's 1,000 metre handicap. Well done, Sam. Sneak across and get a sash. Well done, Sam. So photos taken, everything, interview, crowd sort of wheeling you down the back straight. How did it go for you? Nice to plan?
Yeah, the plan went out the window as soon as I saw everyone going high. I just saw the gap underneath and went straight under.
So the tactics always there? The tactics, you've got to wait for an opening and then go?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I wasn't going to make it around the top, so I thought it's a lot quicker going underneath, and everyone just seemed to get out of my way. It was like I was Moses parting the water.
Oh, well, it'd be nice for you to continue the Moses-like form. Well done, congratulations.
Thanks so much. Thanks to everyone.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we turn our attention back to the running track after a entertaining block of cycling events and some fantastic presentations and some good words too from our visitors here to West Park. And it will all happen at the point post-meet today, but it's all about the action that's about to happen in front of us here. Semi-final number 1, the Stubbs Constructions 2022 Women's Burnie Gift semi-finals. There'll be 2 semi-finals. Now, to make it through to the final at 9:14 this evening, these ladies need to be in the first 3, and we will take the fastest 4th place competitor across the 2 semi-finals. So there's one glimmer of hope if you're not in the first 3 across the line to get through on fastest times. The competitors are as follows. In the black, we'll see Devonport's Tess Horton. She'll run from 13.5 metres. In the pink, it's the youngster Piri Barnes, who'll run from 10.5 metres. In the green, we see a young lady that ran a 13.76 in the heat, so showed that she's ready to run here at West Park. 11 times a place getter in the TAL. From 8 metres, it'll be Trinity Anal Bajar. In the yellow, a lady that won the 800 metres here at Burnie last year, and she's the current 400 metre state champion, but quickly turning herself back into a really premier sprinter with a personal best in the 100 metres recently. From 6.75, it's Laura McShane in the yellow. In the blue, we see the 2018 Burnie Gift winner, a recent 11.99 at the reunion meeting in December in Hobart, and an 11.87 personal best at her absolute fastest. She'll run from 5.25. It's Kiani Allen. In the white, we see the Queenslander. She'll run from 4.25. This very talented 19-year-old runs at 11.82. It's Grace Hewitt in the white. And in the red, we see the first of 2 runners in these semi-finals to run from the scratch mark. She's the 2018 National 100 metre champion, 2 times the long jump national champion of Australia. She's represented Australia at the World Championships in the long jump and the Commonwealth Games in the relay. It's Nara Nang from Queensland in the red from scratch. So that's your field of 6. 7 athletes, in fact, to contest semi-final number 1. They're about to walk their blocks. Pretty even start as it's Tess Horton to lead the fly in the early stages. Here comes the pink of youngster Piri Barnes. Look at the green of Trinity and Albajar start to come right into it now with Laura McShane, Kiani Allen, Grace Hewitt from the back of the field, and Albajar. Nara Nang gets there, I think, from the back mark. Wow, what a run from the scratch marker. I think you'll find an Albajar has also gone through with a couple of the middle markers, but Nara Nang, she was coming at them with every stride, and she got there in the end. I think the Queenslander, Nara Nang, the 2-time long jump national champion and 100 metre national champion, Nara Nang, has taken out semi-final number 1. 13.73, the winning time for the Queenslander, Nara Nang. And we'll see on those other 2 automatic spots very shortly, but we do see the colour of red go to the top of the scoreboard, and from scratch, we might add, ladies and gentlemen, which makes that task so much harder. And we see the former national 100 metre champion take the victory from Anal Bajar by 0.02 of a second. 13.75 was the time recorded by Anal Bajar to get second. So she through to the final, and third, we're still waiting. It was very close, as we all saw. It's Kiani Allen who's into the Burnie Gift final again, so she'll be delighted with that performance. And we will wait with great interest that time, of course. And it's Grace Hewitt that's got it at the moment, a 13.84. We'll see Grace Hewitt have to wait just that couple of minutes to see if she will also be a successful finalist. As 4th place from this semi-final, 13.84 will be compared to the 4th place recorded from the athlete in the next semi. And if it's a little bit slower than 13.84, we'll see that Grace Hewitt join her fellow Queenslander, Nara Nang, in the final. At the moment, she sits and waits. Goes back and talks to her coach, Jared Keating, at an opportune time, and just hopes that she might get another opportunity. The red of Nara Nang, Trinity and Bajar the green, and the third was Kiani Allen. So there's 3 of our 7 finalists decided. 9:14 this evening. This track will light up, and we'll see Nara Nang from the scratch mark. Well, we've got another unbelievably talented scratch marker here, but we'll go through the field First, we see Amy Petter, and we did mention we congratulate her on a recent engagement to her soon-to-be husband, Hamish Peacock, and I'm sure the athletics fans in Tasmania know Hamish very well, but she was the second in the recent Hobart gift, Amy, so she's in really good form, and she'll run from 12.5 in the black. In the pink, we see the Hobart gift winner of 2021. It's Lily James, trained by her father, Greg, and she'll run from the mark of 11. In the green, we see the former Tasmanian, been living in Queensland and doing her university studies. It's Brooke Jones, who's trained by Luke Donatini. 11 TAL victories throughout her career, including a Latrobe gift, and she'll run from 8.75. We see the Queenslander, the very talented 400-metre runner, Giselle Carter, and she'll run from 7 metres. She won a heat in 13.80, so suggests that she'll be right amongst this one in semi-final number 2. The blue, we see the Wayne James trained Chelsea Scollier, the Rosebery gift winner and the former Australian under 1600 metre champion. She'll run from 6 metres. In the white, we see Jade Johnson-Matreska. She's trained by Rob Marks. She was finished 3rd in the recent Hobart gift, and she'll run from the mark of 5. And ladies and gentlemen, one of the fastest women all time in the 100 metres at 11.33 seconds. The 100 and 200 under 20 national champion, a recent winner of the 150 handicap at Devonport from the scratch mark. We see the Queenslander, Tori Lewis, in the red. And just like Naranang, Lewis will have to take on this field in semi-final number 2 from the mark of scratch. A pretty even start. We see Amy Petter pop up first, and she'll lead for some of the trip here with Lily James coming up onto her inside. Here comes Brooke Jones, the green. Gripping through the field now is the blue of Chelsea Scollier. Scollier goes to front, but Lewis has got them. Wow, what a superstar she is, Tori Lewis. She loves the Burnie gift track, having finished 3rd in 2021 off minus 0.5 of a metre. Well, from the scratch mark, which is somewhat more sensible, she's got the job done here at Burnie in semi-final number 2. So 2 scratch markers have won and a 13.71. Wowee, that's the fastest time we've seen on the track here at West Park from our ladies. And Tori Lewis, what a superstar she is. From the scratch mark, has run 13.71. Chelsea Schollier's into the final, so that's a big occasion for the local girl as she'll go through. Chelsea Scollier in the blue. And it looks as if the Queenslander, Giselle Carter, is also qualified, 13.91, and training partner of Tori, of course. And I think looking at the time for the other training partner, Grace Hewitt, we'll wait on that one. We don't know whether we've got 3 Queenslanders in there, but we've definitely got 2 of them, 1st and 3rd, with Tori Lewis and Giselle Carter, with Chelsea Scollier, the local hero, making it through in semi-final number 2 also, 13.71. That time certainly suggests that she goes into the final at 9:14 this evening as the red-hot favourite. So two very entertaining semi-finals of the Stubbs Constructions Women's Burnie gift. At the moment, you can appreciate our photo finish team is confirming that 7th finalist from the 2 semi-finals. We will wait with interest. The athlete Grace Hewitt, the Queenslanders, into the final as well. So from semi-final number 1, Grace Hewitt is that 4th place finisher, has qualified herself for the Stubbs Construction Women's Burnie gift. So 7 in the final. We'll see Nara Nang, Trinity and Al-Bajar, Kiani Allen and Grace Hewitt from semi-final 1. Tori Lewis, Chelsea Scollier and Giselle Carter are the other 3 finalists. So fantastic work from Gerard Keating, their coach. He's got 3 in the final. So he loves coming down to Tassie, and it's been a successful trip with 3 making the final. Let's see what they can do. Coolridge Burnie Gifts 2022. It's the men's semi-final. There are 3 of them. And to qualify for the final at 9:28 this evening, these men need to finish in the first 2, and the fastest 3rd place finisher across the 3 semi-finals will also qualify. Semi-final number 1, we'll see the pink of Fergus Fletcher, the boy from Hobart. He'll run from 12 metres, trained by Wayne Mason. The green, we see a recent 3rd in the Hobart gift and the 2019-20 Sprinter of the Year. It's Jared Gilroy in the green from 11 metres. In the yellow, we see the former Latrobe gift winner from 9.25. It's Ross Lovell who'll wear the yellow. The blue will be Oliver Elric, a man in personal best shape of a 10.77 recently at the reunion day meeting. He'll run from 5.75, the blue. In the white, we see the very, very talented South Australian. He'll run from 2 metres. He holds the national under-20 record for 200 metres at 20.41. And he will run from the mark of 2 in the white. It's Aidan Murphy. And in the red, it's Tasmania's own Commonwealth Games representative in 2022, the Stall gift winner of 2018 and the Burnie gift winner of 2013. He'd love to do it all again here at Burnie. It's Jacob Despard in the red from 1 metre. Semi-final number 1, stacked full of talent as they're about to walk the blocks. The first 2 know that they're in automatically. If they're outside of that, it's a real waiting game as they're about to walk their blocks. Away really well in the middle of the field was the blue of Oliver Elric as he goes up to challenge Ross Lovell in the yellow. Our leader still Fergus Fletcher. Jared Gilroy starts to mount his challenge as he goes to the front. Here comes the back markers. Murphy's got them. And I think Despard went with him. So we see the 2 back markers in Aidan Murphy, the talented South Australian. And I think Jacob Despard has used that speed that the South Australian does possess over the 200 to carry him through, I think, into another Burnie gift final. Not with a great deal of certainty for second for Despard, but definitely Murphy was the one that streeted them in the last 5 to 10 metres. Once he gets up and running, the big South Australian, he's quite impressive. 12.25. 12.25 for Aidan Murphy. Jacob Despard was second across the line, so he's into the Burnie gift final from the mark of 1 metre. And we await on that 3rd place getter. It looks like Oliver Elric. Gee, a really good performance from Elric from 5.75, 12.34. The winning of the 3rd place time for him. And once again, he will wait and wait to see if that is fast enough. 12.25 is the marker. We know about that wind here at Burnie. It's at the back of the runners, as opposed to most years where they get the wind right into their faces. And we're seeing those fast times of 12.25. Well, we have seen a 12.21 from the heats earlier today, and that young man will be running in the 3rd semi-final. But Murphy's saying, well, I'm here to play, and a 12.25 puts him right in the mix. So officially there was Murphy the white from 2 metres, Despard from in the red from 1 metre, and officially 3rd and waiting for that time is the runner Oliver Elric, the Tasmanian, who ran in the blue colour and recorded a time of 12.34. Coolridge Burnie gift men's semi-final number 2. The runners will be as follows. The pink will be a 6-time West Park gift winner and 38 victories in his long Tasmanian Athletic League career. It's Brendan Smart who'll run from 15 metres. In the green, we see former second place getter in the Burnie gift. It's the runner from 10.5 metres. It's Jordan Maynard, the green. In the yellow, we see a Burnie 400-metre winner here last year, so over the full lap distance, and a Rosebery 400-metre victory recently from 9.5 metres. It's Taj Singleton in the yellow. In the blue, we see a Burnie gift finalist and also a Richmond gift winner, it being Ryan Cooper, who'll run from 5.75, the blue. In the white, we see the Stall gift winner of 2022, the Victorian, trained by Nick Fiedler. It's Harrison Kerr, who'll run from 4 metres. And in the red, we see the fastest all-time Tasmanian at 10.12, a 2-time Commonwealth Games representative for Australia in the relay. He'll run from 0.75 of a metre. It's Jack Hale who'll run in the red. So the 6 men know what they need to do. First or second across the line. We'll see them in the final at 9:28. And if it's not that, it's a time quicker than 10, 12:34. Smart's got a decent handicap and he'll use it for as long as possible as he leads in the early stages. Here comes Jordan Maynard in the green. Also Taj Singleton in the yellow going up the challenge. Maynard still in front. Hailstorm flies through to take him. He goes through to the final, Jack Hale. And I think you'll find Jordan Maynard's done enough to get through as well. But Jack Hale is into the Burnie gift final. Of course, he made this final some years ago. He's won a Latrobe gift. He knows how to win in Tasmania. And that was some run from 0.75, 12:22, ladies and gentlemen. The second fastest time of the entire day, recorded by Jack Hale from 0.75 of a metre. Wow, what a performance from the Hailstorm. He's back in the best possible shape. 12:29 from Jordan Maynard. He's through. He's into the Burnie gift final again. Fantastic performance from the local. Third is 12:37, so that's not going to be fast enough for Cooper, who was third across the line behind Jordan Maynard. So at 12.22. So these are some really lightning fast semi-finals, ladies and gentlemen. 12:37 would probably win a lot of editions of the Burnie gift, and it's not going to be fast enough to qualify for the final for Ryan Cooper. At the moment, it's still Oliver Elric, who sits up as the fastest third place. But wow, what a performance from Jack Hale, 12.22. You can do the sums yourself. It shows you that he's in very low 10-second shape for the 100-metre distance. And it's great to see the Hailstorm now living back in Tasmania, back with his coach Wayne Mason. A very strong and powerful group down there. And that runner we mentioned before, Oliver Elric, who stands up as the third fastest time so far, or the fastest time for third place, trained by Mason, and part of a really strong group with Hale now part of it again.
Okay.
Now we've got 4 of our confirmed finalists so far. We see Aidan Murphy and Despard out of 1. Great performance from 0.75 from Hale, and also Maynard to use that 10.5 metre handicap to get himself through. What can we see from these 6 runners in semi-final number 3? The pink will see the Burnie gift finalist of 21 and the recent Devonport 150 winner. It's Adam French who'll run from 12 metres, the pink. In the green, we see our 70-metre winner earlier today. He'll run from 11.25, Jamie Dean in the green. In the yellow, Mersey Valley gift winner from 10.25, trained by Faye Denham. It's Jaden Crawford, the yellow. In the blue, it's a very talented Toby Campus, trained by Shane McLennigan. Second in the Hobart gift in 21, won the double at the Central Coast meeting over the 70 and the 120. It's Toby Campus from 9.5. In the white, we see the fastest man of the day so far. He was second in this race by an absolute whisker last year in the 2021 Burnie gift, and he carried that form through to finish third in the stall gift in 2022. It's the Victorian from 3.75, Jesse McKenna, the white. And in the red, we see a semi-finalist at the World Championships, the under-20 bronze medalist at the under-20 World Championships. He'll run from half a metre. We see the extremely exciting Queenslander, Caleb Law, in the red. We've got one superstar in the final, or a couple already. In fact, we've got Murphy, Despard and Hale, real genuine backmarkers. Can Caleb Law join into the party and make this a really stellar field as they're about to walk their blocks in semi-final number 3? Away pretty well is French. He'll take some running down. Coming up to him quickly is the youngster Jamie Dean. Still French holding the lead. Coming through them now is Toby Canvas. Here comes Jesse McKenna from the back and Caleb Law. McKenna and Law both go through. Wow, what a field of back markers we've got here, ladies and gentlemen. Jesse McKenna has taken it there, the Victorian. He's determined after finishing second last year in the 2021 Burnie gift. He's straight through to the final. Let's see what sort of time he's put up. 12.21 again, so an identical time to the heat. A 12.21 from Jesse McKenna sees him go through to the final, and Caleb Law joins in the party. A 12.30 sees the very, very talented Queenslander go through, and a 12.35 from Campus. Well, he's missed the final by 0.01 of a second, and I think you'll find Oliver Elric is the other finalist here for the Burnie gift. So we'll get confirmation on that, but I think the 12.34 stands up as that fastest time qualifier. We see Jesse McKenna, the white, from the mark of 3.75, win the semi-final number 3 from Caleb Law from 0.5 of a metre, the red. And we see Toby Campus unlucky there. A 12.35 is just going to see him just the shade short of making the Burnie gift final.
We're underway in the University of Tasmania, Cradle Coast campus, UCI Women's Elimination, $500 up for grabs. So they'll roll the first lap. So they roll the first lap. You'll hear the gun as they come down the main straight. And then after that, every lap thereafter, one rider will be out. One rider will be out. So the riders get the gun now, and away we go. Saddlecloth number 23, Eugenie O'Rourke leads them through. Lauren Perry going around the outside of her. Then we go number 14.
I did it last time.
You'll see that they bunch themselves up and they'll try and get themselves into positions. They come through down the main straight now, and the last rider coming through will be out. Number 28, Sophie Ma. Sophie Ma, you are out. So Sophie rolls off the back there, just underneath the Big sign down the Cade Monday wing. Into the headwind as they get round past the Dowling McCarthy signs and into the Pertec corner. Past the point, they start to wriggle for position, and away they go now. You don't want to get caught down on the inside and get boxed in. Mulhern might be in a bit of trouble here. Ooh, number 9, Mohammed Zubir. Zubir, you are out. Mohammed Zubir is out, and she rolls off the back. Just past the bar. Feel free, by the way, if you're in the bar, just to give them some encouragement as they go past. Maybe even some tactics. Emma Stevens now from Queensland Academy of Sport, right around the outside. Let's see if she can use her sprint skills to get through. Number 20, Amelia Mulhern is out. Mulhern is out from Victoria. Riders roll through now. At the top end of the Cade Monday wing, round past the Pertec sign. Perry leads them round. Walker second wheel. Anderson on the outside, or Simpson I should say, from New Zealand. Again, Stevens on the outside, Queensland Academy of Sport rider, going to be close. Suzanne Stratus, you are out. Suzanne Stratus is out. Mother of 5, honorary Malaysian. Her daughter, her eldest one, is about to get married to a Malaysian. Based out of Hobart, the Hobart Wheelers. Literally an inspiration to mothers everywhere. She's also a wheel winner, eh? Doing very well in her latter years is Suzanne. Won the wheel race last year, that's right, in 2021. Going to be close. 23, I think that might be Eugenie O'Rourke from Leith, the Mersey Valley Devonport Cycling Club. Consistent rider on the TasCarnivals circuit is Eugenie. Been a strong junior over the journey. Just finished at St Brendan Shaw College. They all try to organise themselves, and I think the rider from Queensland's in a bit of trouble. And she understands that. So that's rider number 8. It's Emma Stevens.
I'll go get your stuff and bring it over here.
So we're down to 6 riders now. Perry second wheel, Walker first. Simpson fourth wheel. Victorian rider in between her and Perry. Around the outside is the Malaysian rider, Neo. And the rider that falls out there is number 5. So that's Georgia Simpson. So Georgia Simpson is out. Finding that difficult with the line judges. So we're down to 5 riders. As I mentioned, $500 up for grab for the University of Tasmania Cradle Coast campus. That's at the eastern end of the ground, just behind the Pertec sign or the point. You can see the grassy knoll. That's the top of the University of Tasmania Cradle Coast campus. So roll round now. Emily Walker on the inside could be in a bit of trouble here. Devonport wheel winner. 22, and Emily is out. So Emily's out, down to 4 riders. Lilith Jones, the 16-year-old, doing a great job. Will still be in contention. From Victoria. Second last wheel is Lilith. Around the outside goes Belinda Bailey, Lauren Perry on the inside. One of the Victorians though is in a bit of trouble. Is it Lilith? I'm not sure. Ooh. 29. Lilith, you are out. Lilith Jones, you are out. Nonetheless, that was a terrific ride there by Lilith. 16-year-old on the in amongst many professionals. So we're down to 3 riders. Belinda Bailey, and I'll get the bell as they come through. Chi Wei Neo and Lauren Perry. So the 2 will go through from here. So Bailey's out. So it's Malaysia versus Australia. Malaysia and Australia. Malaysia on the outside. Neo as Belinda Bailey is there relegated. These 2 have had a great tussle over the course of the Carnival series. Look at the tactics here by Lauren Perry, pushing it wide, right up to the fence line. She gets some encouragement from her Malaysian teammates up on the Cape Monday wing. Around they go now past the Dowling McCarthy signs, and she gets up out of the saddle as Lauren Perry, and she dances on the pedals. Have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Here's our track endurance specialist. She's going to take out the University of Tasmania Cradle Coast campus UCI elimination. She pumps her fist as she goes over the line. What a great ride though by Chi Wei Neo from Malaysia, 19-year-old, first time to Tasmania. Up against it though. Great applause there for Lauren and Chi Wei Neo as they go around the track now. Neo been riding junior events. This is the first time on the international scene in senior ranks. So it's a terrific expedition by the Malaysian team over here in Tasmania. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Lauren Perry and Chi Wei Neo, our winner and runner-up in the Cradle Coast University of Tasmania UCI Women's Elimination.
Yeah, good call, Xavier. Turning our attention now to the University of Tasmania Cradle Coast campus UCI Men's Elimination Final. There are some additional starters. I don't think you'll see Jacob Langan here. He's probably on his way to Devonport to hop on the ship to head to Victoria for the Bay Crit starting over there tomorrow in Geelong. And some of the riders racing here today will be on the plane in the morning. Amalia Langham, I know she's one of the ones heading on the plane in the morning. And they'll be riding some of the Europeans. Will be also flying over. They'll be riding the last 2 days of the Bay Crits. Can't understand why we have got 2 very, very good events, sort of one in Tasmania and one in Victoria, 1 day apart. It doesn't. So as per the ladies, you'll be doing 1 free lap. You'll get the gun as you come down the front straight, and then 1 rider eliminated each lap until 3 riders enter the front straight for the bell. Some of these riders just up from the under 17 age category. So they're on their way. They'll roll the first lap. He must be getting tired. Sam, are you getting tired there at the back of the field, Sam Gallagher? Oh, gee, he's been doing a lot of sprinting today. Maybe. Roy Efting, of course, at Devonport. He saved himself. He was the first rider eliminated at the Devonport elimination. So we get the gun this time as they come down the front straight for the UCI, University of Tasmania Cradle Coast Campus elimination final. Once again, equal prize money for the men and women. Up on the outside, he only knows 1 way to race, this fellow, William Eves, and that's him on the front now. I did say earlier that this year at the National Road Series on the road, I had 2 under-19 events. William Eves won the under-19 tour of Gippsland and the tour of the Tropics. A talented young rider from the city of Burnie. That's him on the front now. The place not to be is at the back. Sam Gallagher saying, who wants to be out, me or you? And it's going to be the rider here. Number 13, the 20-year-old from Austria. I know what he's doing. Paul Bouchette. He finished 2nd in the Devonport wheel race and maybe trying to go a little bit better today here at Burnie. So keeping the powder dry, I'd say, for later on in the final. Sam Gallagher looks like he's going to self-eliminate. As you see the Chief Commissaire pointing to the rider there, just going past the point now. So this is going to be easy for the judges to call out the next rider. It's down the front straight. We'll wait for Rod to call him out. Number 5 has been called out. You see at the back of the field, the place not to be in the orange colours is the rider from the Netherlands, the Dutch rider Ryan Schultz. Doesn't look to be too interested either. So it could be another easy one for the judges here as Ryan Schultz cruises down past the point. So all these riders are safe in the front straight. All riders safe in the front straight. You're right, Cookie. You are okay, Taran Cook, as this rider, number 9's been called out by the judges. That's Ryan Schultz, the Dutchman, 23-year-old. Back in 2021, he finished 4th in the prestigious Melbourne to Warrnambool road race, the longest road race, second longest road race in the world, and also finished 2nd in the Grafton to Inverell on the road. Maybe this time, maybe at number 1, maybe. Number 1, Josh Duffy. Yes, he's saving himself, riding from scratch. Not interested in UCI points, it doesn't look like. Saving himself, riding from scratch. So we'll have 4 scratch riders in the final of the wheel race. See the 18-year-old from the Blackburn Club on the mainland going around the outside, and that's young Taran Cook. But the rider in a bit of trouble could be the Devonport wheel race winner. Number 19, Jack Lightford, the 21-year-old from West Australia, from the X-Speed Club over there in West Australia, Jack Lightford. Maybe he's trying to go for a double here in Tasmania. Remember years ago, the Glen O'Shea won the 4 wheel races in Tasmania some years ago. And this year so far, there's been 3 different wheel race winners, both for the men and the women. So they've shared it around. Who's in trouble this time? Down the bottom, Roy Efting with nowhere to go. Number 3, it is the Dutchman, Roy Efting. Be off the mark of honour too later on in the wheel race. He won the Hobart wheel race. Maybe looking to be like Jack Lightford, see if anyone can make it 2 wheel race wins here in Tassie in 2022. Looks like everyone still in is interested, it looks like. Looks like this is going to be a fair dinkum sprint to the line as they come down the front straight. Oh, top of the track, number 38. I haven't got him on my program. Eh? Lachlan Oliver, it was. Lachlan Oliver. Well done, Lockie. He won the wheel race here. No, it was Campbell Palmer, sorry, it was the rider I was thinking of, won a wheel race here, the youngster. Okay, who's interested here? Graham Frizzy looking over the shoulder, says no, I still want to stay in. Number 70, the 18-year-old from the Blackburn Club in Melbourne. He holds the under-15 national record still, is Taran Cook for the 500-metre time trial. Only a youngster, 18 years of age. Looking over the shoulder there, I've got to go 3 wide, says Hayden van der Ploeg. Number 28, Kelvin Sim from the Isle of Borneo, from the Malaysian state of Sarawak, in the John Beasley camp over there in Kuala Lumpur. Van der Ploeg playing with fire, the youngster, just up into the senior categories. Can he get a run here at the maiden Van der Ploeg? 25, the youngster Hayden van der Ploeg from the city of Burnie, the next rider to be eliminated. 10 riders left in the UCI elimination, brought to you by University of Tasmania Cradle Coast Campus. Stephen Hall's got to go via the Cape. 3 and 4 wide. Graham Frisley as well. Down the bottom's not the place to be. Number 14, and he ran into the back of the riders there. That is Dalton Stretton. Finished third last year in the Burnie wheel race. But he said, oh, well, I'll go across to Victoria and just win the Austral then. So that's what he did. Got boxed in by Liam Walsh last year, but his TIS mate in Hamish McKenzie took out the wheel race last year. Frisley will get a run off the bank. Who's down the bottom? Number 15, William Eves, the workhorse. If you had to give someone the prize for the most aggressive rider on the track, one would think William Eves has got to be in contention. He's done a lot of work throughout the carnivals for a youngster. Very good road rider, winning both the Tour of Gippsland and Tour of the Tropics under 19 National Road Series events. Oh, we're getting down there, 5, 6, 7 across the track. Number 7's been called. Number 7's been called Lewis Johnson from New Zealand. Number 7, the 18-year-old Lewis Johnson. Rugovac said, oh, I played that very tight. I better get up there. The front is Dennis Rugovac from the Czech Republic. Frisley at the back. Frisley at the back. Frisley not at the back. Number 10, the 20-year-old from Austria, Stefan Kovar. Rode with Dalton Stretton in the Madison down at the Silverdome yesterday. We are down to 6. The Malaysian will get a run off the bank. Frisley's got a kick. 27, the youngster. That is Azim Aliaz from Malaysia, the 20-year-old, the winner of the Launceston wheel race. And John Beasley, I think, is still celebrating over there in Kuala Lumpur. I was talking to John, and he was absolutely wrapped with the win of that young fellow. Down to 5. Hall still there, Frisley still there. Rugovac. Also there is the rider of Smith's Bar. Number 8, another youngster from New Zealand, Matt Davis. Looked after over there by Zach Williams in New Zealand. Very good rider in his day too, Zach Williams. Won an Austral wheel race, is 18 years of age. So these youngsters in New Zealand are in good hands with Zach Williams, their coach. Dennis Rugovac is down the bottom with nowhere to go at this stage, Rugovac. Number 6, Dennis Rugovac from the Czech Republic. And I tell you what, both the men and women from the Czech Republic have done a great job over here in Tasmania this year. I tell you what, first time they've been to Tasmania, but I tell you what, they rode very, very well at all the carnivals. So they'll get the bell this time, so one rider will be eliminated and the final 2 will sprint for the points. Stephen Hall, Graham Frisley. Around the outside would be Max. Number 2's been called on the inside. Stephen Hall's been called the rider out. So it's now down Australia versus Austria. And it's the Austrian on the move. Boy, he's been aggressive right throughout all the carnivals, Max Schmitzbar. But Graham Frisley, a couple of weeks ago, won the National Madison Championship and also yesterday. And he's a class act as well, fellow ladies and gentlemen. And he acknowledges that. Graham Frisley, the 21-year-old, born in Montana, came out to Australia at a very young age, based up there at Backish Marsh, went to the Ballarat school and joined the Ballarat Sebastopol school. Certainly was an under-13 rider when first I seen this young fellow, and he's gone on now at 21 years of age to be a bronze medalist at the Commonwealth Games along with Josh Duffy, Connor Lay, etc. in the team's pursuit. He won the National Madison with Cal O'Brien a couple of weeks ago at the Madison, the Austral Carnival in Melbourne. Put your hands together, ladies. He's a class act, this young fellow. Graham Frisley, ladies and gentlemen. Loves coming to Tasmania. 21 years of age. He's got the world at his feet. I'm sure he's looking to go to World Cups, represent Australia again. Dennis Ragovac over here talking to our Chief Commissaire, Peter Tomlinson. Welcome to Tasmania, young fella.
Thank you.
Enjoyed it over here?
Yeah, it's really hard racing, so I enjoy hard racing.
So did you ride the Austral Carnival up there in Melbourne?
No, I didn't.
You come straight to Tasmania?
No, I came to Melbourne, but I was just so jet lagged I couldn't just do it.
So a lot of you riders from European countries don't ride handicap events, so how are you finding riding handicap events?
Really, really hard. It's completely different what we are used to. Like the UCI races are pretty similar to European racing, but then these handicaps, it's different story.
So you're more used to like points races, eliminations, and all that, scratch races?
Yes.
You've represented the Czech Republic at championships, haven't you?
Yes, I did.
Any success?
Nah.
Nah. I tell you what, you're a great competitor, and thanks for coming to Tasmania. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Czech Republic, Dennis Ragovac.
Did you leave Macy behind? You left her behind?
Over to Grant Penny for the Emu Bay Taxi Women's 400 metre handicap. Total prize money $750. Two heats, so Grant Penny will be calling the action shortly.
I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. Hey, boys. Plastic cups over there, boys. Reach me up, punch it.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, you can get refreshments from over at the Can Bar, right near the big scoreboard there. And our vendors have still got plenty of food over there, plenty of hot food. And I think there are ice creams over there. I saw some really nice stuff over there. So don't forget, you can get all that produce there. You can go to the Point Bar and get a refreshment there as well. So we'd just like to take this little bit of time to thank our sponsors that look after us here at the Burnie Carnival. And about $60,000+ in sponsorship. So we thank all our sponsors very much. Cool Ridge, Asahi, United Forklift and Access Solutions, William Adams Cat, Elphinston Direct Edge Manufacturing, SERS Sheet Metal and Roofing, Stubbs Constructions, and also Gatorade, who have seen fit to come on with a sponsorship this year. I think it's the first time they've sponsored, so it's fantastic to have Gatorade. They've been around for a long time. They're an international company, and they are doing a wonderful job here for the Burnie Athletic Club in keeping things up and running. Also, would like to thank our commentators, Ian Marr, Grant Penny and Xavier Williams, who have done an outstanding job here today doing all the running, all the cycling, and I know that Xavier is coming in on the scene as a local, and fantastic to see him getting an opportunity to commentate some of these events. And well done to Ian, who has been a wonderful help to Xavier at this particular Carnival series. So thanks to those lads. But once again, you can get all those refreshments down there at where all the vendors are, just to the left of the big grandstand, and you can get some light and heavy refreshment at the can bar over near the big scoreboard. So fantastic day here at Burnie. A lot of big finals coming up, the women's gift, the men's gift, that match race between Ollie Hall and Stuart McSwain, that is coming up around about 9 o'clock or just a little bit before that. We've got the Burnie wheel race for men and the women's wheel race, and plenty of other things coming up. The 400 metre heats and finals. So there's still plenty of action here at Burnie. We've got a couple of hours to go, and it's been wonderful weather. I can remember coming here last year, not a bit of wind, it was just magnificent. This ground has been manicured to within an inch of its life. It's just wonderful to see West Park in the shape that it is in. So well done. I'll now hand you over to Grant, and I'm sure you've got a few things to say, Grant. There's a big lot of running coming up, mate.
Yes, Michael, I've been very busy writing a lot of notes and different things down, but the more important thing for our athletes is the next scheduled event was for 7:50. Now, due to the bit of time we've got up our sleeves here and a little bit of a lull in proceedings, if you want to call it that, if the athletes are okay, we'd like to get underway at about 7:45. So that's about 10 minutes approximately from what it is right now at about 7:35 this evening. So just that 5 minutes early, if it's possible for the athletes. I know athletes try to warm up at a pretty set time due to what works for their particular needs. But 7:45 is our desired start time for the Emu Bay Taxis women's 400 metre handicap heats. So we give you a 10-minute little spell and a great opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to visit any of the vendors that are around here at West Park, maybe catch up with some friends and family and just have a little bit of time and maybe look at your favoured runners for the stall gift finals that will be coming up later in this evening.
So tell me, when the sun goes down, remind me what we did last night. Yeah, so what we've got to do, we've got to change the white balance as it changes. Yep, so give me a look at that. Just like they're about but you got to explain how to do that. Yeah, they're about to do that. Press that button, yeah. Yep, oh yeah, it's highlight. Yeah, it's just highlight. And then we'll look at the top of this. Yep. That's the highlight. Top go down. That's the back line, is it? No, that's the white balance. Sorry, we go down to like 45. Okay, yeah, I'll just go over there and select 5. Let me do that. So for now, get into that. But yes, it's good. It is better. Although yours is going to be shadow here. Yeah, it's all shadow through the up the running room. Oh, yeah. Yeah, as they come around, please. Yep. Oh, but you've got that. You've got your 6 wheels. Oh, you look at it. Oh, you do it up there. Oh, yeah.
Got Stephen Hall here from Western Australia, one of our scratch riders. He'll be coming up a little bit later on in the men's wheel race. So $9,000 up for grabs. So I'll have a bit of a chat with Stephen. 400 victories, or 400 plus victories to his name. He's now started up the Hall Performance Academy. He's also got the Velo Diaries blog online, as well as a podcast. So welcome to the Northwest, and in particular Burnie, Stephen. How are you finding the week?
Yeah, it's great to be back here in Burnie. I've got some really fond memories. 2019 I won the wheels, one of the highlights of my career, and it's always nice to get back here. Beautiful crowd, beautiful track, and really nice weather for us.
You certainly brought the weather with you from WA, and we're really grateful for that. We've had a pretty wet lead in to the summer so far. So you're heading towards the end of your cycling career, so to speak. You've done a Bachelor of Exercise Science, and you're now starting up your own academy. Can you tell us a little bit about that and the reason why you went back to university and you did your exercise science and so forth in conjunction with your pro career?
Yeah, I think it's always important to look a little bit further scope than just being an athlete. It's a little bit easy to kind of just get caught in that mentality, but I was quite proud of the fact that I went and finished my university degree and started to, I guess, branch out into coaching. Still happily racing now, but not as quick as I used to be on the track, so definitely just trying to expand my coaching. I had a couple of Jack Dola was out racing today. Had a great Carnival series, Brett Stitzeling, and a couple other guys. So just trying to just share some of the knowledge that I picked up along the way, and share that with some of the young riders that are possibly going to be the stars of the future. So.
It's not all about power on the track, and you're known for your tactics and being able to read riders about what to do and when. Can you explain how you facilitate that through your academy?
Yeah, I think that's, unfortunately, there's always going to be someone faster and stronger, so I think if you really understand the mentality of how to race and how your opponents ride, and you can use that against them and then to benefit yourself. So, you know, it's great to be strong, it's great to be fast, but if you can really teach riders, especially when they're young, to be able to digest a race and really kind of learn from their mistakes and put it into place for further races on the track, that's the biggest talent you can have as a rider, is the ability to read a race. So definitely try and share that with the guys, and having them here racing where I can talk to them literally straight after the race and nitpick their race a little bit, and they can grow from there.
Are you taking riders just from Western Australia, or are you looking for riders right around the nation and even internationally as being a part of your academy?
Yeah, definitely. I'm based in WA, but I've spent most of my career racing overseas, so it's not just open to WA riders. I've got all the way through from juniors to masters, male and female. So from any level, yeah, I'm happy to coach.
Do you go into the nutrition aspect as well? I would imagine that would be somewhat of a staple when it comes to being able to perform at your highest on a consistent basis.
Yeah, definitely. I do have a passion in nutrition. I've been plant-based now for almost 7 or 8 years, so completely vegetarian. And so I think it is really important to understand that facet of the sport. It's great to be a really great athlete, but it's also about how you fuel your body, and especially in the Carnival series where you're racing consecutive days, it's important to get the right nutrients in to be able to back up day after day.
Thanks, Xavier. We've got to cut it short, Xavier.
All right, no worries. Thanks, Ian. Well, thank you very much to Stephen. Just quickly, Stephen, before we go, how would people get hold of you, in particular if they're up-and-coming cyclists, to be a part of the Hall Performance Academy, and also your podcast?
Yeah, definitely through Instagram, the Belly Diaries podcast, or through my own personal blog, Hall Performance Academy is where you can find me. Thanks, guys.
Magic. Stephen Hall, ladies and gentlemen.
Some very interesting insights there to some of our cycling coaches and competitors throughout our Carnival series. The attention will now turn back to the running track for the heats of the Emu Bay Taxis sponsored women's 400 metre handicap. 2 heats for our ladies. The first 4 in each of the heats will qualify for our final this evening. In the red, we'll see Paige Elvey, and she'll run from the handicap of 20 metres. Just in front of her in the white is the runner Imogen Russell, who'll run from 26 metres. We see the Victorian and stall 400 metre winner Meg Dean will run from 29 metres. The green will see Jessica Linden, although I can't see Jessica out there. I think she may be a late scratching. And also the pink, obviously, Trinity Nalpajar will be running in our gift final later this evening. She's out. The black is there, and that's Chloe Bates, and she'll run from 41 metres. Out to the grey of Emily McInnes in the colour grey, and she'll run from 44 metres. The purple will see Maddie Casey run from the 54 metre handicap. And our front marker here will be Emily H. Berger, and she's wearing the colours red and white, and from the handicap of 100. First 4 in each heat into the final. Emu Bay Taxis Women's 400. Pretty good start from the field here as we see Emily H. Berger up the back straight. She's a para competitor and has represented Tasmania at the cross-country level. Let's see how she tackles this 400. She goes past the Cade Monday wing sign and still leading the way from Maddie Casey, the purple. The grey there of Emily McInnes starting to make a forward move along with the black of Chloe Bates as she gets to go that little bit of a zip down the hill there. They'll make the turn at the point and come up the hill, but with a tailwind at their backs. An unusual feeling here at Burnie. We have Maddie Casey still leading the way. The grey of Emily McInnes is going to be throw out the challenge, and here comes Chloe Bates in the black as she's about to hit the lead. Not making it easy for her is the grey of Emily McInnes. These 3 look quite comfortable. Remember, it's the first 4. Who's going to join them? The back markers are starting to come right into it. It looks as if it's going to be Chloe Bates from the grey of Emily McInnes. Will Maddie Casey hang on for 3rd? Meg Dean's flying home, and we'll get over the top of her. And I'll tell you what, the white come right into it too, and that was Imogen Russell.
got pretty hard near the last 30 to 40 metres for Maddie Casey. I think she may have just missed out on making that final. She was every bit in the final right up until the last couple of strides, but well contested first heat of the Emu Bay Taxis Women's 400. We'll get those results to you as soon as possible. Just one more heat to go in the women's to decide on our final 4 athletes to make it a final of 8. Pretty well contested one, that first one. We'll see a time as well as those official results. The girls will have to do it all over again in a pretty short amount of time too. It's a short break between heat and final here at Burnie. It's a unique sort of concept for our circular runners. Got to be in that mental headspace to do it all over again in not too long of a time. Couple of official scratchings from heat number 2 if you've got your programs. You can put a line through the red and white, they're both out, and also the black and orange. So leaves us with our back marker here being Amy Petter, who's running extremely well over the series, a recent second in the Hobart Gift on the 27th of December. We'll see her run from 28 metres. Angela Windshuttle, a finalist last year, run from 32 metres in the yellow. We see the green of Eve Bell running from the 34-metre handicap. Jenna Saltmarsh will run in the pink from 36 metres. Out to Olivia Roney, who's defending her title, won this event last year, and she'll run from 40 metres, the grey. And then we see the purple, the Victorian of Danielle McDowell. She's wearing the colour purple and runs from the 58-metre handicap. Set for a start here, second heat, Emu Bay Taxis Women's 400. So they're away and running. The back straight's been tackled for the first time by Danielle McDowell, the Victorian, off to a pretty conservative pace in the early stages. We see the back, the middle marker start to make a challenge here, and that's Eve Bell in the green as she goes up onto the outside of Jenna Saltmarsh. Holding them out, though, is the grey of Olivia Roney. So Roney, of course, we mentioned, won this race last year. Can she get into the final again and challenge to go back-to-back? We've still got Danielle McDowell out in front. Olivia Roney, the pink there of Jenna Saltmarsh, is right on the heels of Roney, looking to get herself a spot in the final. Here comes Eve Bell again. She's tough as nails as Eve Bell. Finished very, very close second place here some years ago and put on a real performance. As we see Danielle McDowell still holding her handicap by a couple of metres. Eve Bell's a big danger, and the yellows come right into it now, and Angelina Windshuttle. Eve Bell now hits the front and looks strong and looks like he's going to qualify along with Olivia Roney. Windshuttle looks around and thinks that she's through. Oh boy, it's close for the last spot there. The pinks pushed herself forward in Jenna Saltmarsh, but I'll certainly leave that one to the judges of those who have qualified from heat number 2.
Do you want my phone?
Yeah, good handicap running there from our girls in heat number 2, Emu Bay Taxis 400. Sportsmanship amongst them as well, getting around and congratulating each other. It's always hard work going around the 400-metre track at full speed. Official results not up on that board yet. I think the athletes will probably be aware of their placings, the first, second, third and fourth. Just looking for the time recorded. We have got some heats of the Boland's Pharmacy Men's 400 coming up. There'll be 3 heats for the men, and their qualifying conditions will be first 3. So we'll see a final of 9. Go around at a pretty fast tempo in that final, so that'll make it interesting.
They're bringing the SWAT in for you, not SWAT. They're the best in the
So just some issues with our scoreboard at the moment, so we'll give you those results as soon as possible. And that's from Heat 1 and Heat 2, Emu Bay Taxis Women's 400 metres.
You're gonna come
turn our attention to our men, and we'll see the Boland's Pharmacy men's 400 very shortly. So we can see Sam Elvey getting himself prepared, and he'll run back at the 12-metre handicap, so quite the task for Elvey, as he'll have to run most of the 400-metre distance from 12 metres. The white was scheduled to be Michael Dynam, but I can say with a fair degree of certainty Michael has not travelled from Victoria, and he will not be in heat number 1. Sam Plapp's there, the local boy in blue. He'll run from 28 metres. One to watch will be Sam. We see the yellow come out, but replaced in this field, and that runner is Samuel Lewis Johnson. There he is. Sam's making his way over, and he'll run from the 26-metre handicap. Looking around, I can't see the green of Henry Madsen. I don't think Henry's made the trip here to run the 400. He is here, so there he comes out of the warm-up area and getting himself prepared. The time's perhaps thrown a few of these boys because we have gone a shade earlier than the scheduled time, but we do see Sam there, sorry, Henry there off the 30-metre handicap in the green. The pink was scheduled to be Joby Westcombe, and I don't think Joby's going to be contesting his heat, so we can probably put a line through the pink of Joby Westcombe. And I think we do see Jaden Crawford back there off the 35-metre handicap. Grey is also out of this heat, and that being Logan James. And that'll leave us with our front marker, the purple of Andrew H. Berger. So a fair bit to scribe away in your programs if you're looking to keep an accurate record of what's going on here at Burnie, as we see a field of 6 runners to contest heat number 1.
Here we go.
So it's Andrew H. Berger, the purple, that'll try to make the most of his 78-metre handicap as he tackles the back straight. Jaden Crawford is leading up the next group of runners. That's the runner in black, and he's one to watch. He runs very well over the 300-metre distance, and also a handy gift runner as they're getting plenty of support in the back straight. Sam Plapp, the blue, has got not really anyone in front of him to run off as he sees Jaden Crawford start to slip away from him, if anything. Our back marker's doing an extremely good job here in Sam Elvey as he tears past Sam Plapp as they go past the point. Andrew H. Berger looks reasonably safe at the moment. What's this hill going to do to him? As he starts to tackle it now and pumps the arms, we see Jaden Crawford throw out the challenge. Now we see Elvey from the back. Sam Plapp's coming right back into it now. H. Berger's doing everything he can. Oh, they hit the line almost together. Wow, what a finish. 4 guys going for 3 spots with a 5th not too far back as well, and that's one for the judges there in heat number 1. We'll give you some results from the women's, the 2 heats of the women's 400 metres while we wait for those men to recover from a pretty exciting heat. Chloe Bates was the winner of heat number 1. Chloe Bates in a time of 54.13. We saw second place go to Emily McInnes. So Emily McInnes was second, and she's through to that final. Meg Dean, the Victorian, got through for 3rd, so she's a qualified finalist. And we also see Imogen Russell from New South Wales get through. So there's your 4 from heat number 1. In heat 2, it was Eve Bell that took it out, 56.53, a couple of seconds slower than Chloe Bates's performance. Olivia Roney was officially 2nd. Angelina Windshuttle was 3rd. And the other runner to make it through to the final of the Emu Bay Taxis, Jenna Saltmarsh, is our 8th finalist. That's from the 2 heats of the women's 400. Looks like we may have to wait for that same process in the men's, as that screen is just frozen up on us and we're not able to fix it at the moment. We do see a pretty handy field here in heat number 2, Boland's Pharmacy men's 400. Our front marker will be the purple, the Masters man. He's won most of the Masters races we put on in the 300-metre distance. It's Adrian Bender, and he's got the mark of 55 metres, the purple. Back to the orange of Sven Peak. He'll run from 44 metres. Had a 400-metre victory last season in the TAL. In the grey, it's Ryan Lane, and his handicap is 39. We go back to the black of Joshua Walker. 34 metres is the mark he's been received. We see the green there of Colby McVean, and he'll run from 32 metres. No yellow, so we can probably put a line through Sam Clifford, the miler. We might see him going around the 4 laps tonight. We do see Jared Gilroy, who's in some good form. He's had a placing in the Hobart Gift. He was very close up in the semi-finals of the Burnie Gift earlier, and a very handy 400-metre runner at his best in the blue from 28. And we see the former state 400-metre champion. It's AJ Creek, and he'll be one to watch here as he made both the Devonport Gift final over 400 and the 150-metre handicap final in the same evening 2 nights ago. So he'll run from 19 metres, the talented boy from Launceston, AJ Creek, in the red.
Wait for Samuel. Can't expect it. I'm in jail now. How do I get out of jail?
So the runners are off and away in the second heat of the Boland's Pharmacy Men's 400. Look at Adrian Bender tackle the back straight. He's got the wind in his face, but he's trying to make the most of that handicap. Sven Peak, the youngster from Devonport, is starting to make his way through the field in, looking up at Bender and seeing him as a marker, someone to run off. He's got a nice little lead on the next runner in line, and that's the blue of Jared Gilroy, who slipped past a couple, and also is Alexander Creek. AJ Creek, look at him in 4th place. He knows he needs to push himself up into that top 3. He can see a very good runner in Jared Gilroy starting to make up ground with every stride. But I tell you what, they're going to find it hard to catch this Masters athlete in Adrian Bender. Look at him go. He has not slowed up. It's hurting him, as you can see, but the purple of Adrian Bender, way too strong. Who's going to get that last spot in the final? I think it's Creek and Gilroy. So good run from the back marker there, AJ Creek. He's a real talent, and he was selected to run for our country in the 4x4 relay as a junior, but the team didn't make the trip across to that World Junior Championship, so it really is showing how much of a class athlete is AJ Creek. And we'll get an opportunity to see him have another go in the final, because I think you'll find he's gotten through in those top 3 positions. We are seeing a scoreboard operating now, and a pretty handy time put up too by Adrian Bender, 46.62. Gilroy was officially second, 48.44. Looked like he was comfortable there, and AJ Creek has qualified with a 48.49. Sven Peak just that tad unlucky, just only a couple of tenths off in 4th position. That's something for him to work on. Having a look at our 3rd and final heat, this is the Boland's Pharmacy Men's 400. Our front marker here will be a recent 300-metre winner at Hobart. It's Jackson Wood, the Launceston runner. He'll run in the grey from 40. We go back 5 metres to the black, and that's Oren Ball, and he'll run from the mark of 35. Now, the pink was out, but he's been replaced by Joe Phillips. So put a line through Riley Howard and write the name Joe Phillips in, and he'll run from 28 metres. The green of Taj Singleton, well, he was very close to qualifying for the Coolridge Burnie Gift final, and he's going to have a crack at trying to defend his title. He'll run from 30 metres. He won this event last year. He'll wear the green from 30 metres. The yellow, we see Alex Wojcik. He'll run from 29 metres. The blue, it's Avery Thomas, and his handicap is 28 metres. There'll be a few things going on over there. And in the red, we see Daniel Reeves, who's the current 400-metre state champion, and his mark is 19 metres. So the grey of Jackson Wood will be hard to run down as he's got some serious pace as the boy from Launceston in the greys. He leads them up in the early stages. The black of Oran Ball throws out a bit of a challenge to him as he's right up under the heels of Wood now. We see Taj Singleton there in the green, looking at them now, looking to try and get himself into this final, the one that he was successful in winning last year. The big striding yellow runner in Alex Wojcik is right up under the shoulder now of Taj Singleton. Our addition to the field in Joe Phillips is trying to push himself forward, and Daniel Reeves has passed one runner, that being Avery Thomas. He's now ripped past Joe Phillips. Can Daniel Reeves get himself into this final from the back mark? We've got a new leader now. It's the yellow of Alex Wojcik. Here comes Reeves via the bike track. Daniel Reeves up onto the outside, throws out the challenge, looking across, and he's going to get through with the yellow of Alex Wojcik and also Taj Singleton. But Daniel Reeves, who of course loves the Burnie track, having won the Burnie Gift and the Burnie Mile of all things, and of course a very, very good 400-metre runner, being our current state champion over that distance, and turning his hand to coaching now and doing a very fine job as well. So he loves his athletics as Daniel, and it's great to see him in the final here at Burnie. Just awaiting official results there from heat number 3, that being the Boland's Pharmacy men's 400. So without seeing it up on the screen, I can get the results to you. The winner of heat number 3 was Alex Wojcik from 29 metres, the yellow. Second was the red, Daniel Reeves, from the mark of 20, not 19 as it is in your program. And third was the green of Taj Singleton. Officially fourth there was the black of Joe Phillips. Oh, sorry, the black of Oran Ball. Time, we'll get that to you at a later date, but they are the 3 qualifiers.
We have a little bit of a lull in proceedings now until we head to the next major event on the program, and I'm looking forward to seeing some fireworks in this particular event, which will be the Direct Edge Manufacturing Women's Wheel Race over 2,000 metres. Total prize money is $9,000, $6,000 to the winner. So our riders, we just ask if you will be able to head to the point, and we will call you through at around about 20 past 8. So riders, if you could make your way onto the track at around about 20 past 8. And if you could line up in your handicap order from limit to back, and then we will call you through. So riders, for the Direct Edge Women's Wheel, if you could be ready at 20 past 8, making your way onto the track so that we can call you through, and we'll be underway on time.
So we're right to go here in our next event on our program, and that being the Sports Power Burnie New Gen 120 metre handicap final. The prizes here will be distributed as vouchers to our successful athletes. The field is as follows. Anika Barnes will be the runner in black, and she's from Burnie. She'll run from the handicap of 23 metres. Georgia Shavi will run from 22 metres, the pink. We see Alicia Holloway in the green will run from 22 metres. Kaiser Taylor will wear the yellow and run from 12 metres. Courtney Brown will wear the blue and run from 12. Sienna Atkins will run from 12 metres also in the white. And we see that Talina Williams, our runner from Surfers Paradise, is going to be our back marker here in the 120-metre handicap final, and she'll run from 10. Sports Power sponsored New Gen 120-metre handicap final for our girls as they're about to walk their blocks. And off and running, it's Anika Barnes that leads them from the front mark in the black. We see Georgia Shavi trying to get herself into it. Barnes it is who's got the lead at the moment. They're going to take some running her down. Here comes the back marker, Talina Williams. Barnes in front, she looks across, she's just got there from the back marker of Talina Williams. You can see the anxious look on her face with about 20 metres to go, but we see Anika Barnes get through the line in first place from the very fast finishing and impressive runner in Talina Williams, the red. Yeah, great to see the New Gen athletes. Give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to see the juniors out here experiencing the pro running, or the handicap foot running, and they'll no doubt be back up in the grandstands in a nice vantage position to watch the real elites go at it a little bit later tonight. But they got their chance, and we saw a great win there to the front marker, Anika Barnes. So we saw a really good performance from our girls in the 120-metre handicap final. Now these were decided, these finalists, from our heats earlier today. 4 heats for the girls, and those finalists that we saw go down the track, the 7 of them, were looked at by our handicapper Gerard Leary, and I think he did a pretty good job there of making that a pretty close race. Let's see what he can produce for us after looking at the performances of these runners. What he can present for us here in the boys 120-metre handicap final. Runners we'll see here is the front marker, and this is the name well known to the Burnie Carnival. It's River Howe. His father John took out the 2016 Burnie gift. Wouldn't young River love to do the same and run down the gift track and salute from the 28-metre mark? Cameron Bodner, the local boy, will run from 24 metres and he'll wear the pink. We see Nash Hammond, the youngster from Somerset, run from 21 metres in the green. The yellow will be Luke McKenzie. He'll run from 18 metres. He's from Punchbowl, so he's made the trip from Launceston. Daniel Wojcik will run from 16 metres, the blue. All the way from North Hobart, we see Isaac Dixon, Mr. Versatile, a really good multi-event athlete is Isaac Dixon. He'll run from 14 metres. And then we see the Latrobe local, and that being Cyrus Redshaw. And he'll wear the red top and run from the mark of 10 metres. So there's your field. Under 20 boys. Sports Power sponsored New Gen Handicap. And River How it is who gets out of the blocks like a lightning here as he rips down the track of the front mark, the black. Here comes Cameron Bodner in the pink, throwing out the challenge. It's still River How in front. Isaac Dixon's coming right into it. River How, Isaac Dixon, I think, gets there. Isaac Dixon from the back mark just got to the line before I think Cameron Bodner and perhaps even River How was right amongst them. Isaac Dixon, we've talked about his ability to run lots of distances, and he's a good field event athlete as well, does very well at the multi-events for the Tasmanian Athletics, and I think you'll find he's saluted there in the boys under 20 handicap. So exciting to see the boys really getting the crowd, getting behind them, supporting them, just like we saw with the girls. And great to see the stablemates of Isaac getting around him. I think they're pretty happy with his performance, getting a big win at Burnie and taking out the Sports Power boys handicap. And I'm hearing that we'll be seeing the last of Isaac too. I think he's about to make a big move to the capital, Canberra. So well done, Isaac. What a way to finish off your time in Tassie. A big win at West Park.
Yeah, thanks, Grant. It's a little time before the final of the very prestigious and rich wheel race here at Burnie. Not very often, ladies and gentlemen, you're able to speak to a Commonwealth Games gold medalist, and I'm about to do so. I've got with me out here in the middle now Christina Cronin. She hails from Queensland. She rides with the Sunshine Coast Cycling Club up there. She's been studying Bachelor of Business at Griffith University, majoring in property development and real estate management. I believe you've just finished that, and you're all finished with your that course.
Yeah, just finished. So 6 years of studying, finally finished. So a huge relief, and yeah.
So I suppose that's for the future. Once cycling's finished, you can go into that type of work.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I'm loving riding my bike at the moment. I'm loving coming back to Tassie every year. So I'll stick with this for as long as I can. At the moment, really enjoying bike riding, but I've got that degree.
You're only 24 years of age, so you've got plenty of years still to go. We go back to 2015 when actually you won the Oceania Road Race title. Do you remember that in 2015?
That was a while ago now. That was a while ago. Yeah, that 2015.
And in 2016, you represented Australia at the Junior World Track Championships in Switzerland.
Yeah, so that was my first national team in 2016, which was a great little tester of international waters and see what it's all about. And yeah.
2018, you won the Austral by defeating Alexander Martin Wallace and Amy Cure. 2018, you won the Australian Madison Championship with Macy Stewart.
Yeah, Macy's a local Tassie girl, so she's since stopped riding, which we miss her a lot, but yeah.
And on the road in 2018, you were the under-23 National Criterium Champion.
Yep. Yeah.
I know more about you than what you've done yourself. 2019, you won the Bendigo International Madison with Alexander Martin Wallace. Then you missed out on selection for the Tokyo Olympics in 2018. Must have been disappointing. You were over there training with the endurance squad.
Yeah, it was. So we had a group of 7 girls at the time. So 5 made it through. Me and Mace missed out there. So I was kind of at a crossroads in my career, which I ended up picking up sprint cycling, and got a gig with the Australian cycling team, so they renewed my contract, which is sick, and went from there.
How was the transition from endurance to track? Did it take long to sort of get used to that?
Yeah, it's really different. When I describe it to people, it's kind of like a shot putter and like a 1500 metre runner, so they're pretty chalk and cheese, and the training is chalk and cheese as well. So dealing with that transition was something that I probably didn't expect as much as what it was.
Didn't take long though. 2020, 2021, 2022 gold medals in 2020, time trial sprint in Keren. 2021 gold in time trial sprint in Keren. 2022 gold in time trial sprint in Keren.
Yeah, yep.
Not bad. Okay, and before we go, the last thing I want to tell you about, she went to the Commonwealth Games over in Birmingham She won the 500-metre time trial, gold medal over there. Then she went to the Nations Cup in Milton in Canada and won that there and nearly broke Anna-Mia's record. How close were you to beating Anna-Mia's record?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. I know that I did a 32.911, and I know that Anna's in the 8s, so I think she's 8.95, so go.
You still got time to get that record off her.
Yeah, yeah, a little bit of time.
All the best in the wheel race.
Thanks, bud.
Christina Clonan, a lovely young lady from Queensland. Xavier Williams will be calling the wheel race final, and he'll be introducing the riders to you. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier on today when I was welcoming people, I made mention of the people that make our carnival function, and we'd just like to take a moment to thank a couple of men who have contributed to our carnival for decades. And so I've got, on behalf of the Burnie Athletic Club, I've got a couple of certificates to present to a couple of stalwarts, one visitor and one local club committeeman. So I'd like to ask Ray Quarrell if you'd come. Ladies and gentlemen, Ray has been coming to this carnival as an athlete, coach, and contributor to our organisation for 50 years. And I'd just like, Ray, on behalf of the Burnie Athletic Club, I'd like to thank you for your contribution and accept this certificate of appreciation.
Thanks very much, Steve. We clashed a few times over the years as well, and I've been privileged enough to coach 6 Burnie gift winners, and this means a lot to me, and I'm sure we've got more to come, and I hope you're around for a few more years as well. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate it.
Thank you, Ray, once again. Outstanding. The second gentleman that I'd like to acknowledge on behalf of the club is a club stalwart, and John Maguire. John Maguire has been coming to this carnival for 65 years, started as an athlete, continued as a coach, has been a committeeman, has been a volunteer, has helped set up, has helped pack down, and that's gone on for 6.5 decades. So I'd like to say thank you, John, for your contribution to the Burnie Athletic Club. It's been a pleasure, and we appreciate everything that you've done.
Well, it certainly doesn't seem like 65 years. 65 years have been a real pleasure. Certainly thank the club for their knowledge.
Thank you very much, John.
We're about to throw to Xavier. I just want to say a big thanks to two people, of course. Ray, I've done some work for at the Hobart Carnival for his 47 years. And John, well, he did something, Xavier, that every pro runner wants to experience for the first time. He trained me to my first ever sash win, and it was right here at West Park. And so well done, John, and thoroughly deserved. Back to you, Xavier, for the action on the track.
Thanks, Grant, and congratulations both to Ray and John, and in particular for we'd like to say thank you for your ongoing service over the last 40 to 50 years. About to introduce the Direct Edge Manufacturing Women's Wheel Race over 2,000 metre finalists. $9,000 up for grabs, and we thank Direct Edge Manufacturing very much for their sponsorship of the Women's Wheel Race in 2022. Our first rider off the limit mark of 230 is a 39-year-old Erin Rowell from Victoria. She is part of the Geelong Surf Coast team or cycling club. She's a para rider, and as we mentioned to you before, she used to ride motorbikes in the US. She's now transferred transformed onto the cycling track, and we congratulate her for doing so. Gabrielle Thomas is the next rider, saddlecloth number 26 from Cairns in New Zealand. She's a mature age rider, and she won the Lightning Handicap of 1,000 metres down in Hobart, and we welcome her to the Direct Edge Manufacturing Women's Final. Number 24 is Courtney McGowan, our University of Queensland rider, a multiple contender here at Burnie and also on the Northwest Coast as part of the TasCarnivals series from Queensland, off the limit mark of 220. Off 200 in saddlecloth number 21 is Petra Anderson. She's taken up track riding recently. She's progressing very well, and so far at the Queensland State title she's won a gold, silver and bronze. From the Mersey Valley Cycling Club out of Devonport, a saddlecloth number 23. She's a stalwart on the local cycling circuit. She's a classy junior that's now made the trek to senior ranks. Off the mark of 200, Eugenie O'Rourke. Number 18 is the rider from Singapore. She's a junior rider with limited international experience. She's stepping into senior ranks. It's the first time in Tasmania. Please put your hands together. Off 190 for Tan Valencia. Off the same mark from the City of Burnie Cycling Club is saddlecloth number 17, Amalia Langham. A local favourite, she's got the St Helens wheel and today's scratch race as a winner, plus multiple places in multiple wheels throughout the course of the TasCarnivals series over many years. And good luck to Amalia. Off 160 is saddlecloth number 15, a vivacious woman out of Canada. She's a former speed skater, third in the Burnie Wheel of 2020. She was third in the 1,000 metre wheel final in 2021. She's had multiple placings here in Tasmania since coming in 2020. Lizanne Wilmot. Number 19 is Suzanne Stratus from Hobart off 160. She's the mother of 5. She's an inspiration to many. She's an honorary Malaysian with her daughter marrying a Malaysian recently, but she's the 2021 Burnie Wheel winner. Off 150 is saddlecloth number 6, Maya Anderson. She's the under 20 scratch race title holder out of New Zealand. Off 150, out of Victoria, saddlecloth number 29, Lilith Jones. Out of Bendigo, just out of the juniors. She was a representative for Victoria at the Nationals, and at the States she won the under 17 gold, as well as the individual pursuit and omnium. In saddlecloth number 14 is the rider from the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Selena Ho. She's from the St George Cycling Club. She won the 2022 New South Wales Sprint Tile as a 23-year-old. And as we heard earlier on, during COVID she used rice for weights. And saddlecloth number 11 is Morella Willis-Hell out of South Australia. She's a young and up-and-coming rider with plenty of potential. Looking forward to a mark and making her first final here in Tasmania. In saddlecloth number 8 is Emma Stevens from Queensland. She represented Australia at the Junior World Championships and holds the Australian title for the under-19 time trial. In saddlecloth number 13, making her debut at Burnie, is the international rider from the Czech Republic, Hanna Hermanovska. Possibly the most popular rider on the circuit, this UCA rider is based in Europe and enjoying her first trip to Tasmania. In saddlecloth number 9 is the first of our Malaysian riders, Mohammed Zubir. Her 200 time is 12.80 and her individual pursuit time over 3 kilometres is 3:55. Having some success on the Tasmanian Carnival circuit. Put your hands together for Mohammed Zubir. Off the same mark of 90s, her teammates, Chiwei Neo, saddlecloth number 10. John Beasley's their coach, and Neo is stepping up into the senior ranks. Off the mark of 30 is the rider from Victoria, out of Blackburn, an 18-year-old. 2021 under-19 junior gold medal road race and track national champion. Please put your hands together for Sophie Ma. From Launceston, off the same marker 30, is saddlecloth number 1. She's our podium potential track endurance rider. She's our UCI elimination winner earlier today. She's twice the Hobart World Champion, once the Devonport Champion. It's our own Lauren Perry. And our back marker today, in saddlecloth number 3, out of the Sunshine Coast in Queensland, is our podium-ready track sprint split specialist, our Commonwealth Games record holder, our Commonwealth Games gold medalist. It's the reincarnation of Anna Mears, who's known as Christina Clonan. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our finalists in the Direct Edge Manufacturing Women's Wheel Race for 2022. I ask all those on the infield, please, if you could sit down as our riders go into position for the start of our Direct Edge Manufacturing Women's Wheel Race over 2,000 metres. Our front markers are Raul and Tomas of 230. Back marker today is our Commonwealth Games record holder and gold medalist Christina Clonan with the back mark of 10. Looking forward to the fireworks this evening. A big thank you to Direct Edge Manufacturing for their sponsorship of the Women's Wheel in 2022. $9,000 up for grabs. We'll turn our attention to our judges and commissaires around the track. We're getting the flags. Riders are settled. Riders, attention. And we're off and racing in the Direct Edge Manufacturing Women's Wheel Race. And I'll tell you what, our front markers are starting to work together and go well. Sybil O'Rourke in particular, off her mark of 200. Away she goes from the Devonport Cycling Club. Let's go turn our attention to the back. Let's see if we can get our back markers up, ladies and gentlemen. Sophie Ma leads them out, Lauren Perry, and then Christina Clonan. They greet the judge with 4 to go. They're onto the back of the Malaysians now, and they're going to be able to push the pace. Out in front, though, our front markers are working well. Courtney McGowan, Petra Anderson out of Queensland, Eugenie O'Rourke and Gabrielle Tomas. Away they go now to greet the judge with 3 to go. McGowan now is going to take up the lead as they go through. Liz-Anne Wilmot and Selena Ho coming through now. And then we've got Emma Stevens who leads the next pack through. Back markers are starting to wind up and the Malaysians are going well. Coming underneath now and taking over the back markers lead is Zabia. Lauren Perry, second back wheel, and Clonan, our back marker, sitting right off her. Sybil O'Rourke leads our front marker, so as they go around past the Purdeck bend, down past the point, into the main straight, wind over the shoulder. Sybil O'Rourke doing it well and strongly. Sitting up right in behind her at the moment is Tomas from Queensland. And here come our back markers. What a ride there by the Malaysians. Sophie Ma still leads them through. Lauren Perry and Christina Clonan, they've jumped onto the back of our middle markers now and have gone right around the outside. Down the Kate Monday wing, into the headwind, and our front markers are going to have to do some more work through Courtney McGowan and Amalia Langham and Co if they want to be able to keep up with the pace that our back markers are setting. This looks like Christina Clonan, Lauren Perry and Sophie Ma are going to be battling it out. But Amalia Langham has other ideas, and away she goes. She gets up out of the saddle, dances on the paddles, and sets out the challenge to our back markers. Lauren Perry, Christina Clonan are out after her. So is Suzanne Stratus, and also our Czech rider, Hannah Hermenovoska down the back straight. Down the Cape Monday wing, Lauren Perry leads them around. Christina Clonan in second wheel. Then we go back to Stratos, and here comes our Czech rider, Hermenovoska around the outside. Perry on the inside, Christina Clonan on the outside. Perry down the inside, Clonan now looks on the outside, and Clonan takes it out. Perry for second, and maybe on the inside, Amalia Langham from the City of Burnie Cycling Club from our Czech rider in Hermenovoska for third. What a ride, ladies and gentlemen. Christina Clonan from the back mark of 10 metres. She was worried about it, but she shouldn't have been. A super ride there by Sophie Ma and Lauren Perry, along with the Malaysians, to get her up. Christina Clonan will come home with the chocolates, $6,000 in the kitty. Give her a round of applause, ladies and gents. She comes past the point and down past the grandstand. Christina Clonan, you won't see better. Commonwealth Games gold medalist, Commonwealth Games record holder. Lauren Perry, Hannah Hermanovoska and Amalia Langham. They're our top 4 place getters, ladies and gentlemen. 2:24.54, 2:24.54, and pretty slick. Lauren Perry, 2:21.61 in second position. We might ask our place getters to make their way to the infield. Amalia Langham in third position at 2:25.31. Well done to Amalia. She's ridden herself into form over the course of the Carnival series. She was worried she hadn't done the work, but she's ended up with a cracking finish to the Tasmanian Carnival series. Congratulations to Amalia from the City of Burnie Cycling Club.
Ladies and gentlemen, your women's Burnie Wool Race winner, Christina Clonan. Put your hands together, Christina. Christina, what a ride. Had Lauren to contend with for a lot of that race, started off on scratch. What is it? How do you feel about winning that race? You're pretty pumped, both of you, as you hit the line.
Oh yeah, definitely. We've been out here all week trying to get that win, which we've come second a few times, so it's really nice to get up, and the crowd's really good. So yeah, it's great.
And a perfect day for racing, really a little bit of breeze around, but how did you see the race from start to finish? Obviously got to the middle markers pretty quick and then hauled those front markers in.
Yeah, I mean, Burnie always makes it pretty hard. It's right next to the ocean, so we've got the sea breeze coming over, and this track isn't completely flat, so you've got a bit of an uphill. So it always makes it so hard, but we had a bit of a plan going into it, and yeah, the girls executed really well.
Very good.
Christina, congratulations. What were the conditions like out there? Because the wind normally comes from the west here, it comes from the east. Was the tailwind heading up the front straight? Was that a benefit, or was it work against you?
It's always difficult being in Burnie, so yeah, last year usually the wind comes from a different angle. So this year we had tailing into the finish, which was different, but I mean, it's not any harder or easier, it's just how you ride the race. Yeah.
Only three in the back group. Was that hard work?
Yeah, we had a few scratches. Sophie Edwards has broken her wrist, so she was out, and then Meg Marker, she won last year. She was also out, so we had a few people and we were missing some manpower, but yeah, great to be able to pull it off with the people that we had.
So, ladies and gentlemen, fantastic performance there in the Direct Edge Manufacturing Women's Wheel Race, and we're now getting all that attention from all of our media connections as we'll turn our attention down to the start of the sprint track for the Forico Invitational Sprint, and after the running of the semi-finals of the Coolridge Burnie Gift and the Stubbs Constructions Women's Gift, our Burnie Athletic Club officials and Athletics Australia officials have decided on a field for the invitation sprint, and the field is as follows. So for your programs, the black will be the Tasmanian on the improve in this over the sprint distance PBs. At the recent reunion day meeting, she'll run from 18 metres, the 400 metre state champion Laura McShane. In the pink, we'll see the New South Wales sprinter in Jade Johnson-Matreska. She'll run from 16 metres. We'll go back to the first of our gentlemen. It's the green, the Latrobe, a former Latrobe gift winner in Ross Lovell. He'll run from 9 metres. In the yellow, we see the Hobart Gift second place getter from 2021, a Central Coast double winner at the end of the season last year. It's Toby Campus in the yellow. In the blue, we see a Richmond Gift winner and Burnie Gift finalist Ryan Cooper run from 3.75. In the white, we see the Stall Gift winner of 2022. It's the Victorian Harrison Kerr, will run from 3 metres. And in the red, from New South Wales, he was second in the National 100 metre Championship, a Commonwealth Games representative at the relays in Birmingham. And it's the New South Welshman running from the mark of scratch. It's the red of Joshua Azzopardi. The invitational sprint, Forico the sponsor. First place is $750 and a sash donated by the Burnie Athletic Club. As they're in the starters' hands, Mr. Scott Cranfield, as he'll get them to walk their blocks. McShane, Oway, okay, our front marker. She's got Jade Johnson-Matreska trying to get onto level turns with her. Here comes Big Ross Lovell in the green, and the back markers are coming now. Toby Campus comes through. Here comes Azzopardi. Azzopardi gets there. So Joshua Azzopardi, the silver medalist from the National Championships, has won the invitational sprint. I know he would have loved to have been in the Burnie Gift final later this evening, but he's pretty pumped about the win in the Forico invitational sprint. And one of our 4 relay team members from the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. We know what ended up happening there, but Josh Azzopardi deserves his selection in making that team and was part of that quartet of runners of Jack Hale, Jacob Despard himself, and of course Rowan Browning. And we see Josh Azzopardi take out the Forico invitational sprint and gets himself a Burnie sash. So well done to the New South Welshman, Josh Azzopardi.
Congratulations, Josh. A big win for you. Nice to hit the tape.
Yeah, no, it was nice. It was good to turn around my heat run from earlier on, which I wasn't too happy about. But yeah, it was good to come out on top then after racing a quality field. So yeah, it's good.
Nice to have the breeze behind you there. That's been terrific for the runners today, hasn't it?
Yeah, all the sprinters love a bit of tailwind, so no, it's good. Burnie's put on another great show again. Count me in for next year.
Exciting stuff in the Forico Invitational Sprint, and a really exciting new emerging talent in Joshua Azzopardi. We know not going to be running in the gift final, but a runner of absolute class is the New South Welshman, the silver medalist at the National Championships. Our next final to be contested, it's all happening here at Burnie, will be the Emu Bay Taxis Women's 400 metre handicap. Strong field from our 2 heats earlier today, with the first 4 going through, and this is the final as it should read in your programs. The grey will be Emily McInnes, and she'll run from the mark of 44. We go back to the black of Chloe Bates, who'll run from 40 metres. Olivia Roney looking to defend her title as she won this race in 21. She'll run from 38 metres, the pink. We see the youngster Jenna Saltmarsh in the green will run from 37 metres. The yellow will see Eve Bell run from 35 metres. Angelina Windshuttle from 32 metres will wear the blue. A stall winner in Meg Dean will run from 30 metres, the Victorian. And in the red, our back marker will be Imogen Russell, and she'll run from the mark of 28. Running in the Emu Bay Taxis Women's 400 metre handicap, $500 prize money awaits the winner, and a sash here at the New Year's Eve Carnival in 2022. Runners, you're in the starters' hands.
There's 2 girls.
Just a couple of minutes away. The starter, Scott Cranfield, will address this field in this final. Emu Bay's Taxis Women's 400.
I feel like thinking a lot now.
Really enjoying their New Year's Eve sports. The boys over there at the point, and they're loving their cycling and athletics, I think. We're getting lots of positive vibes from over there. So the field's off and running in the Emu Bay's women's 400 metres. We see clearly McInnes lead the field in the early stages. She tackles the back straight. They're starting to compress up on her now, and it's Chloe Bates in the black who looks to get onto the heels of McInnes. The runners are starting to compress even more now, and we see the pink of Olivia Roney, last year's winner, sweep around the two in front of her and take the lead. So Olivia Roney looking to go back-to-back, has making every post a winner at the moment as she's leading by a couple of strides over the black of Chloe Bates. The challengers are starting to come now, and it's Eve Bell in the yellow who's trying to mount another big challenge here and move herself up into the top 3. It's still Olivia Roney in front. She's looking pretty strong here. The only real danger to her will be the black, I think, of Chloe Bates. Bates in the black will go out to challenge Olivia Roney. It's still Roney in front, the pink. Eve Bell's coming at them, but it's going to be Olivia Roney back-to-back. The 400 metres in 21 and again in 2022 from the black of Chloe Bates, and Eve Bell, a brave finish to get third there in the Burnie 400, proudly sponsored by Emu Bay's Taxis. Olivia Roney, wow. 2 Burnie sashes to her name now after she takes out the 400. And well done to all the women in that final. It's a tough task to run these 2 400s in pretty quick succession. And Olivia Roney ran the perfect race. She used a handicap, hit the front and was not getting past. Good runs from the youngster Chloe Bates, as she's done a fantastic job to get into the top 2. And Eve Bell, we always know she gives a full 100% effort, and as she's finished up in 3rd place. We'll get Olivia over to the presentations, and you'll hear from Michael shortly with a pretty tired winner, Michael. That's always hard to talk after a 400.
Well, Michael, before Michael, can we have the riders on the track? Thank you for the men's wheel race. Riders to the marshalling area for the men's wheel race, please.
Well, we have Olivia Roney with us. The winner is sponsored by Emu Bay's Taxis, so they're going to present the sash to you, Olivia. So here we go. You might need to circumnavigate a bit of it yourself. Here she goes. Well done. Congratulations to our winner, Olivia Roney. Olivia, wow. The crowd really popular here. Nice win. How did you feel throughout the race?
In pain. I was so sore, but it was a really good race and it feels really good. And it was good to come home strong as well for the other girls right behind me, so I think they could all say the same.
Pretty tough backing up after a race not too long ago, but almost back-to-back, wasn't it? But how did you feel about that?
There's not much you can do about it. You just got to do what you got to do. Yeah, no, it was all right.
Well done.
Yeah, fantastic performance from Olivia Roney as she's successful in taking out another Burnie sash in the Emu Bay's Taxis Women's 400. The Boland's Pharmacy sponsored men's 400 is the next final for your pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. Our field will be as follows. It'll be our Masters runner in Adrian Bender. He'll run from the 55-metre handicap at the top of the hill there. You can just see as it starts to level out. He'll be in the orange there off the 55-metre mark. The grey of Jaden Crawford will run from 35. Behind him is the black of Alex Wojcik, who'll run from 29. A group of 3 runners now from the 28-metre handicap. We'll see the pink of Taj Singleton on the outside. On the inside of him, it's Sam Plapp, the youngster from Burnie. He'll wear the green. And then we also see Jared Gilroy in the yellow from 28. Now, back about 8 metres, we see the current state 400-metre champion. It's Daniel Reeves, of course, a Burnie gift winner and a Burnie mile winner here at West Park. So he loves the track here at Burnie. He'll wear the blue. The white will see one of the most talented 400-metre runners in Tasmania, the World Junior selected Alex Creek, or AJ Creek, will run from 19 metres in the white. And we see the very exciting back marker, the red of Sam Elvey. He really put on a show in the heats to push himself into this final, and he'll give it every single bit of a chance here to try and run down this big field of 9 in the Boland's Pharmacy Men's 400. So it's Adrian Bender. Oh, we've been called back. So our starter, Scott Cranfield, with his check starter, Grenville Bell Chambers, have seen something. I have to admit, I was watching the front of the field, looking at Adrian Bender get things underway. It looks pretty comfortable from his point of view. And you'll now see the 2 TAL officials go to approach one of our athletes. Not entirely sure who it is. Looks to be Taj Singleton, which is a shame for Taj. He'll have to come back 2 metres. And that's the penalty over the 400-metre distance. 2 metres is the penalty. So Taj will now run from the mark of 26. He sees a big block of runners, or a big group of them in front of him now. So how will he navigate his race now? But an experienced runner, Taj, last year's winner. Let's see if he can do it again from a much tougher handicap. And they're away at the second time of asking. It's Adrian Bender in the orange who tackles the back straight and leads. And look at him get into his running. It's a Jaden Crawford now who's got a little bit of a break on the rest of them as he's starting to move into it now, the Launceston runner. And we see the black runner there of Alex Wojcik get away from his co-markers. Jared Gilroy always gets off to good strong starts as he's right up onto the speed here in 4th, looking to make the challenge now and move up into 3rd. Taj Singleton, despite breaking, is right onto them here. Oh, a little bit of a contact there on the bend. They've clashed at arms, those two, with Taj Singleton now moving the runner Alex Wojcik back. It's still Bender in front. Adrian Bender, the front marker. Can he hold them out? Adrian Bender is pushing hard towards the line. They're not going to catch Adrian Bender. What a run from the front mark. Taj Singleton, a great defence of his title. I think he's gotten second. But Adrian Bender from 55 metres has won himself 2 Masters races throughout the TAL series. Well, now he's won a big open race here at Burnie, and he's won one of the sashes. He's had an absolute bender here at the New Year's Eve Carnival as Adrian. A fantastic performance to take out the Boland's Pharmacy Men's 400. I've seen his youngsters running around in the new gen as well, and he's really into this series of the TAL, and he's been rewarded with a fantastic sash in the Boland's Pharmacy Men's 400. We see Adrian's name go up onto that board in first place, a 46.50. He used every bit of that handicap, and then Taj Singleton was second, defending his title gallantly after breaking 2, we might add, going back the 2 metres. And Adrian, once he can get some element of energy back into those legs, he'll make his way over to the presentation. Jared Gilroy, great run to get up for 3rd. He's had a great series. And we always know he gives 100%. And Adrian will certainly need some water. He's looking a little bit pale in the face too, Michael. I'm not sure you'll get much out of him.
He's looking a bit like Dave Warner when he had to retire hurt the other day, it's fair to be said. He's got his second win. Here he comes. The winner of the Boland's Pharmacy Men's 400-metre handicap, Adrian Bender. Well, Adrian, just out in front and just all space in front of you, and you just kept it going. That's a tough gig sometimes, even though you did get the nice mark, but sometimes that's tough, isn't it?
Tough for me, yeah, that's for sure. Just a real honour to run with the calibre of these athletes, so it was just great to be in their company and pretty lucky to get the win today, so it was great.
How do you feel about running just in recent times? I mean, does this shock you that you've won this, or has this been a build-up?
I only started a few years ago. Improved a lot this year. Had some help clean up my technique, which is really, really good. So trained pretty hard over the winter. So great reward and a bit of luck. So it's great.
Hard work always pays off. Well done.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's been some bit of a hold-up because of what we were given for the final. Their marks weren't incorrect, so Jack Light will be riding from 60 metres, not 120. Azim Ales will ride from 105. So handicap order, so we'll start off with AJ, then Brett.
Oh yeah, I've changed mine already. It's on low gain at the moment. Is that what you mean? Oh yeah, it's on down at 3 cents at the moment. So do I flick it up to her? So turn around and make sure here. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, they're not in the correct order up here, but the first rider to be presented to you, he wears number 51. He rides from 300 metres. In 2019, he was presented with a trophy for riding 25 consecutive City of Burnie races. Today is his 28th year of riding this carnival. The first rider away is AJ Aaron Jones. The second rider, he hails from Western Australia. He won the major Masters wheel race down at Launceston. Brett Shizzling, also from 300 metres. Another Western Australian, the youngster, he rides with X-Speed over there in Western Australia, also up 300 metres, Cohen Harper. Of 210 metres. From Malaysia, the 17-year-old, Jeffrey, the 17-year-old. Off the mark of 210. Next up from the Hobart Wheelers, he won the 2021 Devonport Under-7 wheel race. This is Dylan Rogers. Dylan Rogers to go off the mark of 210. The next rider, a youngster from New Zealand. He won the 1,000 metres down at Hobart. This is K.O. Lart. The next rider to go is from the City of Burnie. He rides up 180 metres, Hayden van der Ploeg. The next rider of 150 metres, he won a wheel race here in Burnie, Campbell Palmer. Of 135 metres, he's the Malaysian Madison champion. He rode with Alias in the Malaysian Madison. This is Zanal's on his way. The next rider, Dalton Stretton, finished third here last year in the wheel race. Dalton Stretton of 105. The next rider, also from the City of Burnie, William Eves, a very, very good road rider, William Eves. Also of 105, he won the Launceston wheel race from Malaysia. We've got a Zim Arles. Off 90 metres, he hails from Austria. Paul Buchette, second in the Devonport wheel race, and he'll be trying to go one better today. Paul Buchette. Also from Austria, the 21-year-old, Max Scheinberg. Well done, Max. Off 60 metres, a couple of days ago on the Devonport wheel race, he hails from Western Australia, the 21-year-old Jack Lightfoot. Jack. The next rider to go around, he's a Dutchman. He hails 23-year-old. This is Ryan Schultz. Go Schultzy. This young fellow, 18 years of age, he hails from New Zealand. This is Matt Davis. The next rider you've seen him win the 1,000 metres, a youngster from Victoria. He's 21 years of age, Sam Gallagher. The next rider to go is the current National Madison champion. This is Graham Fresley. All the way, the Dustman. He won the Hobart Wheel Race. This is Roy Efting. Where do you get a crowd like this? He comes to Western Australia, comes to Tasmania every year. He rides from scratch. This is, you've got it, Stephen Hall. The final rider was it. He hails from the Launceston City Cycling Club. This is Josh Duffy. Straight to your marks, thanks riders, straight to your marks.
Ben, can I go to...
Limit rider Aaron Jones. This is his 28th year in concession, consecutive years that he's rode here at the City of Burnie Carnival, 28 years in a row. That's some magnificent effort to the limit marker, wearing number 51, Aaron Jones. On the same mark, the West Australian Brett Schissling, and also the youngster from West Australian, Cohen Harper. This brought to you by William Adams, Elphingston Group. 3,000 metres the journey. The limit markers have actually can see the back markers. Riders, attention! They're on their way in the wheel race for 2022. This will be an absolute thriller, ladies and gentlemen. And the three limit markers, they've got to go for home early. This is Aaron Jones, Brett Schissling, and also Cohen Harper. Look at Hayden Vanderpoot getting onto that group there. In no man's land there is the rider of Campbell Palmer. Also in no man's land there is the Malaysian Inzanal. Three riders forming up here now. Then we've got the backies coming. Sam Gallagher on the front there with Stephen Hall. On his back there is Roy Efting. Then further back then we've got Josh Duffy and also the rider of Graham Frisley. With the leaders coming into the straight now. Aaron Jones on the front from Brett Schissling. Also there Cohen Harper. The next group been led along by Hayden Vanderpoot. He's got the young Malaysian there on his wheel. That is Jaffrey, the 17-year-old. The next group, Palmer's been caught by that group of six. Then further back then, on the front doing a big turn is the New Zealand rider in the black colours there, that's Matt Davis. So four groups on the track in the 2022 Burnie Wheel Race. And these three riders out in front, they need some encouragement. Aaron Jones has had a huge turn. Brett Schissling, he's got for company young Cohen Harper. They did a great job at Devonport. Then further back there we've got the Hobart Wheelers rider there in Dylan Rogers. Look at the big turn being doing there by the Austrian. That's the rider of Max Midbar. Max Midbar done his turn on the front. The back markers, they're starting to come and do it. That's Ryan Schultz on the front of the backies. But these two out in front, give them some encouragement. They've animated the wheel race here with 3 to go. This is Cohen Harper and Brett Schissling. Oh, the backies have got up. And look at Ryan Schultz around the outside. Ryan Schultz around the outside. Sam Gallagher can't go with him. Stephen Hall locked up momentarily. But the boy, the 23-year-old Dutchman, that's Ryan Schultz in the orange. He's gone out after these two limit riders. They're all together. This is going to give the backies a big chance to get up. Can Josh Duffy? He's in the white colours. He stormed home at Devonport to finish third. They're coming down with 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go in the Burnie wheel for 2022. On the front now is Roy Efting. Roy Efting from the Dutchman. Oh, a bit of trouble up at the top bend. Riders all over the track. Efting leads out from Graham Frisley. On his wheel there is Josh Duffy. The backies have got up just over a lap, 2 laps to go. And Efting, he won the Hobart wheel race. That's him in the orange colours. On his wheel is young Graham Frisley, the 21-year-old from the Brunswick Club on the mainland. Then further back to Josh Duffy. Both these boys won a bronze medal over there at the Commonwealth Game. They get the bell. Look at Dylan Dalton Stretton. Stretton's there in 4th wheel. He finished 3rd last year at Stretton. He's on his home track. I tell you what, he could be a chance for a place Here they come. It looks like it's going to be the back markers into it. Oh, Duffy can't go. But Graham Frizzley, he's gone for home. Look at Dalton Stratton. Dalton Stratton is out after Graham Frizzley. Frizzley. And then also the Malaysian rider. But Graham Frizzley will come down and take it out from the youngster there. In number 17, the boy from Malaysia. What a ride here from him. Oh, what a wheel race and what a ride by the back markers to get Graham Frizzley up for a win. The 21-year-old from Victoria is taken out from the Launceston World Race winner in Azim Alez. Paul Bouchette once again in the placings for third. Dalton Stratton finished third last year, fourth this year to Dalton, and rounding out the top 5 was Josh Duffy. The William Adams Elphinston Group wheel race final over 3,000 metres for 2022. Well done to all the riders, they all gave their best. But Graham Frizzley, ladies and gentlemen, here's your winner in the front straight. Graham Frizzley, the 21-year-old from the mainland. And Graham will be required here in for presentations. So I'd just like to say a final word before we go to presentations. I've been coming to Tasmania since 2005, been calling track events since Steve Daly became ill, but now it's time for me to hang up the mic here in Tasmania. You've got a very competent man in Xavier Williams, and I hope all the clubs, including Launceston, get behind Xavier Williams. Instead of bringing people from the mainland, you need another boy in the Tasmania to take up doing the commentary like Steve Daly did for years. So I wish all the clubs to get behind Xavier Williams and give him a red-hot go. So thanks, Tasmania. I've loved coming here for some 17 years. Thank you.
Well done, Ian. Here is the winner of the $6,000 Will Robinson Memorial Perpetual, Graham Frizzley. Well done, Graham. Congratulations. The chairman of Elphinston is here, Dale Elphinston, so great to have him here. And also nice that Dave and Penny Robinson, the parents of Will Robinson, will be watching this. So absolutely brilliant. Graham, congratulations. Stirring win. That must really get the heart racing.
Oh yeah, it's always so hard. Over that kind of distance, it just has to be full gas the whole way. It got pretty hectic there in the end, but wouldn't want it any other way.
Just the way the race unfolded, and you had the local boy there, young Stratton, who was sort of right on your hammer there. That must have been something. You look in the rear vision mirror to see who was there, but he just seemed to be able to have the gas in the end.
Oh yeah, definitely. Dalton's an awesome rider. Coming into a lap to go, when we passed him, I knew he was going to be really onto it. So yeah, I just had to push all the way to the line.
So ladies and gentlemen, at the moment, the 7 ladies to contest the Stubbs Constructions Women's Burnie gift been spoken to by our Carnival manager, Gerard Leary, and also Wayne Light from Stubbs Construction, who's here on behalf of our major sponsor. The ladies today are running for their total prize money of $9,000, $6,000 purse to the winner. We'll introduce the athletes one by one very shortly after both Wayne and Gerard get through and congratulate each of our runners. The first athlete to be introduced for the Stubbs Constructions Women's Burnie gift. She'll run from the 8-metre mark in the black. It's Trinity Anal Bajar. Running in the pink, in the Harvey Norman sponsored lane from 7 metres. It's the Queensland 400-metre champion in under 17s. It's the pink of Giselle Carter. Running in the Live Eat Green sponsored lane. It's the Tasmanian, the Rosebery gift winner, former Australian under 16 champion from 6 metres. It's Chelsea Scollier. Running in the yellow, the 2018 Burnie gift winner, a 11.87 personal best to her name, a 5.25 metre handicap. It's the yellow of Kiani Allen. In the blue, it's another Queenslander. She'll run from 4.25. She's a very exciting junior athlete
running 11.8 for the 100 metres. Jared Keating trained Grace Hewitt in the Simons Design centre lane. Running in the white, Roger Gents MP sponsored lane. She is the current under 20, 100 and 200 metre champion of Australia. One of the fastest women all time. She was third in the Burnie Gift in 21 from half a metre behind scratch. What can she do from scratch? The Queenslander, Tori Lewis. And ladies and gentlemen, joining her on the scratch mark in the red, she represented Australia at the World Championships for long jump, a Commonwealth Games representative in the relay, the 2018 National 100 metre champion from Queensland, the red, Na Anang. So we think about what's going through the heads of these 7 young ladies. Some have been here before. They know what it's all about. Some have been in much bigger occasions than what this is, but it's a unique experience, a big final, like the Stubbs Constructions Women's Gift, one of the 3 major gifts in Australia, the Stall Gift, the Bay Sheffield, and we are here at Burnie on New Year's Eve. Can we see an athlete like Kiani Allen win this race again, just like she did in 2018? Can we finally see the youngster Trinity Anal Bajar finally salute in a big final? She's been in plenty of them in her short career. The Australian champion at the under-16 level was Chelsea Scollier, an absolute superstar, a favourite here with the local crowd. Could she do it from the 6 metre handicap, or will it be one of these magnificent mainland athletes from Grace Hewitt from 4.25, the Queenslander, Tori Lewis, who's just been an amazing find in Australian athletics. She'll run from the scratch mark. We've got 2 scratch runners, ladies and gentlemen, and it's Nara Nang, who's represented our country at the highest level. She will run from scratch as well. We need everybody in the middle, please, to be down. Everybody in the middle down, please. Scott Cranfield, our starter, has addressed the field. And in a few moments' time, they'll walk their blocks in the Stubbs Construction Women's Burnie Gift.
Yeah, I did that as well. It's crazy, isn't it? You're like, it's like, I don't even know how they know, like, yeah, no, you actually, like, putting your life in somebody else's hands, I reckon. We had some. Yeah. Oh, yeah, they're amazing. Yeah, we went on a little boat, we went up north a bit of the North Island and, like, did a little, boat, and I loved it. It was, like, really windy, so we were, like, picking things and, like, yeah, no, it was good fun.
It's the youngster Anal Bajar that's going to lead this field in the early stages. Giselle Carter, the young Queenslander, trying to get to her. Here comes Chelsea Scollier ripping through the field, and the back markers are starting to come. Tori Lewis is getting up to them. Chelsea Scollier, Tori Lewis wins from scratch. What a superstar she is. Tori Lewis wins the Burnie Gift from scratch. Amazing performance. The front markers gave her every bit of competition right to the last 5 metres, but it's Tori Lewis, the superstar of Australian sprinting, who has gotten past the field and taken out the Burnie Gift in 2022. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We have got ourselves a superstar. She loves coming to the TasCarnivals, and she's won a major gift final in the Burnie Gift of 2022. We'll await the official result, a 13.69 from scratch for Tori Lewis. She's saluted in the Burnie Gift of 2022. It was very close for second. Was it one of the front markers? Was it the other scratch marker in Nara Nang? Fantastic performance. Her coach, Jared Keating, a former national record holder. She's managed by Nick Badeau, of course, who's down here with a few of his athletes, and we'll see them in some longer races. Trinity Anal Bajar, what a performance to get up for second place, 13.73. We know at some stage in her career she will salute. We'll go to Michael now for a few words from our winner, Tori Lewis.
Thanks, Grant. We've got Wayne Light from Stubbs Constructions, who's about to give Tori the sash. So Wayne, come forward and give Tori her sash. The Stubbs Constructions 2022 Women's Burnie Gift, Tori Lewis. And now she has the cup. Big beaming smile too, 13.69. Tori, How do you feel about that? That's an amazing win from scratch. You really had some rhythm going.
Crazy. This is the time at the Burnie gift, so I've been in that final 3 times. Yeah, finally got it this one.
And how did the race unfold for you? And it happens also quickly, 13.69 seconds, but what was the mindset going in?
Well, I know Na is such a great starter and we're both off scratch, so I just knew if I was up with her at the start, then my back end of the race would be able to carry me through, and it did.
She's having sash problems there. Well done. Great stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So we're like racing each other down
Yeah,
there.
yeah, we were as well. It was Jane was bloody nuts. She was just like off without us. Yeah, that's the one good thing is there's one in the North Island and one in the South Island, so the kids did get to do that. Yeah. And we went and did mud baths as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah. No, they were ridiculous. Like the hours like the wet sponges and yeah, they were like
Thunder is cold. Yeah, what size are you after?
I'll squeeze my friend one. Have you seen her? I know. Ashley said she's going to pull one that she's thrown out of the already. I've got Seven, 8. Yeah, what's the two races?
Yes, mate.
Oh, we might have to give her to colleagues.
Sorry, it's not here. Yes, Ben?
So, ladies and gentlemen, while we've still got the moment of victory and we can see the trainer, Jared Keating, and his little main charge, Tori Lewis, embracing, we're about to do a presentation to Jared, here, which is customary here at Burnie. And Jared, you'll be receiving a trophy from John Maguire as the successful trainer of the winner of the Burnie gift, Tori Lewis. And congratulations, Jared, and thank you so much for all your time coming to Tasmania and supporting our series. It's always a really happy time for the athlete and almost just as much for the trainer and the coach. And Jared has got himself an absolute superstar in Tori Lewis, and you can see the two of them there just near our finish line here as they're getting some really, really fantastic photos. The winner of a major gift final, Tori Lewis, from the scratch mark.
You already said you're going to
The music is so intense.
So, ladies and gentlemen, right now we're hearing Gerard Leary, our Carnival manager, speak to our field of 7 men, the successful finalists in the Coolridge 2022 Men's Burnie gift. Congratulating them on their magnificent performance in making this final. It's a major gift final in the Australian professional running circuit. As we mentioned, along with the stall gift, the Bay Sheffield Burnie holds its place very, very confidently in that mix. And we see the 7 men being spoken to at the moment.
goals and doing it next year.
She said her flight was out tonight.
Yeah. So she's off tonight.
So we're about to introduce our first finalist in the Coolridge 2022 Men's Burnie Gift. He finished second in this race in 2020. Wouldn't he love to go one place better? It's the local boy from 10.5 in the Burnie Airport sponsored lane, Jordan Maynard in the black. Running from 5.75, this man's in blistering shape, a 10.77 personal best, trained by Wayne Mason. Running out of the Harvey Norman sponsored pink lane, it's Oliver Elric. Some are saying that this man's the favourite. He finished a shade behind Ryan Tarrant last year in the 2021 Burnie Gift, third in the Stall Gift in 2022. Running in the Livine sponsored green lane, it is Jesse McKenna, the Victorian, in the green. And ladies and gentlemen, the first of our four superstars, the Australian record holder at 20.41, the national 200 metre champion, the world championship representative from 2 metres, the South Australian in the McDonald's sponsored yellow lane, Aidan Murphy. Running from the mark of 1, he has represented our country at the Commonwealth Games. He won this race in 2013. He's won the Stall Gift in 2018. He'd love to win this race one more time. It's the Tasmanian from 1 metre, Jacob Despard in the blue. Running in the white sponsored Roger Gench MP lane from 0.75 a metre. He's the fastest Tasmanian all time at 10.12. A two-time Commonwealth Games representative. It's the Hailstorm, Jack Hale. And finally, a semi-finalist at the World Championships, the bronze medalist in the Under-20 World Championships from half a metre in the Wealth Financial red lane. It's the Queenslander, Caleb Law in the red. So we are moments away from the running of the 2022 Stubbs Construction, the Coolridge sponsored Men's Burnie Gift. And as was mentioned by Gerard Leary, our Carnival manager, without doubt, perhaps the most highly credentialed Burnie Gift final we have probably ever seen here, with 4 runners in this field running from 2 metres or less. We would ask that all the people that have chosen to stand up at the fence line could just kneel down, keep their head just above the fence, as we want everybody here to get a good view of what should be one of the most exciting Burnie Gift finals in many, many years. Half a metre is the mark for our back marker, Caleb Law. 0.75 a metre for Jack Hale, the white. It's the blue of Jacob Despard from 1 metre. Then it's the yellow of Aidan Murphy from 2. They've all got to try and catch up to the green of Jesse McKenna from 3.75. And then we go to the 2 Tasmanian front markers in Oliver Elric from 5.75, which is not really a front mark to be fair, and he'll run from pink. And could Jordan Maynard hold them all out from 10.5 in the black? This is the Coolridge 2022 Men's Burnie Gift.
Everyone's bobbing down in the middle, guys.
Away is Maynard, and he's up into his running nice and early. Here comes the pink of Oliver Elric. Moving through the field now is Jesse McKenna, the Victorian. Despard's trying to get onto him. Hale and Lewis. It's McKenna hits the front. They hit the line together. Or was it Maynard? Was it Murphy? Jesse McKenna, or was it Murphy? Someone smashed into the finishing gates. Jesse McKenna looks confident. Aidan Murphy had a look of shock on his face as he looked across. He thought maybe it was me. Was it Jesse McKenna? Was it Aidan Murphy? They managed to get to Jordan Maynard out in front just with about 20 to run, and then it came down to a real match race. We await with great interest whose name will go on top of the scoreboard as the winner of the Coolridge 2022 Men's Burnie Gift. No one is supremely confident. It happened to McKenna last year when he finished second behind Ryan Tarrant. We waited for so long to find out that he finished short on that occasion. Did he get the job done here in a stellar final? I think it really is between McKenna, who was wearing, of course, the green, and the yellow of Aidan Murphy. They all compressed and came together right on the line. It was a great handicapped final, wasn't it? And we just wait. There's no pressure, of course. The photo finish is working beautifully. And such is the tension of a major gift final. Sometimes you see it all. Jesse McKenna's been given the win. 12.18 the winning time. Aidan Murphy 12.20 into second. And McKenna's gone one better. He was second here last year and he's saluted in 2022. Jesse McKenna in the green has taken out the Coolridge Burnie Gift. 12.18, 12.20, so 12.24 for Oliver Elric. Good run from Oliver, the boy from Hobart, to get up into third place. Magnificent performance in a really stellar field right behind him, and we congratulate Jesse McKenna as he'll make his way over to the presentation, and he'll be talking with Michael Maney very shortly.
The Coolridge 2022 Men's Burnie Gift winner, a total prize money of $9,000. Jesse McKenna, here comes the sash with thanks to Coolridge, the Burnie Athletic Club. An absolute whirlwind of a carnival here for Jesse McKenna. Well, Jesse, you like to keep them close, don't you? Last year we waited an eternity, and again this year it happened a little bit quicker, but amazing stuff. How do you feel?
This race, ever since last year and the year before when my stablemate at the time, Aaron Leffrick, won it, he really inspired me. I worked my ass off to come back a year later than that, and to just miss out, it was heartbreaking. But I'm absolutely ecstatic right now, absolutely over the moon. This race means so much to me. It has a really special place in my heart. And to take it out, this is the best thing I've done in my career so far, and I'll never forget it. Absolutely not. And to be in a field like that, that's obviously one of the most insane fields I've ever seen in pro running history. That was absolutely crazy. Well done to everyone in that field. They put up such a fight. Aidan Murphy, oh my God, absolute talent they all are.
Two great runs prior to this though too, and then you were able to just maintain that momentum. Were you confident about that coming into the race?
Definitely. I only had one other person in my heat, so I also had the slight advantage that it wasn't, obviously it was just me in that heat, but in the semi, I really put a great run down, and I knew I had a little bit left in the tank, and I had so much momentum going through that line, and I was just staring at that Levitt green sign there, and I had to get there before everyone else.
Well done.
Let's go, right!
Oh, your dad did. And Deacon's over there.
Alright.
I love all those
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting very close to the final event of the night's action. It is the Gatorade-sponsored Open Tasmanian Mile, and a big thank you to Gatorade. They've increased the prize money this year to $4,000 with a purse of $3,000 to go to the winner. A couple of changes to handicaps and those scratched from the field before I go through some of our fancied runners for tonight's big mile final. Darcy Miller, runner at number 17, will run off the mark of 3:55. You can put a line through 19 and 18. Also 16 is a scratching. Lily Overton, number 15, will run from 3:30. Running number 13 will be Abby Butler, who's been re-handicapped back to 300 metres. Josh Phoebe will run from 2:70, number 12. Josh Walker, 1:80, number 11. We see Troy Atkins moved out to 2:55, number 9. We put a line through number 8, Mitchell Walker. A handicap adjustment to Deegan Henrik, number 6, who'll run from 2:40. James Frankham will run from the mark of 1:75, number 3. Phil McConnell, number 2, will run from 1:80. Angus Lanecki, number 1, will run from 1:65. Put a line through Daniel Reeves, the black and white. Handicap adjustments to the pink and white of Doug Hammerlock, who'll run from 1:55. Patrick Lee, the green and white, 1:60. The yellow and white, Aaron Harvey, the Devonport mile winner, will run from 1:25. No Dion Kenzie, the blue and white. We see the red and white of Ashley Cowan, the Victorian, go to 1:40. Max Green in the orange will run from 105. Sam Clifford will run from 55 metres. Tom Thorpe from 50 metres. A line through the green of Isaac Hayne. And we see the yellow of Adam Spencer. And also an adjustment to the runner Hansen off 40 metres. So that leaves us with a pretty strong field here of almost 30 runners to contest the Gatorade Open Tasmanian Mile. The front marker will be Darcy Miller from 3:55. We go back to number 15, Lily Overton, from 3:30. Then we see Ashley Felberg, the junior, run from 3:25. Abby Butler will wear number 13 and she will run from 2:70. Josh Walker will run number 11 and run from 1:80. Michael Johnson, number 10, from 2:50. Troy Atkins, a former winner, will run from 2:55. From 210 will be Tristan Pickering, number 7. Deegan Henrik at 240, number 6. Joby Westcombe, the junior, number 5, will run from 200. Ross Smith from 180 metres, number 4. We see last year's second place getter James Frankham, number 3, will run from 175. Phil McConnell from 180, number 2. Angus Lanecki, who was 3rd in the Devonport mile, will run from 165. The purple and white, we see the youngster Riley Simpson run from 165. BJ Cobbing from the orange and white will run from 150. It's Sam Ashland, the grey and white, from 150. Dangerous Dougie Hammerlock's out off the 155 metre mark. He'll run in the pink and white. We see Patrick Lee, the green and white, from 160. The Devonport mile winner in the yellow and white will be Aaron Harvey from 125. Ashley Cowan, the former stall 1600 metre winner, will run from 140. The Victorian, the red and white. The purple is Jamie Lawrence from 115. Max Green from 105 metres, the silver medalist in the 800 metre state title. In the grey, it's the under-18 5,000 metre record holder and former winner of the Devonport mile and a very, very strong 1,500 metre runner. It's the junior Sam Clifford, who'll run from 55 metres in the grey. The black will see Luke Shaw run from 50. The Victorian, the pink, Tom Thorpe, will run from 50 metres. A handicap adjustment. No one ever has run under the 4-minute mile for the Burnie mile. It is a tough track to do it on. What can these two superstars of Australian athletics do for us tonight? Everybody in the middle down, please, for the running of the Open Mile, sponsored by Gatorade. And runners, you're in the starters' hands. And the field is away in the Gatorade Open Mile, and the crowd see these two superstars for the first time in Ollie Hoare and Stuart McSwain as they get things underway. The first couple of runners that we see go past us will be Darcy Miller, who's gone through with 3 laps to go. The junior Ashley Felberg, Lily Overton, Abby Butler, the steeplechase champion, goes through with 3 laps to run. The youngster Josh Phoebe. We see Troy Atkins go past the finishing line.
with the youngster up on his shoulder there. A couple of additions to the field. We see Tristan Pickering, Joby Westcombe, Phil McConnell leading up a pretty strong group here with James Frankham at the back of them. Angus Linecki, who was third a couple of nights ago. He sits just behind them and sees that group ahead of him. Dougie Hammerlock leads up the next group with 3 laps to go, and we start to see the back markers now. The black runner coming through now. That is, of course, Luke Shaw. The Sam Clifford in the greys going with him. James Hansen now looking at them too, trying to get some contact with 3 laps to go. And our 2 superstars have gone through around about 58 seconds for the first lap. So they are absolutely motoring, these 2 superstars of middle distance. We go back to the front. We see the Burnie youngster in Ashley Felberg, number 14 lead. Watch for her. She's been setting coastal records throughout the interclubs this season. She'll be one to watch with 2 laps to run. Darcy Miller looking to get contact with her on the shoulder. And then we've got Lily Overton. Abby Butler's right up onto her shoulder now and pushes her back a position and goes up into third. Abby Butler. We look back now at some distance to our first male runner, and that's been Josh Phoebe. Then it's Troy Atkins, a former winner. He somehow managed to hold off Stuart McSwain one year. I'm not sure he's going to be able to do it tonight, but with 2 laps to run, Troy Atkins will go for it. We see Phil McConnell leading up a very strong group with James Franken right in behind him. Angus Linecki has now made contact with those, with youngster Riley Simpson with him, and we start to see our back markers. Gee, the black's going well. That's Luke Shaw. Now we see our back markers, Ollie Hoare and Stuart McSwain go through. The clock's ticking off at about 2 minutes. A little bit of a slower second lap. What can these 2 do? They're right on each other's heels. They have to keep on passing runners. We know that, and they're doing it pretty fast at the moment. But we've got a lap and a half to go in the Burnie Mile. Gee, it looks like a massive task, doesn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Have a look at them over in the back straight. Have a look at our leaders go past the point. They're going to have to start getting moving, these 2. It's Ollie Hoare and Stuart McSwain have passed a few, but they've got a lot of people to still catch. We've got Abby Butler now, the National Steeplechase champion, who's going to lead this field with Darcy Miller hanging onto the heels of her. Then it's Ashley Felberg getting the call of 1 lap to go. Lily Overton goes through with 400 to run. Here comes Troy Atkins with Josh Phoebe right behind him. Phil McConnell's leading up, Angus Linecki, James Frankham, Riley Simpson's right there. Max Green's on the back of him. He's strong enough if he's fast enough in the last lap. Here comes Hansen. Stewie McSwain's gone past Ollie Hoare, and he's going for 1 more win at Burnie with 1 lap to run. The time's pretty slow. I don't think we're going to see a sub-4. It's going to be hard for anyone to run down Abby Butler. She's going for it now with a Decade Monday wing with a little over 200 metres to go. Abby Butler in front. Darcy Miller coming, and here comes Stewie. He's trying to get on the back of them. I'm not sure he can do it from here. Now the youngster James Frankham, I think it is, who's sprouting wings up into 3rd position. Frankham it is who's going, and Phil McConnell's trying to get with him. James Hansen, but it's Abby Butler, the National Steeplechase champion. She's only got 1 to challenge her, and I reckon it's James Frankham. Look at him go. James Frankham, Abby Butler in front. James Frankham trying everything. Abby Butler lifting. James Frankham going to him. Abby Butler, James Frankham. Abby Butler wins from James Frankham. James Hansen saying, and here comes Stewie up into the top 5 or 6 of them. He couldn't get to them tonight, but it's Abby Butler, the girl from Launceston. She has been on a wave of performances so far this year, setting personal bests for the 1,500 metres, 3,000 steeplechase. She made the Devonport Gift final 2 nights ago in the 400. Keep that applause going for the rest of the field, ladies and gentlemen, as they finish off in the Gatorade-sponsored Open Mile. But the plaudits all go to Abby Butler, who takes out the Gatorade Open Mile of 2022.
That was unexpected.
We start to see some results go up on the board. We did see the 4-minute mile broken, but certainly not for that distance. A 3:58 winning time for Abby Butler, 3:58.2. James Frankham, 3:59.09. And James Hansen, what a run from 40 metres, has got up to 3rd there, a 4:01.56. There's your top 3, and the others are starting to flash up onto the screen now. But it's Abby Butler, the winner of the 2022 Gatorade Open Mile.
She sure is, Grant, and there's the sash that goes across. prize money from Gatorade of $3,000 to you, Abby. Congratulations, well done. It can be tough out there when you know they're coming at you, but you just hang in there.
Yeah, I didn't really know how fast they were coming, but I just held on, and I can't really believe it.
And I guess what were the thoughts going through your mind? You'd got out into the front and in front, and you were pedalling away there really nicely. Did you have to keep looking back, or did you have a firm game plan?
I knew that I had a pretty good handicap, but then I did get pulled 20 metres. But Dad just said, just go, like you're not even running a mile. So I didn't really want to look back just to see if they were there. So I just went as far as I could.
Dad's advice, good advice. Well done.
Thank you.
So we're seeing a time, I think about 4:04. I'm not sure. I just saw it flash up for Stewie. Yeah, 4:04.87 from scratch for Stewie McSwain. Ollie Hoare fell a little bit back. I didn't quite catch his time, but a 4:04. Very tough conditions tonight for both of them, as you can appreciate. But what a special treat we had. Oliver Hoare and Stuart McSwain both running from scratch. We love seeing Stewie every year, but to have Oliver Hoare, the Commonwealth Games champion, come down and have a crack at the Carnivals, he's really enjoyed his experience, and we certainly hope that maybe he might want to come back. I know he lives in the United States of America and does all his training over there, but we really, really have enjoyed his running over the last two editions, both Devonport and Burnie. And who knows, we might see him again one day. He's a superstar. We love him as a national hero with his Commonwealth Games gold medal. And of course, we love Stewie. He made it gave it everything he could. Couldn't quite get to them tonight, but he always puts on a show. And Abby Butler, in the last 12 months, has been on a massive improvement curve. As she set a Tasmanian record in the steeplechase down in Hobart about a month ago. And that strength that she showed really did show through tonight. She had James Frankham flying behind her, and she managed to find one more effort and get over the line. And I know she's one of a triplet, and her two brothers will be super proud, along with the parents who look after all the coaching of Abby. And she has finished off our carnival here at Burnie with a magnificent performance in taking out the Gatorade Open Tasmanian Mile.